Hello and welcome to Canlander Championship 2024, the finals. Here in Nottingham, we're going to be celebrating all things Canadian Highlander today. I will be your host. My name's Nathan, so great to see you. Great to have you joining us. What we're going to be doing is a top 8 tournament of Canadian Highlander. This is going to be a much more competitively slanted tournament than we're used to, as it will be run at Comp REL. The top 8 is going to be a double elimination bracket, but before we go into the details of that, let's just briefly go over how we got here. So qualification for this tournament was all of our Sunday morning events in Nottingham meeting up to play Canadian Highlander. Every event counted in 2024, and it's a case of the top 3 players to get the most tournament victories, and then the players with the highest win percentage that did not already qualify through tournament victories, and then there's 2 spots available for that to round off the top 8 for total points. There was a minimum of 15 events that needed to be attended to qualify, but I'm not going to dwell too much on this. We're going to get straight into the bracket, because I know that what you're here for really is to watch some matches. So, the bracket. We're going to be playing, well, up to 7 rounds of Highlander. First round, though, we've got Jethro playing Jay, Kieran playing Mark, Ember playing Alice, and James playing George. The players were seeded based on their overall match win percentage throughout the year, so that's why Jethro is top of the list. And what we're going to do throughout this tournament, as well as obviously show you the gameplay for the whole tournament, we're going to be doing a little mini deck tech of each of the 8 decks that the players have brought to the table, and we'll do that between rounds. But to start with, we're going to bring you the deck techs from Kieran and Mark, as they will be our first match. So, let's get to it.
Greetings, Kieran. How do you do?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Doing well. So you've been deliberating over whether to play which of 2 decks to play. What have you gone with?
So it was either Jeskai Black or Esper Red.
Okay.
When I say Jeskai Black, it's not really Jeskai Black. It just has a waterlogged teachings in as a
Okay.
black card.
So it was going to be pretty much a pure Jeskai list versus Esper
Yeah,
Red.
pure Jeskai versus the Esper Red, where the black is more of a splash than the red.
And you're playing some aggressive game plan, get people dead on turn 3. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I want to be tapping out for Barragoyf, on turn 3,
Okay.
and riding that one to victory.
Right. Okay.
That's the game plan.
All right. What's the actual game plan?
It's just good old just play all the best Esper cards and control the game to the point where I either get a threat on board, or play just keeps coming back every turn. I resolve an Oculus, and Oculus is just huge and horrible to deal with, or a giant Murktide Regent, or I just outvalue them with Ancestral Recall and
What's that card do?
recasting it. Let me just so
Let's play
draw
it.
3 cards, or
Okay.
force opponent to draw 3 cards.
Ooh.
Now,
Okay, so it's a mill plan. I like
so
it.
yes, yeah, I can mill my opponent out.
Hmm.
It's not the option I usually choose, but for this
Well,
special tournament, I might have to go for it.
we can't all be good at Magic.
Yep.
Sweet. Is there any spice in here, or is this is the highest power deck you can build?
So is there any spice? I don't think so. I think it's pretty standard. Just looking through the list, nothing nothing special. I think if I was to play the Jeskai list, that was the list that would be more specialized for certain matchups.
Okay, all right.
Um,
So you've gone with this one as to be a good at everything, good against everybody.
Yeah, just
than...
more general. Like
Okay.
I can't predict who's going to win what matchups. I wish I could, but I can't. So I've gone for the more general approach.
I guarantee there'll be people watching this, looking through the list and just going, "Oh no, this is gonna be rough to play against for anybody."
Yeah.
There seems to be general disdain in Canlander community for Jeskai control style lists.
You see, that's why it's Esper Red.
Yeah. Okay. So no hatred for this one. This is not a Jeskai control. This is Esper control with Flage and Arcanist.
Flage, Arcanist. 4 Feelingless is the other big reason to be playing red.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard of it.
With the now that Spellseeker is no longer pointed,
just free real estate. Just shove it
the
in.
fact it can just search up your best card in your deck, Ancestral Recall, and your second best card in your deck, probably 4 Feelingless, is pretty good.
These X spells, they are a lot better when Spellseeker's not pointed.
Yes.
Yeah, very cool. Just one board wipe, is it? Just the Terminus?
Just Terminus, yeah. I'm not scared of aggro.
So you've
no one's going to play that right.
Not gone with Wrath of the Skies. That's an interesting decision. Sweet.
No, that was more the Jeskai list, I think.
Okay. Nice. Well, good luck with it. And
Thank you.
I'll catch up with you later. I'm sure you'll help me out with some commentary.
We'll see. Depends how the tournament goes.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hey Mark, how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you here. Tell us about your deck.
So I'm playing 4-color Blood, which is all colors bar blue. It's sort of an aggressive mid-range deck.
Okay. Just looking through the list. So, first of all, Blood. Why is it called Blood? Do you know?
I think that's because of Bloodbraid Elf. I can't remember.
Okay, yeah. So that's the Cascade. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sweet. So 4-color. I guess this is just a different set of colors to what's the other one called? 4-color check pile.
Yeah.
Do you know what the differences are?
Blue. That's got blue.
Okay.
And no white, whereas I have white and no blue.
All right. Is the play patterns different, or is it just a case of like these are just the strongest colors in these 4 colors? Strongest cards in these colors.
Well, obviously, blue gives you access to counter magic, which I don't. So I just try and have more powerful threats.
Okay.
And tend to lean more into the green side of things rather than the blue side of things, because I think their check pile's more Grixis plus green.
Okay.
Whereas I'm more like Abzan plus red.
Right, that makes sense. So this is very much like value and just good creatures, just relying on those resolving and getting through.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, sweet. And who's your round 1 opponent?
I'm against Kieran, who I'm pretty sure is going to be on Esper Red, so it's going to be a definite throwdown when we play.
Yeah, nice. So it was the deck decision, the choice of of this deck. Was it anything to do with your first round matchup, or is this like your best chance of getting some wins? Do you reckon?
I think I picked the deck because I like the play style, and 2 because it doesn't really have any real bad matchups. It's just good in general.
Okay.
Against a variety of different archetypes, and you can sort of toolbox it towards different matchups as well. So like Campbell, Consort of Allocation, for example, is really good against someone who's got lots of non-creature spells.
Yeah, Kieran's not going to like that guy.
Yeah, Kieran's not going to like it. I'm expecting George to be on Paradox Academy, so definitely a lot of non-creature spells there. Obviously, Collect Roof is another thing that's tech against George, but I've got in my point spread as well. I've got Reanimates because I'm suspecting there might be someone on Reanimator.
When you say suspecting, yeah, you're 100% sure just because you've been playtesting with them.
Yes, I have been playtesting with them, but also I had 1 point spare because I originally was running the initiative package, so I was having like White Plume Adventure and a bunch of the others.
Okay, sweet.
But
You've
I
taken
don't
that
think I
out.
can keep all of it.
Ah, okay, yeah, you're just concerned that you're not going to keep it.
Yeah, in certain matchups, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to keep it. So I think I took it out. I was considering Urza Saga in its place and having a few like choice artifacts to search for. But then I ended up over cards, and I'm just like, I need to get it down to 100. So what's just a really powerful one? What's a really powerful 1 cost card for 1 point card? And
Well, that'll do it. Yeah, it fits the bill. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get what you're saying about Urza Saga because it really does come with its own like little package, doesn't it, of cards that you want to play with it.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. That's any like pet cards, any cards that you're just super psyched to be casting.
Saskia the Unyielding is definitely a pet card, as is Siege Rhino.
Siege Rhino, nice.
Yeah. Blast from the Past. I love it to bits, and
Yep.
I really shouldn't be running it, but I can't say no to that. So it's just pure value.
Yep, just all the value, and it was an all-star, so it can be an all-star in this tournament. Amazing.
Absolutely.
Love it. All right, well, thank you very much for joining us and talking us through it. Hopefully your ridiculously powerful planeswalkers can help you get there as well. Good luck with it.
All right, thank you very much.
And joining me to commentate on round one, the one, the only, Mr. James. Hello.
Afternoon, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, going really well. Are you excited? Like, I feel like there should be a decent level of pride from you that this is happening. Like, you've been the ringleader, the I guess the catalyst for the growth of Canadian Highlander in Nottingham, and to have an event at the end of the year where we have 8 people, of which like less than half of the players that come regularly have qualified, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really cool. I mean, it took time and effort to grow, and embracing certainly embracing the proxy element to kind of let more people get involved in the tournament and the format. Obviously, like although I'm here doing a lot of the boring admin-y stuff, loads and loads of people helping out along the way. Like obviously the videos and the editing that you do is really great. Just to kind of help get people excited, getting people coming a lot in the tournament. Like a lot of the players keep a lot of decks on hand, like encouraging friends and kind of other people, especially from universities at Nottingham, to join as well. So there's been a lot of like publicity and pushing it from members as well. So yeah, it's really cool that we've now got a big enough player base, a consistent enough player base that we can do this kind of event, and people are excited and already looking forward to the 2025 one, hopefully. So yeah, it's really really exciting to get that this event got to run, and when is such a big event for the local community.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting like 16 to 20 players each Sunday morning now, and that's crazy for this style of this format. It's pretty good.
Yeah, for what is still a very niche format, outside of Victoria.
Yeah, that's it.
That's really ace.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, we have Kieran playing Mark. It's worth just mentioning, you may have seen it, the keen-eyed of you, that each player was looking at each other's deck lists before this match started. The decision was made to make it open deck lists. People didn't know what decks they were playing until they turned up, as was alluded to during the deck techs. So now, just before game 1 of round 1, it is a case of, all right, now we know what each other are playing and we've seen what each other's deck lists are.
Yeah, it is interesting to note there's like quite a lot of we ran this tournament a lot differently to how we normally do. We're very casual and kind of relaxed and like let people kind of play and make takebacks and stuff. But we decided to make this a bit more of an event, to kind of focus on trying to make it feel a bit more like, you know, like a top 8 if you had a GP or whatever GPs are called now, to make it feel special and unique. So obviously that deck list element was one part of it. This is also the first time, and I think this type of event is probably the only time we'll do it, where we were playing a competitive REL. So there's obviously that's quite a significant change in terms of how you play and how you interact and how you have to be careful. Whereas normally you might be a bit more chill of being like, oh, did I play a land? I don't know. Did I play a land? And figuring it out, or oops, I accidentally knocked this card off my deck. Well, we'll just shuffle up and it's fine.
That's it.
Obviously, that's a bit more. There's some punitive measures if you're doing that too much in this type of format. So a bit stress-inducing for those of us who weren't used to it too much, but a really cool way just to make the event feel a bit different and special.
For sure. And unfortunately, in game 1, Mark has had to mulligan down to 5 on the draw. But both players have started with pretty strong 1-drops.
Yep. I don't know if we want to go through points for these, or I suppose everyone's kind of seen the deck text actually.
Yeah,
so
we've seen the deck text. By all means, remind us that Kieran is playing Ancestral Recall, though.
Yes, it's basically Recall versus Mox is how I like to think of this match.
Yeah, true.
It's not quite that simple.
Is that not like Control versus Midrange in Canlander? That's the general point spread.
This is going to be an interesting testing point for Henry's not at all. Oh yeah, there we go. There's Recall. Not at all controversial opinion that Recall is bad and you should play a wider point of spread of points.
Yep.
But a turn 2 Recall flipping a Tamiyo immediately is a pretty strong start, and so that's a rough one to face on the multi 5 from Mark's point of view.
I mean, imagine the beginning of this tournament. Kieran draws opening hand, sees Tamiyo and Recall, and just is he's just licking his lips.
He must be. Yeah, this is my day. I'm gone. I'm in. I've won it already. Like I can't possibly fail from this point. So.
Yes, Tamiyo, pretty stupid to be able to flip it this early.
It is kind of dumb. You'd like to be able to say, oh well, it's only a Recall format, but given that Brainstorm does it as well, it's really nice. Not that hard to do, but we'll see. We've seen already. Obviously, Noble Hierarch is a classic card, and Thalia is not a recent one either. But we have seen already the power of like Tamiyo, and we will see a lot of 2024
new cards.
Yeah, cards. Probably not many 2025 ones, given that no sets have come out yet. But you know what I mean. Like the last 12 to 18 months have really pushed power creep cards are definitely making up the bulk of a lot of these decks, along with the kind of the outlying cards like Recall back when people didn't understand card design as well as they do now.
For sure.
But this is a pretty this is a reasonable start on the multi-5 for Mark. He's got some disruption doesn't matter too much for the creatures this Thalia, but it's going to slow down Kieran's mana development, might let him sneak some more threats in under counter spells. So this Thalia is a reasonable threat to get on turn 2. It attacks pretty hard, like for something you're playing on turn 2. So it's the kind of start Mark would like coming out of a multi-5 and mana dork into an impactful 3-drop.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tamiyo kind of says no to it in a way. I always think of Thalia as having more of an impact, stopping creatures from coming in and having an impact. But yeah, the mana impact is very real, like you say. Control decks just want their lands untapped.
You just want to hit your mana sources. You want to be able to counter it and make sure you still are holding up that counter spell. So unless it's bolt into spell pierce here, this Thalia means that Kieran can't go 1 mana cantrip, 2 mana counter spell held up for your next threat, and it's just stifling the development of his mana and his game plan a little bit. So yeah, it's not great. The Tamiyo kind of making the Thalia smaller, but the Hierarch kind of makes it bigger. So those two are trading off at the minute, and it is something that can attack this Tamiyo down. You obviously really don't want to be minusing this Tamiyo. I mean, he will be minusing this Tamiyo and getting Recall back, let's be clear. But you don't want him to be doing that. So any chance you could have done to prevent that would have been great. But yes, it's it represents a lot of value, then at least a minus for the recall here. If it does seem likely that Kieran would be happy to trade in this Tamiyo and not taking some damage for a turn from this Thalia to get this recall back, I would be surprised if he doesn't.
You should, the giddy look on Kieran's face when he's drawing 3 cards, man.
No, he's tapping another bit here though. Okay.
I told you.
At some point, Kieran will cast a spell that doesn't say draw a card on it. I'm sure that will happen.
He is. I guarantee he is in his element right now, loving life.
Oh, dear. And is there an untapped blue? So he's not going to cast the recall this turn, at least. Is he going to get it?
Well,
No.
Thalia kind of said no to that, right?
Yes, that's true. He could still have not played the Preordainer or the Pond, one of the two, and just got recall as a better one, but maybe trying to line up having this Tamiyo. But if the Thalia attacks it, it'll be down to 3, so it'll just trade in for the recall, which again is kind of fine. It won't, with this, it won't even trade in for the recall if that's
Nice.
the route Mark goes. Yeah, so at least they're getting the maths right, so that's good. So there will, I'm sure, in these videos just be occasional stops in for Grace, who was our judge on the day, just to come in and fix any problems that may or may not have happened and resolve this in a way, formally allowed with competitively enforced rules.
Yeah, and take that opportunity to give a shout out to Grace for taking out some time to come and judge this for us.
Yes, she was massively important on the day, really helpful, and Henry, who you won't see on camera, but was here doing lots of kind of table-friendly, administrative, TO general things to help on the day. So really, really thankful for them.
We'll hear from him later because he'll be joining the comms team for later matches.
Oh, in that case, don't let him know that I gave him a compliment, because I wouldn't want that to be holding over me.
Oh dear. Right, we've
I'm
got
still
the removal
waiting
for Thalia.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for Kieran to cast a spell that costs more than 1 mana at this stage, which is exactly the kind of curve you want, I suppose, from an early control deck. Just keep developing. Has stymied the threat. Gonna untap on turn 4, probably still at 19 life, which is a pretty sweet spot for the control deck to be against 4-color blood, which is in essence an aggro deck, just not quite as aggro as mono red or something like that.
So we've seen Recall, Ponder, Preordained, Sleight of Hand, Tamiyo.
Yep. Path to Exile.
Path. And there's a Fatal Push to come. What else? We must be running out.
Brainstorm still, Swords to Plowshares, there's plenty. I'm sure we won't worry about that at all.
Alright, fine.
In fact, Thalia is currently the only spell that's been cast, I think, that has cost more than 1 mana, which is crazy when we're like 8 spells into this game.
Oh, yeah. The efficiency of Magic the Gathering at the highest of levels.
Yeah, why spend 2 mana on something if you can spend 1?
I read somebody's. Sorry, I read somebody saying that the question about cancel and how pushed does cancel need to be for it to be playable. I was more looking at it for adding the most recent version to my Pauper Cube, which is loot. It's cancel plus loot.
Oh yeah, refute. That's the one.
And the answer just came back rather nonchalantly of it's when they remove that extra 1 mana from the mana cost that it becomes becomes good.
Well, the cliche is that a good counterspell is 2.5 mana, right? That's the correct rate for counterspell. But counterspell is in Modern now. That was a decision that was made that it is fine for Modern as a as a counterspell. Like that's a good mana cost for a counterspell in Modern. I do think it's a good thing to bear in mind. There's a little bit of I don't know if it's reticence or like reluctance, I guess. Also, obviously, a lot of the really, really busted old cards in Magic are spells. Recall being the obvious one, but more than just that. So, as power creep has been creeping for creatures and planeswalkers and permanents and stuff over the past 3 or 4 years. There's not been quite so much it's very risky to power creep lands. Obviously, there's been the channel lands like Besage we can see there, which is really powerful.
Yep.
But like spells and artifacts, artifacts started to creep too much and then got pushed into colors to try and balance them out a bit, which I think has worked quite well.
Yep.
But it may just be that type of level starts to get reassessed because there's only so much more pushing of threats we can do before we're just getting 2 mana 4/4s or ETBs or crazy stuff like that, just because we want it for commander. So yeah, it's an interesting challenge to get. But this is a good turn for Mark. This Bloodbraid Elf into an Adeline, both of them down through no counter spells, is really cool.
Speaking of pushed mechanics, Cascade, eh?
Yes. Yes.
Is so we were talking about this in the deck tech with Mark. Why 4-color blood? Is it because of the elf? Is that what it's named after? Do you know why this deck is called blood?
I just assumed it's because it punched you in the face so much you end up bleeding. But I don't know if that's actually accurate.
All right, nice. I'm going to come up with a random theory at some point and just go with it. If anybody actually knows the answer to this, please let us know. Put it in the comments because it's going to bug me until I know the answer.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought of it before. It's just one of those names that I don't like. Like cephalid breakfast. I'm sure there's definitely explanations for why that's called that, but I don't know it. I just know that's what the deck is and that's what it's called.
Like slushy and brain freeze.
All of those types of things. Yeah, they're crazy. But you always feel so clever when you thought of one yourself, so you have to kind of find
true.
Line.
Okay, so
it looks like Bloodbraid Elf's going at the Tameo. Down to 4. Oh no, so that's an Exalted trigger because the token came in afterwards, right? So,
correct, yeah, it gets the Exalted trigger.
so this is representing a dead Tameo, as it is attacking her for 5 powers. It's a 5/2, I want to say. The Skull Clamp and the Exalted trigger.
And Kieran's like, well, I've got this Dreadhorde.
Yeah, I have so many ways to recap this recall.
That recall's coming back one way or another.
Yeah. I remember playing not in this tournament, in a different one. Kieran managed to get a couple of +1/+1 counters on a Dreadhorde Arcanist, and that was one of the saddest experiences I think of my life. Just seeing that casting brain surges and all kinds of crazy spells it's not meant to cast. I was like, oh dear. This
thing's meant to. That's one drop.
If you ever get the initiative, and it puts 2 counters on this, it just goes nuts. You just
okay. All right, I'll try that sometime.
Yep. Still at a nice high life total, Kieran. Is under pressure on the board now, though. Adeline and Bloodbraid with a Skull Clamp attached represent the beginning of quite a fast clock. So, and this Dreadhorde really wants to attack, and I'm sure it will, to be honest. Like, I can't imagine.
Yeah, for sure.
If Ancestral Recall said also fog but take 8 damage, I'm sure Kieran would still cast Ancestral Recall for the exact same amount of damage.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we have... What is it? The general rate is an instant to draw 2 cards and sacrifice a creature for 1 black. Yeah, I mean, draw 3 cards and sacrifice a creature for 1 blue. Perfectly fine.
Yep, no problem there at all. Yes, because this Adeline is big enough to kill it. But worth it. There's also a reasonable chance it's just removal ripped off the top to kind of blow any blocks out.
Yeah, that'd be pretty brutal because it just gives access to more spells, and there's a lot of them. We talked about how many 1-drops have been cast.
Yeah, there's. It's not even optimizing for the Arcanist, right? You just want to be casting cheap and efficient spells anyway. So like there's another one. Nice Delirium done Holy Heat. These are just the spells these are the type of removal spells and cantrips that just go into control decks now. You're just playing this type of thing anyway, which makes Arcanist so powerful. And it is really interesting about kind of the color balance because Kieran's gone from Jeskai to Jeskai green, back to Jeskai to Jeskai black, and now he's on Esper red. And Arcanist, if you consider Esper red to be the splash, then Arcanist would be a splash card, but you can see the power of what it's done there, even alongside a lot of removal spells. There's an Unholy Heat here, there's Lightning Bolt and stuff on the red, so I don't want people to be thinking Esper red is just, here's Esper and 3 red cards, but it is you can see the power of what it can achieve. It's still worth it even if it's not one of your core colors. This is a blue based deck.
I wonder whether Arcanist is still as important an include, because this is an auto include for Kieran, any of Kieran's decks.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But how if Kieran had gone for a different point spread, Arcanist is still good enough because you're playing so many 1-mana removal spells.
Yeah.
But it's maybe not quite as much of an auto include. I don't know.
It is really interesting about that. So one of the points to consider about playing Recall is that yes, it is 8 points, but so many cards. There's a good chunk of cards that you end up putting in your deck that you might not put in if you're playing Recall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're playing Recall, Mystical Tutor is pretty much always in there as a 9th point. That's almost an auto include, especially if you're a deck that wants to run Terminus too. And then you're looking at things like Spellseeker, like Merchant Scroll, like all of those extra cards. Because if you are spending one whole card on 8 of your points, you want to cast it and abuse it as much as humanly possible. You know, your Dreadhordes, your Snapcaster Mages, your Mystic Sanctuaries, your Tamios, like you just want to be getting the most. Hey, there's like 2 more 1-mana spells. Fantastic.
Oh my word. Okay, we've got a Terminus. The Fatal Push is still there.
Mental Misstep is the top one now, I believe.
Lose Focus, Ajani, and Expressive Iteration. I mean, I'm looking at this hand and going, okay, well, how am I winning this game?
Yes, this is a rough thing to have to, because if you ever finally do like cut through all this resources, Oculus on board is a huge clock.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the fact that hit the battlefield. This thing's insane.
And there doesn't appear to be any answers to it from Mark either, so we're just going to be spamming out some dreadful manifesting creatures.
Yeah, when Mark is low on resources himself and goes, all right, let's see what we're working with. You just gulp.
It's quite funny. I remember chatting to Kieran about Oculus when it came out, and just thinking about Oculus and whether they should go in the control decks that both of us tend to play. Mm-hmm. And we were like, yeah, we probably do want a worse Murktide region, just a second worse Murktide region, which is kind of true. It is kind of what it is, but it's not that much worse. Really,
I was going to say, I'm not sure it's worse.
5 versus 8 and 5 versus 8 for its power and 3 versus 2 for its mana are like genuine costs, but it's
multiple
so
pieces
close.
of cardboard as well.
Yeah, it's the manifest thread. You can really get some value again, especially if you've got a bunch of cards into, like you said, or all the things you've put into trying to abuse Ancestral Recall. You can even put spells down here as manifest and be like, oh yeah, I'll chump this off, and now here's the Mystical Tutor for me to go and get the recall. Here's the other busted cards. Here's the 4th Earlinger. So is Mark on 4th? Yeah, Mark's not on 4th. So Kieran's on 4th.
Kieran.
So here's the I can attack you with the 4th Earlinger. So you either take 2 or I trade off one of your creatures. And Mystic Sanctuary is 4th on top, and you're dead next turn. So there's a lot of like interlinked synergies there that you can use to kind of power through it. And it's one of the things that you do tend to get as an extra advantage if you are playing these types of decks, rather than just the good stuff, because 4-color good stuff, mid-range, 3 and 4-color mid-range decks are still popular, still powerful. But if you lean a bit more into the themes, you're not just committing to playing the best card of every type in every color. You do get just all of these extra bits of synergies adding up. And that happens across decks, across power levels. Like we've had my Legendary Humans deck on before, and that has all kinds of weird synergies because I've built myself into a pigeonhole. And this is a far less extreme and much more reasonable version of that. But it does mean that, like, Dreadhorde Arcanist, you would not put in a 4-color mid-range deck.
Yeah.
But it's doing absurd work here in this 4-color control deck. And you kind of look at Outland Liberator, and you can see why that's in. Academy was a known deck coming into this format for the methods. I definitely see why it's in for Mark. But it's just so underwhelming.
It's pretty sad against Kieran, for sure.
Yeah. And even it has... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, we'll see through the tournament, as we see more decks being revealed, that quite a few players have put hate in for Paradox Academy, because George has been absolutely crushing it on Sunday mornings with that deck. So pretty much everybody's brought in 2-3 cards that kind of help with that matchup, because everybody's been struggling against it.
Yeah, that even affected my deck choice, because I think we mentioned this in the deck tech, but I was considering between a bunch of decks, and I had one that was very good against George, but weak to the rest of what I considered the rest of the field to be, and one that was not great against George, but weak, but better against the rest of the meta. And the one I picked ended up being more of a middle ground, and it wasn't so bad to the rest of the meta, but I just ended up, like you say, changing 2 or 3 cards just to be better in what I assumed would be a tough matchup. Academy can just like kill you on. It can, I think, kill you on turn 1. It's tough too, but like 2 or 3 is not too much of a hard ask.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
And it mattered more for me as well, because I knew I was playing George in round 1 because of how the seedings went.
Right.
Well.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. That does have a bigger impact for you. Kieran really is just turning the screw here.
Yeah, just keep putting on more pressure, manifesting more, putting more threats onto the board. This is a rough spot for Mark. He doesn't really have any big catch-up spell that can do. He's not going to rip some, like, not that a Wrath would really even do it here, but you know what I mean. He doesn't really have a big 4-for-1 to stabilize and get back in this game. Because
you mentioned fourth Erlingus earlier. Mark is playing fourth, but I mean, even that doesn't help. In this spot, we've got a big flyer.
3 blockers, yeah, and three blockers means he wouldn't even win the game this turn if he was to untap and fourth for everything.
Yep.
And that is one of the things that fourth does represent. This is as close to a playable fireball as you're going to get in 2025, I think. So, and it's that type of, it's almost the commander style of gameplay where I've done nothing for 5 turns and everyone's left me alone, so I've not looked scary, but I've suddenly got 20 mana in this big spell that does it all on its own. That is what fourth can do. But yeah, just even here it wouldn't be enough, and a bit of an anemic turn there, just cycling the Canopy land. Fatal Push, it didn't resolve, and a Deathrite Shaman is not where you want to be for Mark. So
no, I suspect that this game is almost over. I mean, Kieran's resource management right at the beginning was pretty disgusting.
Yeah, very well done. Optimised all of his 1-mana spells. Managed to not die to the threats that Mark did have. Mark completely justified in keeping going. No, we obviously normally time our rounds on a Sunday morning. This is
a good shout,
not timed
actually,
for the final. Yeah, so just play through this. You never know what might happen. It's unlikely from this stage to see, Kieran just be like everybody in the pool type vibe. But you never know. So there's no downside to playing it out and keeping on going. I'm not sure. This might just be lethal. 5 in the air that can't be answered. Yeah, I think this is just lethal, right? 2.
It should be. Yeah.
Maths is for commentators. That's the old saying.
Mark's just waiting for Kieran to go, I've won, right?
Yeah. No block.
Right,
so pretty clean
go
start,
to Kieran. Yep.
Never really under too much pressure. Did get down to single digits, but the multi-5 was just really hard for Mark to recover from. And like I said, did take some life loss, but was mostly managed by expectations. The players are going to do a deck check now. Just a quick one at the end of round 1, just to make sure the points are correct and deck submission, compare them to the deck submission forms and stuff. Just a quick, sense of security check to make sure nobody's cheating.
Yep. Yeah, it's not. It was made very clear. This is not to check every card is correct. We have 100 card singleton format. That's not easy. But we are checking that there are no hidden pointed cards in the deck that have slipped in by accident.
No, it is really interesting because of the nature of this being 100 card singleton format. There's obviously the decks are they're bigger, right? They're a lot harder to manage. So some of these admin tasks, points checks, formal deck checks, which are a part of Comp REL, just take a lot longer. Even simple things like cutting people's decks. It's just hard to do with 100 cards, and if you're in a 60 card standard or modern Compariel environment. So there is an extra, for me, an awful lot of just being super careful. I got a warning in match in my first round for knocking off a card when I was cutting and it flipping over, and that was me looking at extra cards, and that's a very hard thing to do in a 60 card format because it's so much easier to cut the deck. But when you've got double sleeved 100 card decks, there's some dexterity challenges to it as well.
Yes.
So it definitely there was more to it than I anticipated coming into it that impacted the Compariel. I thought it'd more just be I'd forget lines and I'd misplay and I'd get in trouble for that, which I did do a bit, not gonna lie. But there was extra bits to it that I hadn't thought of.
It's almost like the intention was to say no takes backsies.
Yeah.
But it introduces quite a lot more than that.
Yes.
And that's fine. Like you say, it's a different vibe.
Yeah, and it's a learning process for us to take into the 2025 finals when we get there in a year's time. Even the people who have played in this tournament will have some recent-ish experience of it, so they'll know more what to expect. And even the ones who maybe didn't qualify for 2024 but will get there in a year's time and can at least kind of see these videos, have heard feedback from people who are there. Some people even just came along and watched a few of the rounds just to you were there for a little bit, having a spy. So they'll just know more about what to expect, what it will be like. I don't know what happens if Grace qualifies for the year end next year because then we need to find another judge. But all in all, I'm sure we'll survive somehow.
Yeah.
So is this a mulligan from Mark? It looks like. Start.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another mull.
That's unfortunate from his point of view. Multi 6 is not always the worst though, and it is one of the hardest skills in Magic, especially in the 100 card singleton format. Is when to mull, when to keep.
Oh, I haven't got a clue. I am. I think it's the key. I think it's probably highest on my list of how to get better at this format is learning how to mulligan, because I think I've alluded to it before, but this is such a high power format that I'm comparing it to. I'm coming from limited, as everybody knows by now, but a limited, it's like, is my hand playable? Can I do things with this hand? In Canlander, that is not the question you should be asking. You should be asking, does this hand give me a route to victory almost? There's so much power in each card that you want to be able to either slam a Mox or put down a Llanowar Elves to be able to play a turn 3 initiative creature, or it needs to be broken. This is it's a very high power format.
It's to an extent it still has a vibe of does this hand do anything, but the thing you want to do is more specific than in limited. In limited, you just want to be curving out, right? As long as you've got plays and you're impacting the board or removing creatures or something, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, in limited, it will. I reckon I could count on one hand the number of times that I've not kept a hand that was just 3 lands and 4 spells, for example. That's like the threshold.
Whereas as here, you can playing against Academy is a great example. You can look at that and go, well, this has no counter spells, disruption, and it's just here's a 2-drop on 2 and a 3-drop on 3, and I know this is not working.
Yeah,
None of these things
I could very well just die on turn 2 or 3, so this isn't good enough. Speaking of cards that can kind of disrupt what your opponent's planning on doing, we have a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, duress into Thoughtseize is it does feel slightly better on a mull if you can just strip the resources that your opponent wanted to out of their hand. I think we had a game on camera a little while ago when I was playing Henry where I had a mull to 5, and the mull to 5 was grief pitching something followed up by a Thoughtseize. I think I'd mull to 5 and Henry mull to 4, and it's just this feels good.
Yep.
Just taking out the hand is probably the best way to kind of recover from this.
We are hell-bent from turn 2.
Yeah, that's how we play Magic in 2024.
It's a decent hand, this one, but it's a little bit slower than we've had. Well, obviously slower than the previous one.
Yes, it's slower than
the nut draw. Yeah.
But Mark has no pressure. He's gone 2 hand attack spells and a tapped land. And although this is a slow hand, it is a hand that it can draw more cards. Unlikely to. Maybe he's going to use that spell to tutor the waterlogged teachings. if he just keeps drawing into lands like naturally. But there's interaction for the first one. There is Dreadhorde. Okay.
So the fact that
Getting-
lose focus is gone suggests that Mark does have a scary threat for turn 3.
Yeah, he did use both the hand attacks to remove counter spells rather than the Dreadhorde.
Exactly.
So what this is, and whether or not Kieran drew a Force or a Daze or something, is going to be quite important. I don't think
Well,
Kieran runs Daze.
the other thing is that Unholy Heat is in hand as well, so you've got to bear in mind that the thing that you play here has to have enough toughness. Delirium's not online yet, I don't think.
No, just sorcery instant land by the look of it. So this is a really clutch one for Mark. That he has a good spell and it resolves and it lives is going to be really important for him.
Yep.
Currently, no untapped land that we're aware of in Kieran's hand either. So there is a chance here to get some pressure down, get some value. That's good. That's a 2 for 1.
Yeah, it gets rid of the Dreadhorde Arcanist as well.
Yep. Gets rid of an important creature that was going to like nickel and dime a lot of value out of him, and is doesn't die to Unholy Heat as of right now.
Yep.
And
just because Warlock has that line of text of exile it when it dies.
Yep. Absolutely no idea why it has that. Not remotely a Warhammer fan. Not sure if there's any law justification for that at all. But it is a really important line of text on that card. And this is a creature that needs to be killed at some point. Like he can take 3 from it a couple of times, but any more than that, and you're starting to ask for trouble.
It's being by this thing's been digested by some massive insectoid thing. It can't be in a graveyard. It's got to go somewhere else.
That's what insects do in graveyards, right? Tyranids might not even be X. I know absolutely nothing about Warhammer, which is a crime, really, considering I live in Nottingham and I'm a massive nerd. But still.
Well, I'm in the same boat as you.
Yeah, the first hit from the Morlock is starting to do work. I assume this is a Brain Surge. If there's nothing. Oh, okay, just a quick first heard interruption from Grace, just making sure that Mark's tracking live totals properly.
Yeah, I think that's because Henry is doing so off camera.
Right.
But the point is that we should not be relying on the table spotter to track live totals. You need to be doing it yourself.
Yes, Henry is not officially a part of the tournament. He's just here for Aries as commentators, making sure things are spotting errors or calling judges if needed, but mostly
lobbing tokens at you.
Yeah, lobbing tokens indeed.
So we have Waterlog Teachings and an Unholy Heat, and then it's all going to be hidden information.
Yeah, then there's 5 more cards. Yeah, it's interesting. Again, a lot of players aren't. A good chunk of the Canlander community in Nottingham does do life pads and stuff, and the more traditional form of life total management. But some people just use dice. Mark is one of them. They don't necessarily write down. We normally just play open-handed, so it's just a dexterity change. I think a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've played a lot of limited and got fairly good at limited, but I've always used dice just because I'm only really ever playing Friday Night Magic. And so I'm okay doing it. I have recently switched to using notepad and pen just as a almost like a learning thing. And the first time I did it, I felt like my brain just wasn't working. It's so funny. Like it shouldn't take up any more energy or brain power to write down a number on a life total on a notepad. But I think maybe it's just because you're tracking both players and not just your own. That's probably it.
That is true. It is slightly more of a challenge, but the thing I like about it is you can always just go, normally when I change a life total, I'm like, I don't know, I'll be like, so it's 17 plays 15 or whatever it is. So you're just confirming almost every time with your opponent that you both understand life totals, which does mitigate errors quite a lot more.
For sure, and I'm doing it. I'm doing it now. So, Waterlog Teachings.
I wonder what I'll get.
Oh dear. Here,
Oh.
found it.
Oh. I didn't even have time to think of a joke card. Just the recall was found so fast. Yeah, I can't imagine e-tutors for things that aren't recall or terminus or fourth lingus ever, actually, for a lot of the time.
Yeah. This
Maybe
one
a
doesn't
clutch.
get. This one doesn't get fourth, does it? This one is. Which one? What does this one do again?
Oh, I can't remember.
Waterlogged
Tutors.
teachings. It tutors. Thanks for that.
Oh, instance of flash, yeah.
Yeah.
So this one wouldn't get fourth, but it will get mystical, and you can mystical for fourth in your upkeep, I suppose. So it's still basically the same. Yeah, I find it hard to keep track of all of the tutors. Because I tend to not play recall spreads when I play control decks.
Yeah.
I play way less tutors. So Bowmasters would be nice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not
nice.
optimistic about it resolving or being alive when this recall resolves. One of the two.
Well, we do.
But-
We have an unholy heat, right?
Yeah, probably. There's a chance he put it back. Doesn't look like he did though. Yeah, there we go.
No mistakes here.
Yeah, at least there was a clock here for Mark. There's 4 points of damage on the board, and Kieran's deck isn't full of its Wrath is Terminus.
Yep.
So it's not full of catch-alls, but both these creatures can just die to removal spells, can be trade off with blockers. There is 15 creatures in Kieran's deck, and a couple of relevant planeswalkers as well. So Mark got one card in hand. It does feel like, again, it's just a bit of it's starting to pull into Kieran's favour more consistently now that, obviously, on the result of a recall, it's easy to make that assessment and not sound like a moron.
But I think the point is, if Kieran were down at like 6 or 7, I think it would be a little bit closer. But being on 11 life is quite
exactly.
cushy.
And the fact that the Bowmaster didn't live was huge. The fact that this Bowmaster was not trying to snipe off a brainstorm or something. It's just trying to snipe off the recall is just that much more powerful. Like, there's just a lot of little bits where it's just a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. And then a recall resolving is obviously a lot more. So Mark will just
Interesting the decision not to crack that Arid Mesa whilst Mark didn't have 3 mana available.
I would imagine Mark's on Opposition Agent. Seems. Oh no, he's not. Mark's not running Opposition Agent, so.
Oh, that'll be why.
Yeah, open deck list means Kieran knows it's safe. I was spending a lot of time in this tournament with open deck list. Although, to be fair, if I can crack a fetch while Stifle is not open and I'm playing against Kieran anyway, I'm going to do it for most of the time. So.
I wonder why Mark's not playing Opposition Agent.
It might be that it's not aggressive enough. 3 mana, 3 power. It is quite disruptive though.
Yeah, we're playing like Thalia. It seems kind of to be fitting in a similar kind of mold.
Just want to see what the color spread's like, and it's pretty even. Like, green is the base, but the Mardu colors are all pretty evenly spread. I could see that there would be space for an oppo here.
You got to make cuts somewhere.
Yep. Interestingly, there is an even mind sensor though, which feels like it's just a worst opposition agent. So I'm sure Mark has a reason for that, but I just can't think of one right now. Because there's a good chunk of scary threats. Adeline is obviously something you play in a more aggressively slanted deck. Archive of Maria is good. Disruption, Baragoyf's just a scary threat. There's a good chunk of good 3-drops, so it's not like he's not lacking anything in that area.
Yeah, for sure. It will have been a decision to not play it.
There is also a reasonable shout that some people do just hate the card design of opposition.
I was about to say we've seen in recent decks or even recent tournaments, we saw it at the Yellow Jacket, that there were some like pet combos being added to decks that didn't really go.
Yeah.
People want to play, like, this is a format where you get to play what you want to play. And if somebody tells you off for it, just tell them to do one.
Yeah, it was really funny. Oh, there's observation. It was really funny. I was chatting to Jethro, who made a number of changes to his deck on the basis of the meta and tried to optimize his tournament. And then as soon as it came around to playing normal Canlander again, just made about 8 changes and put, all kinds of
Swapped them
his
back
pet
to
cards back into it.
yeah.
Tyler Stracker's back in the deck and all of that type of stuff. Just those value cards that he liked and enjoyed. He'd made a call to not include to try and optimize for the finals, and was like, I'm back to normal now. I don't need to worry about optimizing quite so much.
Yeah.
These cards are still good, even if they're not the best. So.
Well, and also a lot of that will be because he's made specific changes for decks that he's expecting other people to be on, and in a Sunday morning when there are 20 players, it's very unlikely you're going to play against the cards that you're scared of, or the decks that you're scared of.
Yeah.
Rip Apart is one of the cards that was added as it gets rid of an artifact or enchantment, but can also just do 3 damage to something. So quite a nice include. Yeah.
Yep.
That's not as expensive as an include as the Outland Liberator, for example.
No.
That doesn't really do anything if it doesn't have a target.
No. This is a good card. It's a shame about the Caracas, but Lelia is the type of card that is good against a control deck. Ooh. Okay, there we go. I thought it was going to let me into combat then. That would be very confusing.
Caracas is pretty annoying.
Caracas remains one of the most powerful lands in the format because they just keep printing commanders with all kinds of words on them.
Cards with words.
Yes, it's really important. I absolutely love Caracas. It is a fantastic. I think it's a really well designed card.
Do you really?
Yeah, I really, really like it because I think that's maybe not fair to say it's a well designed card because they couldn't possibly imagine what Legends would be in 2024, 2025 when this card was designed.
Yeah.
But because of Commander and legendary creatures just having all kinds of insane words put on them, they just get more words than others because of the downside, quote unquote, of you only being able to play 1 in your deck. But that doesn't matter when it comes to Commander or when it comes to Canadian Highlander, right? It just matters for Standard or Modern.
Right.
Formats. And I just think it's a really good safety outlet. It's the same as, I have greedy mana bases. I love 3 and 4 color decks, but Wasteland is super important. Strip Mine at 1, I'm supportive of as well. Like, oh dear, Judge time. So yeah, I'm very supportive of those types of lands that do important things.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think I'm just so used to people groaning about Caracas that it's kind of refreshing to hear you say, actually, I like Caracas. I think it's good design.
I just think it plays an important part in the format.
It does play a very important role in the format. I can see that. It doesn't half hose on your legendary humans deck though, right?
Very aware of that. Have experienced it. Still of the firm belief that this is, not a card that should be pointed. Not anything bad at all.
I think it's just annoying, isn't it? It can be but it's annoying in the situations where, and I've been in this situation quite recently where I'm looking at my Mardu deck and my hand has 4 legendary creatures in it, and I can't cast more than one of them a turn, and there's a Caracas staring at me. I'm like, what am I meant to do now?
It does sound like Kieran got a warning there for looking at extra cards. So again, that's just an example of what I was talking about earlier with this Comp REL element, just adding extra bits to focus on. So you just have to hope that doesn't.
Please be careful. We don't want Grace to have to come and try to fix all of these issues all continually.
Exactly.
Hey, here's a legend.
I was just going to overload this Caracas. I'm sure it will work.
One of these is going to hit you. Please.
I'm not sure how many cards Kieran has in hand. I would be surprised if there's not a counter spell and that wasn't counted if there's not removal. And he's tapping the white.
Exile the smaller one, bounce the more expensive one.
Yep. And the Saskia that doesn't. I suppose the Saskia hits for more damage, but doesn't draw you any cards on attack either.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it really matters when you've got Caracas and swords. But this one feels heavily favoured to Kieran now. Just needs some kind of threat to close the game out.
And it needed not to be legendary.
Yes. But as soon as Kieran has something that can just go the other way, this is a good one. This is a 2-for-1 spell. Even one counter spell doesn't get rid of this.
Hey, look, it's another sideboard card.
Yes, Night of Autumn has more utility than even.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think this might even just make its way into the deck anyway. But
yeah, the gain life is good against aggro decks. The disenchant is obviously important against a lot. And even though Academy decks are, Jordan's Academy deck was a reason that this type of effect was more prevalent in this tournament's meta than it would normally be. Everyone runs some type of artifacts and enchantments for the most part. It might even pretty much only be the Jeskai control and Esper players that weren't. So it's got game against a lot of people. Just unfortunate for Mark that he's got it here in probably the least impactful matchup for it.
It's just a 3-mana 4/3, I guess. Kieran's at 8.
It's a 2-turn clock. If Kieran does have absolutely nothing, this is a 2-turn clock. In and of itself, even if he takes out the Bloodbraid Elf, so there is still threats and pressure being represented here from Mark. That Bloodbraid Elf was a good draw, so it just kind of depends on what Kieran's got to stabilize here. 5 is a lot. Yeah, being able to
marching the hasty thing. Doesn't even have to spend the extra card. So can Mystical Tutor also.
Yeah, I would imagine a 4th Earlingus is pretty brutal here. It's not lethal. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's not lethal though, so that might not be worth it. I'm not sure quite what Kieran's game plan is here, but it's at least worth getting, even if it's not worth.
Yeah, I mean you start taking over at that point, don't you? So at the moment with what's going on board, although Kieran's got a couple of cards in hand, it's a case of he's stabilizing, but he's trying to find a way to flip this game around so that Mark is on the back foot.
Yeah, I suppose if he taps out for 4th here, if he has a land drop and taps out, that's 4th for 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That'd be 4th for 7, which is 14.
You've got to imagine that the Caracas won't be used to cast 4th, considering there's a Saskia in hand.
Yeah.
But even still, yeah. And it looks like it's only a Saskia in hand as well, so
there's some element of protection there. You're not going to die to this Night of Autumn in one turn. Ooh, playing something out first though. By the look of it. Been very considered decisions here from Kieran, which does make sense. Just want to maximise.
I think that's if that's an available spell, you just do it because you don't need to be taking risks at this point. You really are turning this corner pretty darn fast.
And the one mana you're not putting into 4th, if you do 4th this turn, is being blocked by that Night of Autumn anyway.
Yes.
So that's just the correct play, I think, from Kieran's point of view. It's just whether he decides to go. I can't imagine as much to just 4th for 4 here, hold up the Caracas to prevent the Saskia killing you, and assume that'll be enough because it.
How many are you attacking with? So because the path got a land, there's an opportunity for Mark to top a questing beast.
Yeah, but I think with the Caracas as a removal spell for the Saskia, you'd have to have 2 hasty threats.
It's true. Even that's not going to be enough, so you just go.
And the questing beast couldn't be blocked by those knights anyway, because they have 2 power.
Ah, forgot about that.
Yep.
That's one of those cards that has many words.
It's one of those legends that has loads and loads of words on.
You were talking about it specifically.
So Saskia is obviously not good enough on its own here. Just let this resolve. Yeah. Go to the beginning of combat and bounce it, and then that's game.
Yeah, looks like it. Yep.
And
Kieran takes the win. Right. Well, thanks for joining us for round 1, James. Again, thank you for setting it up, but we'll talk to you later. The nice thing about double elimination, of course, is that although that's defeat for Mark, Mark is not out of the tournament quite yet. Joining Mark in the losers bracket, we have Jethro, Ember, and George. And progressing to round 2 of the winners bracket, Jay, Kieran, obviously, Alice and James. And Alice and James will be our next feature match. And with that, let's have a look at their decks.
Hello, Alice. Good to have you on.
Thank you.
You appear to be an appreciator of Ancestral Recall.
I am very much an appreciator of Ancestral Recall. I find that the card is best played, and this is an observation I stand by.
I like it. All right, that's one more on Kieran's team and not Henry's team. I don't know whether you've seen Henry's hatred of Ancestral Recall.
Listen, not everyone can be cultured like us.
What have you gone with? What have you decided that you're playing in the tournament?
This deck started out as Jeskai Black.
Okay.
I looked through the list for Jeskai Black and I thought Psychic Frog, Orcish Bone Masters, Hand Control. That's great. Midway through playing Jeskai Black, I realised sometimes you just don't have access to that fourth colour, especially if it's a splash. So I went for the big brain play of just cutting out the deck.
Yep, go for consistency. I like it.
Easy enough. I'm playing Forfeit. My points are Forfeit Lingus, Dig Through Time, a little unknown card called Ancestral Recall. That rounds me out to 10.
Easy peasy.
Easy enough. Easy. Before, I was playing a single board wipe in Terminus.
Okay.
I have enlightened myself. I'm playing Brotherhood's End.
Oh.
I'm playing Terminus. I'm playing Wrath of the Skies.
Oh, a Paradox Academy player is not going to be happy.
May or may not have swayed my decision. We'll say nothing else on the matter.
Nice. Who's your round one? Who's your round one?
My round one's against Ember.
Okay.
So more board wipes make more sense.
Okay, so you're assuming that Ember is on an aggro list of some
it's
sort?
Ember. Of course she's on an aggro list. I am playing Spell Snare. Spell Snare hits a 2 CMC spell. Price of Progress is a 2 CMC spell.
Love the hate for Price of Progress. Yeah, I like it. So are those recent changes then that have been going in additional board wipes?
Yeah. Other recent changes are I've taken out Narset.
Okay.
I've taken out Experimental Augury, Memory Search, and the One Ring.
The One Ring is not in the list. Okay.
The One Ring. I'm gonna say it. In this deck, it's a bad card.
You've got enough card draw.
I got enough card draw, and it's gonna kill me half of the time because, especially in this deck, I ain't gonna be able to round it out that fast.
Yeah.
So what do we play as an artifact instead of the One Ring? Ghost Vacuum.
Ghost Vacuum. More hate pieces. Like it.
Hate the graveyard.
Yep.
If there's nothing in the graveyard that I specifically need to hate on an end step, get rid of a creature. Just keep getting rid of stuff. Pay 6 mana, it turns into a win condition.
Sweet. I like it.
Next level. Also meant that I had to take out the card that untaps a legendary permanent. So instead, I've put in Elegant Parlor because I was only running 2 Surveil lands.
Yeah,
I'm running 3.
I like Max on Surveil lands. Yep, sweet.
Yeah. Also took out a Mountain for a Prismatic Vista. Half of the spells only have 1 red, and the one spell that has 2 red has an alternate casting cost.
What's Encore Electromancer?
Snapcaster Mage.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I don't recognise that. Yeah.
It catches people off.
I like it.
You're always like 1 step ahead.
Apart from that, it's a fairly standard control list.
I thought so too, but apparently people don't play Unwind.
Okay.
Or Stern Scolding.
So...
But Stern Scolding does the amazing thing of hitting Grist.
That's funny.
It hits Ajani. It hits Tamio. It hits Ragavan. It hits Spellseeker, it hits Solitude, hits a bunch of stuff.
Maybe I should be considering that card for my blue decks. Okay, sweet.
Hell yeah.
You've been doing pretty well with this deck recently as well, right? So
I have. Turns out most of the games I lose is when I don't have a board wipe.
okay.
And I just sit there praying for a terminus.
Okay, yeah. So that's the game plan. Find your board wipes. No, you just stay ahead. This deck, I think it's been referred to a few times as the boogeyman of the format.
Oh, it's absolutely like this is a villain deck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like every like the most hero deck in our meta has to be Jethro's Abzan. First off, who plays Abzan? Better off, who does well on Abzan?
Yeah,
that's Jethro.
Jethro does get results with that thing.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. It looks good. Is there any like pet cards in here, or is it's a
Spellseeker?
Spellseeker. You just love a Spellseeker.
There have been days I have gone, you know what? I should cast Spellseeker and find Path of Exile, Lightning Bolt. One of those cards, spot removal on a threat. I'll cast it and then go, why not fetch Ancestral Recall?
Yeah. It's like,
Easy
nah,
enough.
I'm not removing anything. I'm just gonna get Recall. Yeah, second copy of Recall seems pretty good, and it's no longer pointed. So
Nah.
great.
It also fetches Wrath of the Skies, which is a board wipe.
Yes, that is tech. That is certainly going to be appreciated.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
And I'll catch up with you later. Hello, James. How you doing?
Hey, Nathan. I'm good, thank you, mate. How you doing?
All right, thank you. And we are going to talk through your deck list ahead of the tournament. It's just around the corner now.
Yeah, not too far. So got the deck list finalised yesterday. Having a look at this Atraxa Initiative deck is the one that I've decided to run with. Had been leaning to an Esper control list as I've played on camera a couple of times recently, but have decided that while it's very good against my round one opponent George, it's pretty weak to the rest of the field. So I don't want to hamstring myself too much.
Got you.
So to kind of balance that out, to try and solidify this kind of mid-range initiative value package that I'm going for, I have put in a few extra cards specifically for the match against George, who I assume is going to be on Academy because he's pretty much always on Academy. Big includes obviously Collector Roof, which is like not without cost. I do run 5 artifacts in the deck. I have Hull Breachers. I do want to use artifacts, so that's not completely free, but the value it will have if I do add it in that game is absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt George a hell of a lot more than it's going to hurt you.
Yes, exactly. And a few other bits in for that game in mind. Knight of Autumn, Witch Enchanter, Cyclone Apparition was already in the deck, but it's also good there. Hull Breacher, Opposition Agent, just good cards against combo decks. And just some better ways to find them. Green Sun Zenith, Eldritch Evolution, Natural Order, and then on the enchantments, we've got kind of Birthing Ritual just to keep digging for them, Chthonian Nightmare to keep kind of abusing them and getting the value. Survival of the Fittest recently down to 0 points.
Yeah, so these hate cards are so strong against a Paradox Academy deck that you're willing to put your additional tutors in to find those hate cards. Is that the thought?
That's exactly true. And even when I'm not playing against George, there's some cards that are better in certain matchups. If I'm playing Jethro, whose deck is kind of quite graveyard oriented, having access to Emperor of Bones, having access to Endurance, Thousand Voidwalker whenever I need is going to be valuable. Just a big Baragoi for a Baleful Strix or Atraxa, just these big powerful things to go through against the control decks I'm expecting to go up against. You can see there's quite a lot of decks here. I think there's 46 creatures in this deck. So just trying to maximize the value of those, try and get them through.
Yeah, sweet. So very, very mid-rangey and grindy, but you've lowered the curve as well, just to go a little bit faster, right?
Yes, have done and have improved the quality of the 2-drops. There was a lot of this was originally a Blink deck, which had some Elvish Visionaries and, helpful Hunters and things like that. And while there is still Icefang Kurtles and Baleful Strixes, they're a bit better than that.
Yeah. You've taken out the pet cards.
Yes, exactly. And put in Psychic Frogs and, Orcish Bowmasters.
I don't think anyone can call a Psychic Frog a pet card anymore.
No, it's gone too far. The land count is a little tight, only 32 with 1 MDFC. But it is running the MDSC, it is running 2 Moxen, it is running Troll and Ent to try and make sure I hit those lands, and I don't feel too bad about those because I have an Animate Dead and Reanimate as well in this deck as sort of one of my points. So
Nice.
hopefully just try and outvalue a lot of people, get a couple of good points in just to lock George down and try and force through that game, and then should be in a better position against the rest of the field, hopefully.
Amazing. Well, good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
Catch you on the flip side.
Cheers, bye.
And joining us for round 2 on commentary, we have one of the victors of round 1. Kieran, congratulations on making it through round 1.
Thank you. It was a sweet game. Especially enjoyed my hand in the opening game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you flashed it to us, but it was quite quick, and we had to work hard to figure out what was there, but it was pretty busted.
Yeah. So this is an interesting matchup as well, because I was on Esper Red. Here's the Jeskai controlled list. So this is what I was going to play up until about 24 hours before the tournament. So
yeah, we said you couldn't decide what you were doing.
yeah.
So what are they before they get kicked off? What are the key differences? Is there any differences in the way that you play the game, or is it just a few key card differences?
So I think if I was on Alice's side of the bracket, the potential of playing against George in this round, or in the losers bracket if I lost, just having cards like Wrath of the Skies and Brotherhood's End. They are double pipped cards, so double pipped white and double pipped red, but they're so good into that artifact game.
Yeah, nice.
That I'd almost be forced to play this version instead of the 4-color version for that one matchup alone.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
And also, Alice, I believe, had Ember round 1, and I would have thought Ember would be on aggro for the tournament. I believe they weren't, so that would have been another consideration to play Wrath of the Skies and Brotherhood's End.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, yeah, I think the only other difference would have been I'd have had Mystical Tutor as my last pointed card instead of Dig Through Time. I just loved the Mystical Tutor, put Terminus on top, reset my opponent's turn, and go again.
Yeah, Alice is not playing Mystical Tutor. It is instead playing... is it Dig Through Time?
Yeah, Dig Through Time, yeah. So more control-y, or more card selection rather than control, I'd say.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But that's probably enough comparing my deck analysis. Let's get into the game. James has started off with a fetch into a Selesnya, Shockland, Temple Garden. Completely forgot the name. And Alice started on a Rugroom Triome. So all 3 colours of mana available for Alice.
And James has 3 too.
Yep, and here is a threat straight away from the Atraxa Initiative player. And this is going to be very difficult for Alice to keep up with, basically. But Ghost Faction is quite cute. It's kind of an answer.
We just saw a Nardu draw there from James, I believe.
Did we? Oh.
I think that's what it was.
Okay.
You'd appreciate that one.
I do appreciate that. Ancestral Recall. Very much a card I approve of. Does look like James has missed land drop number 3, so let's see if there's any creature here. There isn't, so we're going to keep the Tarmogoyf. It is a 1/2 now, thanks to that Ancestral Recall being put into the bin. So advantage definitely Alice's side after drawing 3 cards and James missing a land drop. Let's see if there's any follow-up threats. I think this is the only thing with the Jeskai decks is it's very difficult to capitalise on opponents missing land drops.
Because you just not set up to do things quickly.
Yeah. So here we've actually gone to discard and we've actually made the Tarmogoyf even better. Tabagloif's got in for 1. Collector Roof gonna shut down that. Oh no, it's not.
Ghost Vacuum's
that's
still online.
yeah, still online. It's bigger though now. It's got a creature in there. That Tabagloif. Interesting to counterspell the Collector Roof, but I suppose you want to keep the threats light whilst mana is the issue here. If you're only taking 1 or 2 a turn, it gives you plenty of time to set up.
Ah, maybe that was what the card was drawn rather than a Nadu. It could
Oh
have
no,
just been.
this is off the Birthing Ritual. So this was one of the top 7 cards of the deck.
Ah, okay.
So this could still be a Nadu, and if that Nadu resolves, I'll tell you, it's horrible to deal with.
There seems to be a lot of chat about Nadu in our meta.
Yeah, so I think it's one of the cards that has been missed off of the points list, and we'll be shocked if in a year's time we're still playing Nadu as a 0-pointed card, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, here is kind of a threat. We're going to be able to slow the game down. I'm very tempted to bounce that creature back. We don't have the blue mana. Ooh. I think I'd have got rid of the Icewind Quattle.
Yeah. Notice James went to pick it up, expecting that one to go back, because James doesn't have blue mana, so can't recast it.
Yeah, so now we are going to lose. Oh no, we're not losing it because we attacked. We attacked face. Okay. I think that might have been a misstep there from James. Oh, we got a good view of the hand there. There is a sword. There's a Nadu. A Thoughtseize. That questing beast as well. So lots of threats there.
Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah. Once we hit this 3rd mana, it's definitely game on. Okay. So Spellseeker not being able to get its buddy, the Ancestral Recall here. So let's see what it goes and finds.
It's another pointed card, I suspect.
Yeah, I've got to imagine it's Forfeiling us.
When you're this far ahead on mana.
Yeah, I think being able to potentially put 6 points of power into play, get the Monarch, seems very strong. It's almost putting a clock on James, saying, right, you've got 1 turn to do anything. But we're still holding up the double blue mana over there, so we can still have counter spells.
Yeah. This is one of very few aggressively slanted pointed cards, right?
Yeah.
That's it. James is done.
Yeah. Oh, it was mental misstep. Yeah, mental misstep there. It's gonna get the job done.
Alice takes game 1.
Yeah. So taking it against the play as well. So quite a big advantage by now, because now Alice is on the play in game 2.
Yeah, just as a reminder, the determination of who is on the play or draw in the first game of each match is based on the seedings that is determined by match win percentage throughout the year of 2024 on Sunday mornings.
Just quickly, James snap instant keep there. This hand's fine. I believe the words that were said. I think I saw an Orcish Bowmasters, a Nadu. So some of the strongest creatures in the list. And that Orcish Bowmasters is definitely one that you're going to use to.
And there's a Llanowar else there.
Yeah. So did Alice let James go first then? Oh no, James lost. James goes first.
Yeah.
I'm just completely lost. But yeah, turn 2 Nadu here is
not bad.
Yeah, we have. You say not bad. I say it's almost game ending. So you want to, unless you counter it now, all the cards that you use are almost going to be 2-for-1s for your opponent. They're either going to get to draw a card or put a land into play. One of the ways to beat control is to have more lands, so you can cast more spells. So this on its own is absolutely terrifying.
Very, very scary.
So we're fetching. Okay, it's just. So it probably is resolving then if we're getting a meticulous archive. We're just going to be surveilling a card. Hoping it's Terminus, I'd say.
Yeah,
So
that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I prefer the Mystical Tutor. It does give you a clean answer to Nardu, being able to put it to the bottom without giving any triggers. Brotherhood's End unfortunately doesn't kill Nardu because it does 3 damage, and Wrath of the Skies is going to be a 5 mana investment to get rid of it. So yeah. Oh, we're going to get to see this beautiful hand now.
Bowmasters and Atraxa, okay. Alright, this is cute because Bowmasters can ping Nardu.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Yes. Just making a note of the hand. Brilliant. Yeah, so this is one of those games where the Jeskai control player is durdling around here trying to set up, and you're already facing down one of the scariest creatures in Nardu, and potentially Bowmasters coming down next turn. And unless you've got that spell snare now, you've tapped out of it. So it looks like we're going to be playing another tap land in Thunder and Falls. Or is this a Steam Vents?
It's a Steam Vents, but it's coming in
tapped. Yeah. So like you say, I really like the play now whilst you tapped out to Bowmaster my own Nardu. Try and ramp into this Atraxa if we can. Just putting a Bowmaster into play is so difficult for control decks to deal with.
Yeah, and you cast it now.
Yeah, cast it now whilst the shields are down, whilst there's only Force of Will available. So get an Underground Sea.
So that we are getting an untapped land.
Yeah.
So what did we draw?
So yeah. Maybe 2 lots of 2-drops, Bowmaster and something else.
That'd be sweet.
I definitely don't want to hold the Bowmasters here. I think having Bowmasters get counters is too rough.
Yeah. James agrees.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pinged face.
He's gone face, so potentially missing out on a free card there.
I think that's a mistake.
Okay. Well, we're drawing 3 cards here anyway.
True. Who needs more cards?
Yeah.
Maybe he was right to just go face and try to speed things up.
Yeah.
No, I'd still take the card.
I'd still take the card as well. I think the second card drawn, so the Oko would have been revealed off the ping, and then when we equipped the Skull Clamp, we'd have revealed a land which was drawn. And is that a wasteland? If that's a wasteland there from...
Oh, that's a missed land drop from Alice.
No, she wastelanded.
Oh, yikes! That's rough.
I'm very surprised by that because at this point I'm
sure I like that.
Yeah. I'd only ever be wastelanding when I'm already ahead of board or my opponent's missed that land drop like James did in game 1. Opponent's got like James has his land, or I was out here. We've just seen an Oko.
Yeah, no.
Drawn like. Oof.
Not ideal.
Okay.
Evasive action. That's a fun one.
Yep. Counter it, and they have to pay 1 for each basic land type. Triomes, shock lands, surveil lands, all make this card a slightly better mana leak.
You're not playing evasive action in your list, are you?
Yeah, I play it in mine. In my list,
Right.
It's counter unless they pay 4, so
Even
it's
better.
Definitely a better one. That's a hit and a half with that Ragavan.
It certainly is two of the most scariest early drops in Magic right now.
Ragavan should be in the hand. It was dashed into play, so let's hope that doesn't change anything here. We also don't know if they took the ping off the Fiery Islet being tapped there. Down to 3.
I'm just waiting to. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, they picked up on the Ragavan. The temptation to just draw more cards for
Just
this
start
for me
moving
would
the
be
skull
so
clamp
high.
around. Yeah.
We're gonna shuffle the graveyard away, I guess, just to limit any actions. Just cut in the randomized pile.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Deathlight Shaman to hand. I'll play this Snow-Covered Plains and put Skullclamp back on Nardu, trigger Nardu.
So we're doing the Skull Clamp dance for Nardu.
Fun times. At least James has to pay 1 mana for it.
Yeah, not quite as good. So this is the fair Nardu. I think he was calling it. Yeah, real fair.
That will be game 2 to James.
Yeah. So I think being on the play there from James, getting down a Nardu on turn 2. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah. Talking about Nardu there not being pointed. I agree. Definitely needs to be. They need something to happen to it.
My issue with Nardu isn't that it's too powerful. My issue with Nardu is that it doesn't win fast enough. It just.
So you'd rather it just be unlimited instead of twice a turn?
No. Sorry, you miss. Maybe I've not
stated
that correctly. What I mean is, like, it's
saying.
the Nardu combo. You look at it and go, right, you have a combo, but you don't know that you're going to win with it. It's like you still have to sit there and yeah, that's it. It's non-deterministic, so you kind of have to just sit there and watch your opponent play with themselves.
So here we go, another hand with a 1-drop creature. So threatening a turn 2 3-drop again, and I think that's where this deck comes into its own. It's 3 drops. If we go down the list, there is a Barragoyf, a Nardu, Leovold, Opposition Agent, White Plume Adventurer. Like all those 3 drops, if you're playing them on turn 2, are pretty game ending. Like they're so difficult to come back from. We do see a fetch into Meticulous Archive, so we're doing the Jeskai thing. We're setting up.
I'm going to, if there's a serialized Nardu, I'm going to buy a serialized Nardu. Super glue it to a brick, throw it to
That's quite some hate that Nardu's getting from Alice.
Yeah.
Let's hope there isn't one
thoroughly
coming
deserved, though.
from her point of view.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be terrified here, and I'd. Okay, we got the Unholy Heat to kill the 1-drop.
We don't need to be scared of 3 drops.
Nope.
Not wasteland me today. I'll go and get Skullclamp.
Well,
is Skull Clamp the only equipment?
There's a Shadow Spear in there.
Shadow Spear. There's no pre-war formal wear. That intrigues me. I think pre-war formal wear would be a sort of card to include in this type of deck.
Yeah, especially considering the extremely high creature count that we're looking at.
I think we've just seen an extra card off this expressive iteration, so the judge is coming over to fix it.
So, we know this is meant to be the card that we're going to look at. This is the card that you've looked at extra. what we're going to do is, do we know any of the other positions of cards in your library?
No.
What we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to randomise the portion of your library, and then carry on a percentage to your opponent for cutting, and then carry on as normal. And I'm going to issue a warning for looking at extra cards.
Yeah. So it's just going to shuffle the cards we don't know about and continue the game.
Sometimes the cards do just stick together.
Yeah,
and you're just there like,
Is that Skull Clamp? How's that Skull Clamp in play?
It's not.
Okay, it's not.
It looks like it is.
It's just sat there doing
fact,
its best impression.
It really looks like it is.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Okay.
In the same way that I believed in Alice picking up Ragavan earlier, I believe in
There we go.
style this, put this on the bottom of the deck, put this into my hand.
And we're going to pick up the deck super carefully for the rest of the game, make sure we don't get any more warnings. Put that island into play. So this game looks a little bit more even. We've not got any busted free drops on James's side of the battlefield. We're just going to play one of the most obnoxious 2-drops.
A strong 2-drop, that's for sure.
So this card, yeah.
The reason you can tell it's a strong 2-drop is because it's got that MH3 symbol on it.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what more can be said. It's going to be very good with this Skull Clamp, isn't it?
Yes. The best thing about insects is you can squash them with a clamp on their head.
And you get to draw 2 cards from it. So.
Oh yeah.
At this point, if I'm Alice, I'm hoping I've got a white source and a Wrath of the Skies to clear this board. Yeah, so get in for 1. So this.
Do you find yourself in that? Sorry, do you find yourself in that situation quite a lot with your control lists of like, right, I just need to find my terminus, and that's why your mystical tutor is a key?
So, in matchups like this, where your opponent is playing to the board every turn, yes. Because we like looking at the Jeskai control point of view, we fetched for a Surveil, we used 1 removal spell, and we've played a land every turn, but our opponent has played spells every turn.
Yeah.
And if you look at the board now, there is 5 points power after this land's played in play, and that is a 4-turn clock. So it's not the fastest, it's not the slowest, but these are all the small dumb creatures. These aren't even the creatures you're scared of.
This is not power.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. It's like the Stoneforge Mystics come in just to grab a Skull Clamp that's meant to be a value engine, but all of a sudden, the number of creatures you're hitting with means, hey, I don't want my Skull Clamp to kill anything. I just want to kill my opponent.
Yeah. So we have had to use our Ganja there to actually kill the Nantuko.
It's a very expensive way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had to lose a land, and here's the Oppo, which I was about to say. We've left 3 mana open. Looking through James's list, I don't think there's many instants or sorcerers. Oh, this is brutal now, because now we're not even going to get to that Fury in time by the looks of it.
I mean, sniping with an opposition agent is always nasty.
Yeah.
But this is one of those situations where you just look at it and go, oh dear.
Yeah. So I'm going to grab the Tundra. So, now this is what I mean. There was 5 points of power in play. Now there's 7 points of power, but we've actually played a real card now, and this real card, it's terrifying.
It's done its job.
Yeah. We've paid one life to strip mine ourselves and give our opponent their next land drop guaranteed. We've also shown them our hand whilst we're at it for no reason.
It also includes a free counter spell. Well, not at the moment, it's not free, but
I mean the force of negation there. Like James's list, there's 40 creatures, 46 creatures that those cards don't care about that counter spell.
Yeah.
Like Force of Negation is pretty poor in this matchup.
Oh,
Fury, on the other
so
hand,
you're looking for white borders, sorry.
that's useful.
Yes, Fury is useful, but like I say, we're now 2 lands away from even casting the Fury, and at that point, if we look at this hand, we're actually just playing a land and passing again.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're going to take 7, pass. We get the Fury down, but at that point, James could have deployed 2 more threats to the board, and
This is definitely a token they need more than 2 of, I think.
yeah, it's
It's not looking
not
good.
looking good.
Hope.
I was just about to say, James put Terminus to the top of the library there. One time. It was not Terminus, because
that
I'd
one.
have flunked that at my opponent so quick if it was.
Seacrane Coast.
Yep.
I'm going to play Dragon's Rage Chandler.
Yep.
I have Delirium.
So it's a free blocker for 1 turn, which is okay. But James knows that the shields are down with that, because that's... Oh no, we don't get an insect.
I respect it. I respect it.
We do know that, like you say, we know that there's no extra blue cards, so non-creature spells can be cast here.
Yeah. We know there's nothing that can be cast here. Like we know the hand.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 1 if we need it.
But we're just going to keep casting creatures because that's worked for us so far.
I will go
I think you just... I think I'd equip the Skull Clamp there to the opposition agent, because it's probably going to die anyway.
Just an extra point.
Just an extra point, and then you also get to draw 2 cards off of it.
What you?
I'm going to clamp
Okay.
this insect.
Right, so we're going for more card draw. So this, again...
I'll then tap this for a blue and play Tammy.
Okay.
Okay. So Fury here can snipe 2 creatures.
2 damage here, 2 damage here.
Yep, I like that. You get a 1/1 illusion.
It's an illusion. Very cool card, Skyclave Apparition.
Yes.
The fact that you don't actually get the thing back, you just get a poor man's version of the
It's
thing.
very brutal. Oof. So here's what I'm saying. We've almost dealt 13 points of damage using the small creatures. We played the first real threat in the Nantuko, then the Oppo agent, but now here's a Dungeoneer coming down. And there's almost no way this Jeskai player is going to get the initiative back. So in 2 turns, we're looking at 5 points of damage from the trap in the dungeon.
Yeah, this really is like early game okay things to mid game getting your opponent with an opposition agent to end game. Here comes the big hitter.
Yeah. And
So I'll attack.
yeah, we're actually able to get in with this Tamio as well, because
No, that's not allowed. Oh my word.
and we're almost definitely going to leave that on top, because that's going to speed up this clock, because that's 2 damage in the air.
2 damage in the air, and we are very close to trapping.
And well, we trap next turn now.
Yeah.
With that, so there has to be a counter spell on top, otherwise this is going to be game over. And that's before we decide to swing with the rest of the team.
I really hate the fact that Tamio is actually hit for damage here. It just doesn't feel right.
Well.
No, that's fine. We're fine. I thought I'd skull clamp the token last turn, so it should have fit Tamio, but I didn't. I skull clamped token turn 4.
No, it's all good.
Yep, Skull Clamp was done before Tamio was cast.
I forgot to make a clue when it's attacked, so...
Okay, so...
It's a miss. This will just be a mistrick, won't it? So
Yeah.
it's
We
just
should have
Alice gets the choice.
We should have a clue.
There should have been a clue made.
Yes.
It's been not a full turn cycle. So this is a beneficial trigger that has been missed. There is no warning because it's invisible, but it should have affected the game state as soon as it is. So I'm going to move to your opponent. Opponent, would you like your opponent to have their trigger?
I think the correct answer here is no.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. I like how it's like a no.
Yep, we got there. You missed your trigger, you get punished for it.
Yeah, it's like the first time
The Wrath of the Skies there would have been so good. Wrath of the Skies for 4, clear the board, attack him for Fury, deal the initiative.
And then reclaiming the initiative just gets the 2 counters
Just gets the 2 counters, yeah.
on the white plume.
Oh, we've just missed the oh no.
Oh, we've drawn before.
Yeah, initiative have to upkeep.
Oh, so it's
I'm going to Forge or Lost Well. I'm currently in the secret entrance.
so because we can reconstruct this with no
Wow, he's fortunate that we know that the white plume is there.
Yeah. We just rewind.
Yeah, it wouldn't have affected the visible data. So we're going to put this back on top, and then we're going to resolve this trigger. Okay. I'm going to. There is no warning for this, but yeah, be careful.
I would like to
2 missed triggers in 2 minutes, let's go. So Tamio is even bigger now.
I will draw this white plume.
It's so wrong.
I know you said about Tamio attacking for damage, but Tamio could kill here. We equip Skull Clamp and attack with Tamio. We get the trigger off the Seasoned Dungeoneer. It's a 5,
3 cards in hand.
7?
I've seen
Something
the
like that.
Plains, I've seen the Fury. I've seen the Volk. So one of them's a force negation.
I want to see Tamio kill here.
I would like to clamp Tamio.
And I think that's what we're going to see.
Combat. I will attack. I will give this protection.
Ah, boo.
Ah,
Wow,
Well-
Ember, Mercy, Remand, and... Oh, there was Solitude. Wow, what a game.
that means that James goes straight through to the. I guess it's the semi-final.
It's the winners final.
So the
winners-
final of the winners bracket.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to him, and thanks for joining us, Kieran. Catch you later.
See ya.
Kieran did, in fact, win his semi-final of the winners bracket against Jay. So Kieran will be joining James in the final. And what that means is that Jay and Alice both drop into the losers bracket. Update from round 2 from the losers bracket is that Jethro and George have both been eliminated from the tournament, with Mark and Ember progressing. Because we haven't been able to watch any of the matches that Jethro and George have been involved in, we're going to take this opportunity now, ahead of the winners semi-final between Kieran and James, to go through the deck text that we pre-recorded before the tournament kicked off.
Hello, Jethro.
Hello, Nathan.
Looking forward to your tournament?
Very much so.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype. It's really cool. Yeah, I think especially because it's become just after the Yellow Jacket year end.
Yes.
It kind of
Oh, yes.
is all kind of coming to a nice crescendo at the beginning of the year.
It's a nice cadence we've got going.
It's good. So, are you going to surprise us all with some different weird and wacky list?
No. It's going to be the usual thing.
Okay. Tell us about it.
All right. It is a 3-color Abzan mid-range deck with a bit on the side for graveyard synergy. Somewhat centered around the Delirium mechanic.
Nice.
I like the fact that it can do a bit of everything. It can deal with anything if it gets the time to. This is facilitated by the very flexible removal present in Abzan, and also a little network of tutors, often centering on finding a creature that can give a certain effect.
Is that certain effect in response to what your opponent's playing? Are you playing a more control-y mid-range plan generally, or is
yes, I can have an aggressive draw if I accelerate on mana and come out with some beefy threats. But often I'm looking to counteract what my opponent is doing.
Okay. Yeah,
and
nice.
all the while accumulate value.
Value.
Value is the key word.
Yep.
This sort of overlaps with the graveyard theme with a couple of cards with flashback in Savine's Reclamation and Lingering Souls.
Yeah, love it.
Which I'm happy to mill or discard or what have you. And some other just sort of more general mid-rangey value cards like Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Who knew that thing was going to be so good? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be too slow, but here we are. Witherbloom Command is one I like in particular for this deck because it's very flexible, and I think my deck is happy the most to get a bit of value out of milling something.
Yep, that makes sense.
The big finisher, the big haymaker, is Emrakul.
I love the fact that that's in here.
Yes, and there have been plenty of games which have come down to, all right, Emrakul or bust.
What, you need to just find it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's fun.
It can be very important actually in blue matchups if they go really long.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I've played against Winter a couple of times when I've played against you. That's a real house of a card.
It's nice. It can often refund the mana you've spent to cast it effectively by being a body itself and then making a threatening permanent the same turn you cast it.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Are there any cards in here that you would say are like pet cards that other people wouldn't play, but you're playing it because you like them?
Well, there's the pet deck, effectively.
Yeah, I can see it.
Like most Abzan mid-range decks won't be playing Emrakul.
Mm-hmm.
Most will be playing Grist, but I feel like I get a bit more out of Grist than most.
Okay.
And I still feel like maybe Satyr Wayfinder is a bit underplayed in general.
Yeah, I like it. It's playing the OG Tarmogoyf.
That's true. That's a nice one to have. It's still often threatening for its cost. One card that does often require people to read it is Deadly Brew.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's sweet.
Because I've got quite a few cards that will make little creatures or spare creatures, and along with the other removal, I can fairly often get into a position where they're sacrificing something that matters, and I'm not.
Yes, yeah, that's the plan.
And I can get another. It also interlocks with the graveyard plan by getting some value from there as well.
Yeah, I've just seen pre-war formal wear. That's one that's only just recently come onto my radar. I didn't realize how strong this card was. I'd never really seen it until a few weeks back. Shows how new I am to the format, but very powerful.
Yeah. It's a good reanimation spell. The fact that it's an artifact helps with my Delirium package. It can be returned, unlike something like Reanimate, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I can get it back from my graveyard with Savine's Reclamation.
Ah, very cute.
I think this deck always offers flexibility because it's got lots of little areas that interlock with each other. So the graveyard lets me cast Traverse the Overmold, which can find a creature. And a creature can be a removal spell, a game finisher, general value. There are plenty of options.
I think this is where for somebody like me to take this deck and try to run with it, I would really struggle. You've put a lot of reps in with this thing, and you play it very well to the point where people are scared of an Abzan mid-range deck, which apparently is not normally a thing in global Highlander.
Well, I started playing this deck pretty soon after I entered the format. It's in one form or another. It's been with me for the last 5 or 6 years.
Wow. Yep. That's definitely reps. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's
Right.
nice.
Are there do you know what you're going to be playing against first?
That is a very good question. I think my round one opponent in J is the person who could be playing the widest spread of decks.
Yes.
I think most of the other players are on one or maybe two, but J could be on one of about four.
Yeah, they said exactly the same thing to me, that there were a lot of options, and they couldn't
Yes.
decide. They couldn't decide necessarily until fairly late what they were going to do.
Well, they were playing Red Black Goblins a little while ago. They've been playing Esper Reanimator more recently. But they did mention that they were looking maybe at returning to Blue Red Tempo. So that first mulligan decision is going to be a real tricky one.
Yeah, there's not going to be much information going into the first game. Oh,
I think of the four that Jay could be on, I'd probably rank them in terms of likelihood as Reanimator, Blue Red Tempo, Goblins, Lands.
Okay, all right. So that's your guess. We'll see how close you are.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, good luck with it.
Thank you.
Enjoy the tournament.
I'm sure I will, regardless of what happens.
For sure. Hello, George.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement. There's a heck of a lot of excitement. I think you're probably one of the players that people are most confident they know what deck you're playing.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I've left it pretty out in the open. And I haven't switched from decks in a while. I think I've been stuck on this for a good 3 months.
As much as I'd love for you to be turning up with mono red aggro, it looks like you are going to be pulling your rock out again.
I will. I have one game plan in this tournament, and that is pulling my rock out.
All right, talk us through it.
So I'm hoping there's not going to be much combo. I'm expecting people to run decks that they're familiar with or decks that I've seen before. So I'm just running it back with my normal deck because I don't feel like there's much need to change it up much. You've
been getting results recently, to be fair. So
yeah.
Yep.
There's a good number of tech pieces both against control, aggro, and midrange, which are the three kind of main pointers I'm trying to hit. So yeah, going through my main hate pieces against control, Narset and Teferi. Control opponents want to draw cards. If they can't, then that's bad. If they can't counter your spells, that's also pretty bad.
Yep.
What else have I got? We've got Defense Grid, shuts down counter magic. Good number of Hull Breacher as well. Same with the card draw. Just a good bit of trying to shut down all of that, and combining the draw hate pieces with wheels is just a generally good 2-card combo that tends to close out games.
Yeah, so we've seen. So you're not playing much of a counter magic game, are you? You've got, what counter spells do you have?
No, I'm counterspell light. The only one I'm on is Pact, as a bit of a gotcha moment.
Yep.
And usually Pact is only ever being used if I'm comboing on that turn, or I have Academy mana that just means I'll tap Academy on my upkeep and Pact is paid for.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about paying for it like everybody else does.
No, this deck definitely doesn't focus on making reasonable amounts of mana. It is very unreasonable in that regard.
So we've seen another Paradox Academy list recently in a year end. How does your list differ to that one?
So that deck list felt incredibly greedy, and slightly less. I don't know. The showcasing of things it did were actually pretty reasonable. But I'm off black, which means I'm not on the Oppo agent package or any kind of Vault of Whispers stuff or Bowmasters. I'm also off Bolt, which had a very good showing at the year end. I'm running more generically good cards instead of kind of unusual pieces like that.
You're a lot more all in on the combo and racing to it as fast as possible.
Also, I'd seen that it was on 30 lands with one being Tabernacle, which felt incredibly greedy.
Yeah. Okay. So you're up to 32 lands.
Yeah, I'm being slightly more reasonable when it comes to general deck building. I will say a good 75% of this deck was plagiarized from Miles, shamelessly.
Okay.
He did historically very well with the deck, and I wanted to try it out myself. I mean, first few attempts with the deck, I was just not getting there, but I think I found a bit of a rhythm with what I need to start doing. Really,
you've got your groove now. I mean, it's a hard deck to pilot, right? You've got a heck of a lot of combos to find.
Yeah.
Is there one that you're specific? Is it a case of you just drawing a hand and figuring out what your route is based on the hand you've drawn? Yeah.
I mean, best case scenario, I have an early tinker. Early tinker usually means I'm finding Ori. Ori means that my opponent just is completely out of the game in terms of if they're a control player. I can now pay for their mana leaks and their spell pierces.
Yeah, good
if they're an aggro player, I just drown them in value. A few other notable hate pieces. I've got Veil of Summer. Same, very good against both control and also hand hate. Which are both I'm expecting to be relatively prevalent. Ensnaring Bridge also
never heard
point
of
of contention for most people.
Never heard of it.
This is a relatively good tech against mid-range and aggro. Not great into control, but it's a piece that I feel that's relatively underplayed, but also can get a lot of value if you play it correctly. Jamming Tamio, I don't know how the card's going to go. I put it in recently, just wanted to test it out really. I cut it over Portal. We'll see if that ends up being a mistake. If there's a board state in the year end where I'm like, man, I really wish I had a Portal here. And instead I got this 0-3, but otherwise, I'm relatively happy with the deck.
Yeah, seems good. Who's your round one against again?
Round one's against James.
Okay. Any idea of what you're expecting from James?
I'm expecting either Money Pile or Esper Control, and neither of those I think I'm particularly favored against, just given the density of hate pieces against this deck. I mean, I'm expecting on Esper Control, Oppo Agent, Hull Breacher.
Yep.
Kind of all the counter magic. So if I cast a Tinker, then I'm getting 2 for Wand. Same goes for Money Pile. I'm pretty sure there's a Hull Breacher in there. I think there's also a Collector Roof. Probably a Brotherhood's End. So either way of the either deck, I'm going.
I mean, to be fair, when somebody's playing as all in a combo as you are, there's going to be hate pieces coming in for you, aren't there?
No, absolutely. I like both times. I think the main goal is just to try and go under, or best case scenario is just get out an early as wheel as possible, and an opponent who's kept a hand full of deck hate just gets wheeled away, and they're left with something relatively durdly instead.
Yep, nice. Well, good luck with it. I'm excited.
Thank you.
See you later.
All right.
And joining me on comms for round 3, Henry, hello.
Hello. I've got my commentary hat on ready, and I'm raring to go.
Your commentary hat?
My commentary hat.
Oh yeah, what's that say?
Oh, that one just says commentary, big bold letters on the front.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. No proof needed. It exists.
All right. Well, we're going into game 3, and we've got James again playing against Control again, which I think his deck is set up quite nicely to do, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. I very much agree. I think James has definitely come into this knowing there's going to be a lot of control decks knocking about.
It's not going to take long before I start asking your opinion on Ancestral Recall, by the way.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I've got my paragraph ready to go.
The first time it's cast, I'm just going to be like, right, over to you, Henry.
Yeah. And we'll spiel off the whole spend your points on more cards thing.
Yeah, okay. All right. I look forward to it.
Yeah, good. Nice controversial opinions.
Yeah, absolutely.
On Magic cards.
Okay, all right, yeah. That's allowed. We'll allow that.
Right, let's get into this game, shall we? Let's see what they're...
So Kieran's going to struggle to keep the level of control he wants to keep in this type of matchup, just because James's creatures come in and just start taking over very, very quickly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. James is running a lot of very cheap threats. So when you're spending a counter spell on a 1-mana threat, it doesn't feel particularly great.
Yeah, and I guess you've just got to hope that James can't ramp into the initiative creatures and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah. Everyone's favourite mechanic, the initiative.
You know, you hear that enough times that I'm going to start believing it to be true.
Yeah, I mean, it ramps you. Well, it doesn't ramp you. It makes sure you get your land drop. Yeah. It has to be good, right?
Yeah. Well, as an aggro player in this format, I quite like the fact that it makes my opponent lose 5 life.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Well, there's some 1-drops.
Yeah, those are definitely some of the 1-drops.
So James has had to mulligan down to 5?
Yeah.
Yikes.
James down to 5. The Surveyor land definitely helps on that mulligan.
Top deck the Generous End. That's beautiful.
Rip to the second land. And he's just going to shortcut finding this land. These games go long enough that I think the shortcuts like this are normally fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, reminder, we are playing at a high rules enforcement level.
Yes.
So players do have to be careful.
You can see Kieran's taking notes on the duress. He's getting fully into the competitive spirit.
That's it. Just feels a little bit more prestigious.
Yeah.
Early shout out to Grace, by the way.
Yes, massive thanks to Grace for judging the whole event.
Mm-hmm. With aplomb. One of my favourite words.
Good word. See Kieran's deck coming into its own on the old draw pass.
That's it. James getting more ramp down. Yeah. Nothing to ramp into.
Not at the moment. I think I saw James draw an Animate Dead in the last turn, which would be pretty good with the tree.
Ooh, nice. Good spot. You can be the hand spotter. Kieran normally does that job for me.
Yeah. So for the people watching, I was the guy sat at the feature table making sure life totals are correct. So already seen this game. Seen all the games that were on camera. So yeah, I have a rough idea of what people drew and are going to be doing.
You sat there for hours on end.
Yeah, it was great. Definitely didn't get really hungry.
It must be so frustrating being a table spotter because you can't actually like interact or there's so
not
little you can actually do.
Was the hardest part. Even when people would ask stupid questions that were like jokingly stupid, you can't answer.
Yep. That's so funny. Right, well, Expressive Iteration's pretty strong. We do have an Ice Fan Quackle just in response to make sure that
good
resolves.
Snake. And I believe in James's deck list there is exactly enough snow-covered lands. I think there's one. Yeah, there's one extra snow-covered land.
So there's one of each of James's 4 colours.
The odds of it ever having Death Touch are very unlikely, but That's not why you're playing it. Yeah, Express Iteration, powerful card. Super banned in Legacy.
Super banned. Here's a good card.
Yeah, Krakus.
I assume that one's banned in Commander.
Yeah, I think I should unban it. I think it would make the format much more fun.
You don't have to pay Commander tax. It's in your hand.
Yeah. Here you go, some good, powerful creatures.
It's not a creature yet. It's a food.
I was on about the Icefang Quaffle getting in for one. Nice, powerful Planeswalker, should I say?
Yeah, we were Kieran and I were talking about what the most powerful, the highest power Planeswalkers actually are. I know that we've got a couple of pointed ones.
Yeah.
So we've got Minsk and Boo, and we've got, is it Ren and Six? Is Ren and Six?
Ren and Six is pretty good. I'd say it's dropped off recently. I think Oko and Comet, I think, take a spot above Ren and Six.
Okay.
I think Ren and Six, it can help you, but it's not going to win the game on its own like some of these other Planeswalkers.
Yeah, I think our conclusion was that the most powerful ones are not necessarily the ones that are pointed. Although Minsk and Boo does just win the game pretty darn fast.
Absolutely. Wins in a vacuum, I think, is the problem with Minsk and Boo.
Yes, exactly.
So we see Kieran's getting one of our favourite lands, the Surveil land.
Doesn't
put tap land in the bin. That's probably smart. See, the board's looking pretty lopsided at the moment.
Yeah, well, considering James's mulled to 5 here, this is pretty insane.
Let's see if Kieran can pull it back. Lots of thinking in this style of match. Yeah, land pass. Kieran's entire playstyle.
Yeah, Kieran, I could have told you to do that 30 seconds ago, mate.
Yeah.
I guess so. Other planeswalkers in the discussion: Teferi Time Raveler.
Yeah.
The Wandering Emperor.
Yeah. So S tier would be Oko, Minsk and Boo, Comet, Ren and Six. A tier, I'd put Wandering Emperor, Teferi Time Raveler, Grist. Oh, whether we're counting the MH3 flip.
No, they don't count because they probably go to the top of the list, don't they?
Yeah.
Tamio's pretty stupid.
Yeah, Tamio's.
Ajani is also rather absurd.
Yeah.
Who knew that 1-mana planeswalkers would be so good?
I know. So watching James elk his own food to make a 3/3, I think just proves how good Oko is.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got Waterlogged Teachings, which means we are expecting a Terminus for sure.
Yep, that's what I'd go for here. Definitely clear the board.
Just to be clear, so obviously we can't get Terminus with Waterlogged Teachings, but we go and get a Mystical Tutor to upkeep. Grab the Terminus. Tutoring for tutors, nothing quite like it.
I love to tutor for tutors. Feels like playing Pokemon.
Speaking of Tamio, it was only a couple of days ago that you managed to ultimate Tamio against me.
I did. It made my turns take 5 minutes because you made me play it out.
I was just waiting for you to get a delay of game.
Yeah. I do remember Grace came over, asked why I had half of my library in my hand.
Let's do it properly. Yeah, so I will eat a land from your bin.
Just to be clear, that was a format where we were not playing at Campari.
No, that was very much a casual REL game.
So we've got
We were 1-1 at the point.
Anything could have happened.
Anything could have happened. We could have gone to time, and the game would have ended in a draw. So yeah, here's the terminus. James has cleared a land out of Kieran's bin and picked the Tamiyo back up with Caracas, which I think is probably correct.
Yeah, nice. The less used mode of Caracas to save your own creature.
Yeah.
But still rather good, especially when that spell only costs 1 mana. Ooh.
Ooh.
Speaking of good spells.
You know, a 3 mana 5/5 with flying that makes a creature every other upkeep.
Yeah. Pretty absurd card as well. So we've already talked about quite a few cards that have come out in the last few months.
Yeah.
This is easily the most impactful card from Duskmourn, I would suggest.
Definitely. It's been elked.
It's an elk. 3/3s are pretty good. There's your Animate Dead.
There's the Animate Dead. I know I was right. Spotted it earlier. It's a big creature. It's
a big Oko.
It's a very big Oko.
Does Oko ever do its third thing?
No, never. I don't think I've ever. Except here, you might potentially, if James had the food, there's a world where he exchanges control of his food with the Parent Oculus. So there's a line there that could have been done. I don't know how good it would have been.
Seems better to just keep Oko bigger, because now...
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference would be, I don't think we'd have an Oko now.
Correct. Well, Kieran wouldn't have the apparent Oculus.
But the Oculus probably would have been the creature being dealt with. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. But rather than Oko being hit for 5 by Elk and Manifest, it would have only been hit by the Manifest.
Kieran declaring his hatred for this 3-mana walker.
Yeah.
When that first came out, it certainly did have a lot of hate pointed at it.
Wizards really enjoy printing 1 green-blue cards that get banned.
Yeah. What's the other one you're thinking of?
Uro.
Okay, yeah.
Rogue Refiner, I believe. Is that the...
Yeah, the energy
banded
one.
standard, yeah. So this Dreadhorde Arcanist is definitely a very good thing for Kieran to be doing.
Yeah, but at the moment in the bin there's only a... Is it March?
Yeah, being able to march the birds is still for free is still pretty good.
I don't think
or
it
you can march
does
Tamiyo. Oh no, it doesn't work. You're right.
Yeah, you
that's
can't.
my mistake.
I don't think he can. So the Arcanist is looking pretty weak.
Yeah.
Interestingly, James was wondering why he didn't attack with her.
Well, here we hear Kieran calling a judge and asking about the exact same thing we've just talked about.
Whether Kieran can discard a white card to increase its... Yeah, okay. Cannot do it.
Makes March marginally worse, although it's still a very good card.
Yeah, I guess you're thinking Prismatic Ending would have done it, right?
Prismatic Ending will have hit the food, but nothing else, because you'd have spent no colours on it.
You don't spend colours, yeah.
Yeah.
I have got like a pretty yeah, I like that. Is that all like alpha? Well,
Here we are. They're talking about the arts in their deck. Both players loving their full arts.
I think we've talked about these two before, but
yeah,
man, do they love their proper magpies. No, actually, James is the magpie. Kieran just likes all of the alt art, the full art. stuff.
But if the volume of the game is loud enough, you can just hear James and Kieran asking me, the table spotter, a question I can answer, which is what is my favourite art of Birds of Paradise. And it's old border foil. Just,
Okay.
I like my old border foils.
Is that
I can
a
answer that
general
one.
rule? Is that a general rule, or?
Yeah, for the most part, I like old border foils are my favourite arts. It gets to the point where I'm looking at onslaught fetches and looking at the foil price of those and deciding against it. I'd rather go on holiday.
I think that's fair.
But yeah, I definitely like my alt arts, my old borders and my full arts.
I've got an endurance coming in that's being remanded.
Yeah, that's the.
So Kieran's a little bit. Okay, he has actually gone for exiling the food.
Yeah, James just cracked it in response.
Just eat it. Nom 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 nom.
Yeah. Oko dies, which is good for Kieran.
So I wonder whether, like, that kind of says that there are no other green cards in James's hand.
Yeah.
But
although there's I don't know whether
it wouldn't be able to block anyway, so maybe it's just not worth it.
Yeah, like you lose the food, but oh well.
He's not letting it in.
Here we are, dueling Tamios.
I didn't even write the ninja on my list.
Blocking a Tamio with a Tamio. Oh, here's another banned card.
Yeah.
Well, it's one and a green and a blue.
It is one and a green and a blue. The one just has to be black.
It does, yeah. So each opponent
like,
can't draw more than one card per turn.
Which I think that's pretty devastating for Kieran. And I think Leovold agrees with me on the Ancestral Recall's bad.
Is that right?
Yeah. Like right now, Ancestral Recall in your opponent's turn is 1 mana draw 1.
When yeah, okay.
Worse than Tune the Narrative.
I'm not sure that this is the best of points to use to defend your position.
No, I agree.
It's almost as bad as saying, like, Tune the Narrative's bad because I can counter it.
Dies to Doomblade.
That one's not even true.
No, I know.
No box. Go to 20.
Well, a lot has happened in this game, and I'm somehow no closer to understanding who's going to come out ahead.
It's been quite back and forth at the moment.
Yeah, Tamio's staring at each other, which is always fun.
Yeah.
But this Tamio is going to be able to flip pretty darn soon. Well, now, in fact, if James wants it to.
I think James is pretty short on mana right now.
Ooh.
It's a good one.
That one can break a board stall.
Yeah.
It's not a Planeswalker, but it's a pretty stupid 1-drop coming out in our MH3 set. Cling to Dust, showing its strength in this style of matchup for sure, where you're just both using up resources, drawing a load of cards, and Cling to Dust just keeps you one step ahead generally.
Very high escape cost there.
Very true. If only Kieran had a way of just casting a ton of spells.
Yeah. This deck doesn't cast tons of spells, does it?
No. Just draws a load of cards.
Yeah.
This is Swords?
Yeah, this is a Swords to Plowshares. So James will draw off of the Leovold being targeted, and then bounce it with Caracas.
Interesting decision to go for that, considering that was an option.
It means Kieran can get in with Tamio and make a clue.
Okay, yeah. So I can see it, and then I suppose with the attack of the Arcanist, you can exile.
Swords another thing.
Yeah, get rid of Tamio or Guide of Souls.
Yeah.
Let's go to combat. Yep. I like to turn everything silent.
I will flash this in before blocks.
So is that in response to the trigger?
You'll target something, swords or something, and I will...
So we can't swords anything. That, but yeah, we did know that was coming.
Yeah, if this endurance resolves.
It's going to be the swords. So you're flashing that in response. So in response to that...
Yeah, you kind of expect that because he's gone for this isn't going to resolve.
Yeah.
It certainly looks like that's going to be the case.
Stack is, these two triggers are on the stack, and then above them, if this, has this spell resolved?
It's on the stack.
Endurance is currently on the stack,
Yeah.
These two abilities
with
are on the stack.
triggers underneath it. And
So I'm going to dress down in response to this. So dress down resolves.
interesting. So we've already got the triggers from the Arcanist and Tamio.
Yeah.
I will get rid of...
The flying creatures do get to be eaten, so yeah, endurance needs to go now.
Yeah.
It's not exactly what Kieran necessarily wanted to happen, but again, it's an exchange where I don't think anybody's necessarily come out massively ahead.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So you got Leovold.
Oh, I should have gained a life, sorry, from this Guide of Souls. When the endurance ATB'd. Oh, no, because that's no abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're fine.
Yeah, endurance was on the stack when Dress Down came down, so Guide of Souls didn't do anything.
Dress down being a confusing card.
Mm-hmm.
I take 8.
Yeah. I quite enjoyed getting someone's Paragoyf with that at the weekend. That was fun.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. Nice 0-1 Pyrogoyf.
In fact, no, that might have been... It was even better. It was a Tishana's Tidebinder, so it was a...
Oh, yeah, so it stayed in
permanent.
0-1.
Are we allowed to ask our table friend if Kieran has played a land this turn?
Oh, love it. They don't know whether Kieran's played a land, so they're asking.
It's been a complex turn.
We're asking me, and I will put my hands up and say, by keeping track of that stack, I completely forgot.
Grace is deciding whether to allow you to answer the question. But you've now declared that you don't actually know the answer to the question.
Do we know any of the cards? Is any of the cards in your hand public knowledge?
I'm pretty sure Kieran played that Scrubland.
Yeah, I think this worked out in the end of Kieran going, I can't remember. I think I did, so I'm not going to play a land.
Yeah.
I think I have played a land because I drew Scrubland and played it.
There we go.
Which I think, in this instance, gives away huge information to James that in Kieran's two-card hand, one of them's a land.
This is the kind of school degree I'd go for in Limited, is start asking these questions of whether I've played a land or not when I don't have a land in hand.
Yes. Weirdly, I've had this conversation twice in the last 2 days.
What conversation?
About whether suggesting information in your hand is against the rules or not.
Oh, interesting. What were the conclusions?
The conclusion is not against the rules. It's a bit angle shooty. I think it's a lot less bad in a singleton format like Canadian Highlander. The instance we were talking about is in a pre-One Ring ban in Modern. Right. Whether tapping for thinking, untapping, going to combat against a control player is against the rules. You're forcing them to decide whether they're going to do anything during combat.
Right. I think that's part of the game, that bit, right?
Yeah. They should be making that decision anyway. In like a One Ring format, when you've got 4 mana, you should be making the decision of, do I deal with an attacker or counter the One Ring?
Yeah.
Anyway, but by the One Ring player suggesting that they've got it.
Yes, it makes sense.
Yeah, it skews.
Well, as soon as you start naming cards, it's a little bit.
Yeah, even if you don't name it, I think it still skews opinions. But it's not strictly against the rules, but it's definitely angle shooting.
How much do I care about this Tamio?
I mean, I often in Limited, I don't actually say, have I played a land for turn when I don't have one in hand? I've not done that before, but the kind of thing of, I've just got 3 lands in hand, but I'm going to sit there and think about what my potential plays might be for like 10 to 15 seconds before passing the turn.
Yeah.
Just so that it's not super obvious that I've got nothing in hand.
I'll remember this for pre-release weekend.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that most competitive of events. Right? Yeah.
I definitely move, when I'm playing blue counterspell decks, I definitely move 2 islands off to the side before I pass the turn.
Love that. Let's see if we can play against each other this pre-release, because
yep, that'll be exciting.
Was it the last pre-release where I cast something and you just said no and I put it in my bin?
I think it was. I love our Sunday afternoon games after 5 events.
Yeah, it gets pretty silly.
Here's another one of these super strong planeswalkers.
Yeah, we named it earlier.
We did. It's a very good one.
What is going on in this game? This is
a lot.
This is
apparently.
Insane. Okay, Kieran did have a swamp.
Yeah.
Could have been anything.
Do you know what's also fun? Is we have a face down manifest that could be anything.
Could be literally anything.
Kieran's not running that many creatures.
No.
He's on 15.
Yeah, the odds of it being a creature are pretty low, seeing as we've already seen like 4 of them.
And the fact that he's not actually flipped it yet.
Yeah.
It was mostly so I knew I made sure I knew.
I think all the creatures in Kieran's deck are better than a 2/2 manifest.
I like to think that that's actually Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
And it's really bad because it's just a 2/2 creature.
Yeah. Well, a 2/2 creature deals damage, you see.
So you're saying a bear's better than a recall? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'm fighting this stance pretty hard for.
Claiming that bears are better than Ancestral Recall is the most Canadian thing I've ever heard from you.
Yeah.
Currently taking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 1. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, Kieran's attack with the Dreadhorde Arcanist into an upticked Tameo. Definitely an interesting choice for all the 0 mana spells he has in his graveyard.
Sometimes you've got to send a message as well. Tameo does enough of a job of sending messages. Okay. Oh, let's see if Ancestral Recall really is one of those face down card, because
recently depointed Spellseeker.
Yeah, about that.
I quite like it being depointed.
Do you? Okay, I think you're the first person I've spoken to that likes this.
I think, like, it's a 3 mana shooter for a 1 or 2 drop instant sorcery. You're already playing all the other ones. I think it was pointed because it was obscenely broken in the Spellseeker decks, the Time Walk decks.
Yeah.
But those decks aren't too good anymore, so depointing it should hopefully help those.
I mean, you're going to turn up with a Seeker Walk combo list at some point soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know the Seeker Walk lists have turned into Nardu lists now.
All right.
Boo.
It's time.
Time. My opinion may change depending on what Kieran draws off the Ancestral Recall.
So fickle. So fickle. So we've gone from Ancestral Recall being bad, a bad inclusion in deck building, to Ancestral Recall's bad if you draw 3 lands off it. Is that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sweet.
I do think the card is very good. I just think sometimes a wider spread is just as correct as playing.
No, I, as much as we joke about it, I would much rather go for a wider spread and not rely on one card or tutoring for that one card. Having said that, I've not played that many blue decks in the format yet. In fact, I tried my first one this week.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. We did a lot of land go.
Yes, yeah. Didn't play very well into your deck.
No, a control deck that spits out tokens.
Yeah, I gain life and gain energy.
Guide of Souls doing its thing. Finally.
There you go. Here I come in handy.
I will tap.
Earn your keep.
James does not have an energy token, but luckily you kindly lent me your stack of whiteboard tokens.
Yes.
And we can see my wonderful handwriting.
Yeah, and it's very clear that that is energy, so that's good.
Yeah, it's legible. That's what we're going for.
Oh, can't read it anymore.
Oh, yeah, it's just urgy now.
Noble Hierarch. Get an energy, get a life.
All the mana dorks.
Okay, we've spewed out enough creatures for Guide of Souls to make something fly.
And I will attack you and pay 3 energy.
We just exiled Ancestral Recall with Emperor of Bones.
Yeah. Which is definitely correct, I think.
Seems smart with an arc. A
Yeah.
Dreadboard Arcanist on board.
Well, can you get back to Tamio at the minute? Is there anything?
There is a Cling's just an remand.
You can cast Cling anyway. Remand doesn't seem super important. I will attack the Wandering Emperor. I have 2 Exalted triggers, and I will also pay 3 energy to give it 2 counters and flying.
These Hierarchs showing their class here.
Yeah, very good.
You can respond to any of these triggers if you wish.
I'm going to respond to all of them.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
I've not drawn a card yet.
You've not.
Kieran looking to respond to all of the triggers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bigness has resolved.
All of the triggers resolve is what we got to there. It's a very close game.
It is.
I think James definitely dominated the first bit. I think Kieran's slightly ahead now.
Having said that, we're now getting to the point where James's exalted creatures are going to just give the flying creatures enough power that Kieran's got problems to solve.
Definitely agree.
So I could see this starting to shift James's way again, just because resources are a little bit lighter.
Kieran's definitely not shy on lands.
He's got a few of them.
Yeah.
We must be on like turn 14 by now though, so.
Yeah, something like that.
So I saw somebody mention that like Canadian Highlander matches tend to finish on like turn 3 or 4 on average, and that's just not been my experience at all.
So I think on average they are fairly quick.
Quicker than most other formats, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're you reach a more impactful part of the game quicker. They might not necessarily end quicker, but they you're definitely doing these big hitters quite early.
Yep. I suppose if we're just watching combo decks play against each other, they're just going to combo off.
Yeah. And I think the combo decks are quite strong at the minute. Talk to George about that.
Having said that, didn't quite work out for him for the first couple of rounds of this tournament. George is one of the players who's gone out.
Yep, one of the 2 players I'd have put money on to win the whole thing. Both went out 0-2.
That's it. Well, we were talking about favourites on the day, and Jethro and George both came up in that discussion.
Yeah.
George was certainly hated out. I think pretty much everybody. I think Kieran may be one of the exceptions. Pretty much everybody put a few cards in specifically to hate on George.
Yes, definitely.
Paradox Academy can be hated on if you just put a load of artifact removal or Collector Roof in your deck.
Yeah.
Right, here comes a Brazen Borrower and a mystery creature. They are going at James's face rather than at Tamio.
Yeah. So it's attack for 4/3. So it's 4 total. I'm going to put the Emperor actually because it's manifest. Take 3.
Oh, it was 4th.
Now we can see that's very heads-up play from Kieran, I think, knowing that it's going to get blocked and he can just pick it straight back up. I think if you watch Kieran's body language during that turn, he looks at what the manifest is, reminds himself that it's a 4th Eolingus, and then attacks with it into a 2/3.
Okay.
Or a 2/2 as a 1/2. So I think he knows that it's going to die.
How did we pick it up again?
He down-ticked the Tamiyo.
Right, yes.
To return an instant or sorcery.
Okay, well, so that means that Kieran does have a like the nuclear button.
Yeah.
To press at any point from here on in, and it's got to be close to being enough. So creature count at the moment, we've got 5 on Kieran's side, but we've got 6 on James's side. So maybe just creature count is just enough that it can't be. Sawara to bounce the Tamiyo. I suppose whilst Tamiyo is around, Eolingus just looks pretty darn sad.
Yeah, your 2/2s become 1/2s.
And if you swing with them, James gets to kill you back. It's like a nice little treat for the players when Tamiyo hasn't upticked and all of your creatures actually represent the power that they genuinely have.
These life totals have stayed pretty consistent the whole game.
They're dropping a little bit, but Emerson's Pilgrim. Okay, I was going to say it's not that impactful, but with Guide of Souls it actually is.
Yeah. So here's that 2 of that energy back.
Go to combat. Emperor will target Jethro sent.
Cling to Dust is coming back.
Yeah.
Well remembered, Kieran. It's something that I am still very much learning to do, is keep looking at my graveyard, remember my graveyard as a resource, as something that
your graveyard is a second hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
In most decks nowadays.
It was lethal, so like...
With the Brazen Borrower tapped down, that was going to be enough to just get the win.
Yeah.
So,
Kieran saved himself there.
There's a lot of creatures that have just come down though, so although Kieran must be trying to find a route through with this turn, because it feels like we're getting to the crucial turns now.
Yeah.
Kieran's now looking for a route through with this 4th Eolingus.
Yeah, definitely. I think James's board has gone wide enough where a 4th Eolingus won't quite get there.
You mentioned earlier that Kieran's got a lot of lands, he just needs a few more.
Yeah. Maybe he could cast that Ancestral Recall and draw 3 more lands.
That'd be good.
Yeah. I wonder where that Ancestral Recall is.
Yeah, not so good when it's in exile.
Yeah, no.
We've got a March of Otherworldly Light targeting the Brazen Borrower.
James is showing he's got enough mana to recast it in the face of a reprieve or remand.
Yep.
Yeah, these came in this last turn. These ones over here. These ones do not have so many signals.
So when Kieran asks how much mana James has got, it's either remand or pay extra mana for them, please.
Yeah. Remand, I believe, has already been used, so it would be, I think, reprieve.
Reprieve, yeah.
But although we've talked about James missing his land drops, I think his mana docks are made up for it. Yeah, here's a nice strong card from MH3.
Very nice. That one is definitely rather strong.
Here it comes.
Guess who's back?
This is my first time trigger. Yes.
I believe that is correct. So you get 17?
Right, well, that's started to clear the way
Yeah,
for a potential fourth later, but we're still not there.
it's definitely still not there.
Hey, look at this.
Whoa, who expected that?
What a shock. We're all surprised. I gain life again.
Are we...
Up to 10.
What does Tamiyo cost to minus? At what point do we go fourth, bring back fourth?
It's -3. So Kieran very much could just cast fourth for, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, fourth for 7, pick up fourth, pass.
Yeah. Seems like...
And then next turn,
something that
fourth
I
for
would-
7 again.
Yeah, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, 14 2/2s.
Like, even if they're 1/2s, that's going to be close to enough.
Yeah.
But Tamiyo's
Tamiyo's not dead.
Not yet a planeswalker. Sorry, James is Tamiyo I'm talking about.
Yeah. Kieran's Tamiyo is not dead.
Yes. Let's see what Kieran can draw.
See if it's something big. Surprise, James. I believe James will probably bounce the Flage before combat. I think you kind of have to in this case.
Can you... But then you just leave yourself open to Flage being cast again and again, and it just kills you.
Well, so Flage would now... Kieran doesn't have a... does Kieran have a Caracas? Kieran doesn't have a Caracas in play, so it would go to the graveyard, and Kieran's only got 1 card in the graveyard right now, so wouldn't be able to escape it. Yeah, so James has decided not to bounce it yet.
What do you mean by bounce it?
Use Caracas to return it to Kieran's hand.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. But then you recast it. It's still...
Yeah, you recast it.
You just can't then escape it again, I suppose.
Yeah, which I think is still way better than it sitting in play.
Gotcha.
I think either way it gets its Lightning Helix effect. By bouncing it, it then can't attack for 6.
Exalted triggers, make a clue. Yeah. Down to 18.
There's just so many intricate things going on in this match that it's really difficult to... Yeah, it's difficult for the players to keep up with what all of the lines are to victory.
Yeah. Lots of micro decisions.
James just looking
Now
to refill.
This is a good card.
All right. You have 5 mana for draw 3 is good. But it ain't resolving.
No.
I've only got 1 white source, it's not Caracas. Let's be sensible again.
James thinking about his mana base in his 4-color deck.
Yeah. Normally a good idea.
Yeah.
It's one of the... I think we've mentioned it before, but it's one of the real considerations that Kieran's had over what deck to bring.
Yeah,
it was always going to be a control variant, but whether it's 3 colours or 4 colours. Hey, here's another one of this cycle.
I think in the last little while, Kieran has played a lot of Jeskai Black, Jeskai Green, Esper Red. Lots of these base blue-white control decks.
Yes. Speaking of blue-white control, No More Lies takes care of a troll.
Yeah. No. More Lies.
Permanently takes care of a
yeah, it's gone forever.
Oh, this stupid guy
That's Kieran just highlighting that Guide of Souls is James's route to victory at this point.
Yeah.
It's really impressive that James is able to stave off that fourth.
I think so. James is playing 46 creatures, so I think he's never going to be missing a creature.
Yeah.
So this Guide of Souls is pretty good.
That's more creatures than I play in my aggro creature decks.
Yeah. Yeah, this Flage is back. Leovold's gone now.
Aha. Laughing at Caracas.
Yeah. When Caracas is tapped, it's not very good. Lots of decisions by Kieran here. Oh, look, here's another one of these.
Ajani.
MH3
Ooh,
Flipwalkers.
This is interesting because that means there was an option to play Ajani, use Flage to target your own cap token to flip Ajani.
Yes. And I believe you can start zeroing the cat. Zeroing Ajani to deal a bunch of damage.
I'm just trying to think whether that is aligned to victory, because speaking of planeswalkers, here's another one.
Here's another one.
Mill one, make an insect, and I'll get an energy. I made an insect, life and an energy.
These planeswalkers are definitely becoming a more and more important part of these games.
21. Combat.
The one was slightly faint.
So I'm just thinking about that Ajani line again. Because Ajani would have flipped, you'd have had the Dread Horde. So you make a 2/1 and then you deal damage to any target equal to the number of creatures you control.
Yes, I believe so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, yeah. I mean, it might. I can't necessarily see a direct route, but it might have been a good one.
Yeah, I think if you can zero it, deal 6 to James, and not die in your next turn,
then fourth is probably enough.
Well, you can just deal 6 again.
Yeah, Ajani. I assumed Ajani has to die, which means James is on the back foot in that he has to attack to kill Ajani, and then because of the declared attackers against Ajani, you might be able to just get there. I think that might have been a route to a win there for Kieran.
Yeah, potentially.
Here's everybody's favourite bird wizard.
Yeah.
And this isn't even a combo deck for Nadu, but it's about to show how stupidly strong this thing is. You liked five mana draw 3, right? How about 3 mana draw 3? Repeatably.
I think talking to James over the weekend about this list, I believe he's on Nadu. Was he also on... I'm just looking through his list now. Yeah, he's also on Spring Heartland Tuco.
Okay.
So there's a conversation of whether the cost of including a card like Nomad's Encore or Shuko or Bristly Bill, any of these that you can just keep going. Is it worth it?
Because Nadu's not the plan here.
No, Nadu's not the plan, I think.
So I like the decision not to just gear your deck more towards a Nadu deck. This is an initiative deck. So I like the decision not to, but I also like the decision of you just include Nadu because Nadu's stupid.
Yeah, Nadu's really dumb.
I do think it should be pointed. The fact that we're talking about it goes into the deck because you're those colours. Should we be putting in the other cards that help it combo off because they're free? I think that in itself is, I guess, an argument towards it being a pointed card.
Yeah.
It's just a design mistake. So.
Oh, definitely. Banned in almost every format is legal in.
This is game 1, by the way.
This is still game 1. I believe at some point during this game, when I was table spotting, you asked me what game this was, and I completely forgot. I thought this was game 2 or 3. Or... It's been going on for, what, 40 minutes now?
So we have got a ghost vacuum that gets to start eating stuff, and
yes,
maybe also starts becoming a root. But I think 4th is just a faster route. So
yeah, I think both are still having the ghost vacuum. When you know James is on these cards that recur from the graveyard.
Yeah,
is pretty good.
I believe Kieran's just been told to speed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Understandably, the judge has said, look, we know this is super complicated, but
it's
ridiculous. It's a lot of maths that Kieran's got to do to try to find a way through.
Yeah, especially with this 4th Elingus.
Ultra Evolution, Energy, Life, 13.
And I'm fairly confident in saying now that James is starting to pull further ahead. Being able to draw as many cards as he's able to per turn.
Yeah, definitely.
I would like to clamp the insect, trigger Nardu.
Speaking to James again, after the event, he didn't realise that when an equipment is attached to a creature, you can activate the equipability target the same creature.
Oh, really? Okay.
He thought you had to move it about between creatures.
Okay.
Understandably. Like, if I was wearing a pair of gloves, I wouldn't attempt to put on the same pair of gloves.
I'd love to see you try.
Already on my hands. There we go, look, another 1 green-blue card.
This is the one you talked about earlier.
Yeah. These Elder Giants.
Then I'll draw in game 3 first, go to 17, play this.
It's the conversation since Flage was released of which is better, Uro or Flage.
Interesting. Probably Flage.
I think that... So Flage finishes a game on its own. Well, not on its own, but like...
That's you're like saying, well, one's a Boros card and one is a Simic card.
Yeah,
essentially, right.
So now this is a fairly big part of this game.
Hold up, 1 second. Ghost Vacuum's just targeted Uro.
As James has paid the escape cost.
So that's a cast spell, so you can't do that.
Yeah. This is
Grace has come in.
Yeah. Here comes the judge. Now I feel like this is I've played a full day of Magic. I've forgotten how cards work.
Would you mind just clarifying exactly what happens there?
So I went to escape Uro, but before I'd exiled all my cards, Kieran exiled it.
So escape is actually
it's part of the cost. We know
it's a cast. It's
cast on it. Yeah,
it's cast.
So Kieran doesn't have priority before Uro goes on the stack, essentially.
So activating the Ghost Vacuum to target Uro is illegal.
Is a games rule violation.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is actually a games
there we go.
violation because this is not a legal thing. Well,
you don't have priority, right? Once my Uro's died, yeah.
You just can't target Uro.
So I need to exile my 5 still. I've not done that.
Yes.
So James is trying to fix this, and Grace is trying to figure out what the penalty is.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop here because this is a games rule.
And this is pretty complicated because I believe Kieran already had a couple warnings for looking at extra cards just by dropping cards when cutting decks. which I think I was talking to Grace during the event that these looking at extra card rules about dropping cards when cutting your opponent's deck or shuffling your opponent's deck, they do result in an upgradable warning, but the rule clearly wasn't designed for 100 card formats.
Yeah. So if one of those was because of looking at extra cards, I believe that's a separate offence to a games rules violation.
So I think they exist in the same category.
So this is a games rules violation.
Here we go. Let's listen.
Because it was caught immediately, it's not failure to maintain. Unfortunately, because this is your third warning inside the gameplay error, I'm going to have to upgrade that warning to a game loss. Okay. So.
Challenge the first warning.
That is beyond. We are. You need to actively challenge it while I give it.
Okay, so we have just got a game lost, unfortunately.
Super disappointing way for this game to end.
It is. I do think that James is starting to pull ahead there, but it's not a foregone conclusion.
No.
Or a foregone conclusion. Yeah, what an awesome game, though. I don't think it takes away from how good a game that was.
No, that was... Both players played incredibly well until then.
Yeah. So I do think... Yeah, so I probably need to brush up on my own rules, to be honest, because I don't know how it all works, but we'll move past it.
Yeah, I think because all the warnings were through gameplay errors.
Mm-hmm.
None of them were misconduct or being rude or anything. They were all just, I've made a gameplay error. They all count in the same zone.
Fair enough. Well, Kieran's
Super
task has
disappointing
just been made much more difficult.
Yeah. Kieran now needs to win 2 on the trot, and we saw how difficult that first one was.
Fasten your seatbelts. We're going into game 2.
40 minutes later.
Yeah, I will too.
All right.
Both on a keep.
No wastelands here.
Incredible.
Whoa. Incredible stuff here.
I'm just getting a top. You can carry on.
I think this is so James was waiting for Kieran to tap out there because this is an open decklist tournament. James knows that Kieran is playing, I believe, Stifle, or in his case, Beholder's Sleep Ray.
Okay.
So there is a world where I think it's probably correct for Kieran to stifle this. Cut James off that extra land drop.
There's so many better things to stifle, but yeah, you're given the opportunity. You probably just do, because the window of opportunity doesn't often open itself up for a stifle. So
no, I think you're wanting to use your stifle early in the game, especially this where they're battling over resources. If you can make sure that James misses his second land drop, you're golden. Hey, Kieran doesn't even play the land he tutored for.
Showing off there.
Yeah.
He continues to represent that stifle.
Yeah.
There it is.
There's that 2-mana spell.
And that one sticks.
Yeah. It's a good one. That's another good one.
Kieran hoping that there's no fetch land coming down. Is it resolving?
Kieran's on a think here.
Oh, yep. Ah.
Yeah, here's the fetch land.
This is definitely going to get out of hand, this board state, pretty quickly.
Yeah, if Kieran can't deal with the insect token, with the Spring Heart and Tuco.
Yeah, the insect token's not the problem. It's
No,
the rest
not yet.
of them.
Yeah. The ones that keep coming. That's another really, really strong card. Recently depointed.
We have a spell pierce. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, did you notice that the Arid Mesa was not cracked
I did, yeah.
earlier? But now because of the spell pierce, it's forced. So that's real nice from Kieran of like, well, I'm going to put you in a position where you have to do your fetch, and I've got the opposition agent for it.
Yeah.
And James knew it was coming as well, so...
I think opposition agent's maybe the only card in the format that you should play around if you don't know what your opponent's playing.
Okay.
I think if they've left 3 mana up, you almost know that there's an opposition agent. That's in closed deck list, obviously, not.
Yeah. I mean, Kieran just plays land and says go quite a lot, so...
Yeah.
I feel like you should expect it a lot less against a control deck than my mono black aggro deck. If I'm not tapping 3 mana with 4 cards in hand, yeah, I've probably got opposition agent.
There you go. Kieran has surveilled Consider into the bin, which is basically just casting Consider.
All I'm hearing is that you want these surveil lands to draw you a card as well. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah. Print a untapped dual land with types that enters, surveils one, and draws one. Wouldn't be bonkers at all.
All right.
You know, just kill the reserve list while you're at it.
You know my whole hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the best plays.
Your best plays, Kieran, are next turn play a land, cast Terminus. Those are your best plays.
Take pain.
Ouch.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
So Kieran knew this was coming.
Yeah.
But James, at this point, has got the foot on the gas and is just going, right, well, you haven't had answers so far, so let's see what you can do. Swing, bada, bada. Ooh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so heating the thing that's
killing you fast.
Meaning, yeah, it's killing you fast. And James will also draw cards when Kieran draws cards, and
Kieran likes drawing
Kieran
cards.
wants to draw cards.
Yeah, that's about right. Drown in the lock to counter Tamiyo.
I think that's a very understandable thing to do. Exile the land, put a card in your hand, and put a card on the bottom. It's almost exactly what you want to do with Express Iteration.
You just want to find out, make sure that you find a land to exile it so you can play it.
Yeah. Or a Mishra's Bauble.
Okay.
That was a big one in Modern for a while.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. The initiative.
We are fetching in response, so I don't think the dungeon hasn't resolved yet, right?
No. So see what Kieran is going to do here. I don't think Kieran's very much not in a board state to allow the initiative to resolve. I think the initiative would result in a very fast kill.
Yes. It's quite strong.
Yeah. Fantastic mechanic in Commander. And I'll leave it at that.
Alright, we're going to Snapcaster and Drown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And James attacking with the 2/1/1s, knowing that even if the Snapcaster blocks, it's probably in James's favour.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have been tempted to just attack with one.
Yeah, so you can block it on the way back.
Because you just don't, but, well, I mean, I'd have been wrong.
Yeah.
I suppose Kieran doesn't want to... Yeah, I mean, James doesn't really want to block with the Spring Heart Nantuko. But Kieran doesn't want to be attacking, because this is the problem with the initiative, right? Like, it makes you want to attack when you're behind, but that just leaves you further behind.
Kieran's already on 9.
Life totals changing a fair bit faster than they were.
Yeah.
In game 1.
I could do the obnoxious Jethro thing.
Recruiter of the Guard for Grist.
Yeah, so James has pulled to the front 3 cards, and he's taken the Ajani.
I'm going to attempt to cast Ajani. Taking one for the canopy. I'll get my cat token.
And that's just going to basically represent a win unless Kieran finds a terminus.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's not dead yet.
But it's pretty close.
Combat. Yeah, the whole team.
The whole team. It doesn't matter. The worth of each individual creature means nothing now.
No.
The hive mind goes in.
Yes, James doesn't mind losing the Ajani here because it just means that he can get in with.
So this is just a case of like Kieran's going to have that wipe or it's over. There are tutors to find it, but it's going to have to be now.
So yeah, he's reanimating his Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Yuck.
16. No, you're on 15. You're on 15. Taking 4 down to 11. And then you took 1 from the payment. So you're down to 10.
Yep. We did.
This is where my job comes in handy, is keeping track of these life totals.
Yep. It can be complicated.
Take a pain. Cast Phantasmal Image.
Yeah, this is a pretty huge play from James.
So we're casting a
getting
Phantasmal
a basic,
image.
play it, make an insect, Phantasmal Image. I imagine copy the Seasoned Dungeoneer.
That's it.
Yeah. Kieran's going out on his own terms and bolting himself.
Incredible.
Super disappointing way for this one to end, I think. After how interesting game 1 was. Game 2 ending in a flood.
Yep. Wow.
Bit disappointing.
So Kieran drops down to the losers bracket, and James continues through. See if Kieran can make it back to fight him again.
We'll see.
It is now time to get you updated on what's happened in the losers bracket. Mark has beaten Alice, so Mark on that we saw in round 1 has made it through, and Ember has defeated Jay. So Mark and Ember then played each other, and Ember managed to get through that one. So we've got 3 more casualties in the event, and Kieran now gets to play against Ember. And this is a great opportunity to get ourselves introduced to Ember's deck.
Greetings, Ember.
Hello. So,
tell us about what you're playing.
Yeah, it's a Rakdos aggressive mid-range pissed, and very similar to the one which won the Loading Ready Run year-end event.
Nice.
Slightly different points per head. Rather than running one Mox and Mana Crypt, it's running 2 Mox and then just a slightly wider spread. So,
Okay, so
did consider
you're
running.
focusing on the fast mana.
Yeah, the focus is on the fast mana. I want to try and play something cheap in the early, or something above rate in the early turns, and try and snowball that advantage from there.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, this is the deck that you've been playing most recently in our weekly tournaments, right? So you know how it plays.
It was originally a more like medium aggro variant of mono red.
Okay.
But I kept finding that I was just lacking in removal for anything that got bigger than about 3 toughness.
Yep, the mono red issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic mono red issue, which recent sets feel like it has exacerbated. So losing things like Barrogoyf and Psychic Frog, things which regularly and very easily go above 3 toughness and are also incredibly like snowbally threats.
Yep. So what are the black removal spells that you've added in then?
So classic things like Fatal Push, Bitter Triumph, Long Goodbye, Children's Edict. I like having as a bit of a Hail Mary against Dark Depths, because you can sacrifice a creature and that creature token, and that creature token's Merit Lage. We've got my namesake, Dismember, Snuff Out.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, it's a good removal. Sweet. What are your scariest threats?
Scariest threats, probably Screaming Nemesis, Sheldred. I've also got a bit more top end going on. So things like Harvester of Misery, Overlord of the Balemerc, Metamorphosis Fanata.
Are those recent additions then? Those the top
very
end?
recent.
Okay, yeah.
I'd put them in pretty much before we'd started.
Okay.
There's more of a like self-discard theme, especially with Ivora, which I was surprised with how well it seems to have done in the
I'd never seen this one before seeing it on the Yellow Jacket year end.
It looks like a new one from Jumpstart 25.
Interesting.
And it definitely looked quite interesting. Like it seems like it can grow fairly quickly, and it's self-enabling. Like,
I'm excited to see it play out.
Yeah. Like play Ivora turn 2, play Seasoned Pyromancer turn 3. You're swinging with a 3/3 trample, and you've got like a couple of blood tokens out of it.
Yep, that's pretty sweet. Have you made any tech changes specifically for your matchup with Alice?
Well, Alice is just going to be playing Jeskai, I'm pretty sure. So
it's just a case of just play your game and go under it, if that is the case.
Yeah. Try and go under it as best as I can. And having things like Seasoned Pyromancer and the like Reanimation Suite, I think is going to help with both with having like fast unfair starts, and also just sort of giving a bit more longevity.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I love the deep cavern back there as well. That should help with control matchups.
I did end up switching Dreadfugue for Dreams of Steel and Oil.
Okay.
control decks usually play enough creatures and usually fairly threatening ones. So having the option of tagging like a Triumph, a Murktide, a Pyrogoyf with Dreams early on seems reasonable. And
yeah, it's a really good point. We've mentioned it recently that control decks are playing a decent number of threats nowadays. It's not the control deck that we used to know that was just playing
unless that player's Helmer.
Yes, that's true. Unless they're playing Boomer control.
Yeah. The other reason that I added it was because from recent matches that I've had against George, who's been playing Paradox, no more rings, no more Paradox. It definitely seems like the kind of thing that makes that would have to make him have to suddenly shift game plan.
Yeah. You've made the decision to go a little bit bigger and move out of aggro and into mid range a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right. Well, enjoy the tournament and good luck.
Thank you. You too.
And Ember is playing Kieran in the final of the losers bracket. And to talk us through it, I have brought James back, as if we haven't heard or seen enough of James already in this tournament. Congratulations so far, and well done for making it to the top of the pile for now. And you're going to have to play against one of these in the next.
Yes. I'll endeavour to do my best to stay there.
But for now, you can relax and talk us through Rakdos mid-range versus this Esper Red control deck that we talked to earlier. The interesting thing about Ember's deck is that it started out as an aggro deck. I mean, I think she started playing it as mono red, added some black, and has just like over time made it more mid-rangey. But there was a real big step into mid-range from aggro for this tournament.
Right.
And it was very heavily influenced by the Yellow Jacket and LRR winning deck.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I suppose it's also, if you're anticipating some controller mid-range slogfests with Baragoyce and Triumph and St. Catherine's and Terminuses, going all in on getting you dead super quick is harder to achieve than it is against an unknown field, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of think that a hyper aggro deck would have done well here. It's essentially what we're missing from the tournament, isn't it? But those decks do tend to just fold, and I don't think people want to do that.
No, you want to maximize your win percentage rather than. That's probably not the right phrase. You want to minimize your loss percentage rather than maximize your win percentage potentially. Right. It might be the logic, because if you're playing just mono red or mono white, just hardcore, beat them down as quickly as possible. You've got almost no recourse against Academy, for example. If you're playing against a control deck and they just have the right answer at the right time, you'll really struggle. And then a lot of the mid-range decks just happen to play a life gain, like I've already mentioned Baragoyf and Triumph. Yeah. But I was playing Atraxa, as we've already seen. Like, there's just a bunch of, Ocelot Pride was in a couple of decks. So there's just a bunch of powerful life-linking cards that make it hard to race.
I don't know. I'm just biased. I've come into this format as an aggro player, and I'm just sad not to see representation.
I'm not. It's fine.
I'm still on Team Ember right now though, because it's the closest thing we have to an aggro deck.
Yes, definitely in this lineup we had this today. It's funny, me and Kieran we're talking tournaments. It's always nice that we can just fetch with no worry of Blood Moons or Price of Progresses. We can just have the best mana base we ever want.
Boo. See, I really do feel like I've taken on the role of like the police coming in and being like, stop, you are going to be punished now.
Yep. Dear. It does lead to some silly games of, I had dueling Atraxas where I've been on 29 and they've been on 34 and stuff like that. Those are the kind of games where it's hard being an aggro deck into people who are playing those kinds of like high power cards. This is a good start though. Dreams of Steel and Oil. It's maybe not the perfect hand attack spell. You obviously want Thoughtseize. Dreams of Steel and Oil is hand attack spell number 3 or 4 or something like that. It's worse than Inquisition and worse than Thoughtseize. Does have a target though. It's not guaranteed against Kieran's deck, but getting this Bowmasters out is good. There's just a lot of interaction in there, which is unfortunate for Ember.
I mean, I think you'd also want Duress over this.
Yes.
Generally, I mean, especially in this matchup.
Yeah.
But we've talked about it enough times. Kieran does have creatures that you want to get rid of, and Bowmasters is certainly one of them.
Yep. And the Exile is nice, and sniping something from a bin if it's not a turn 1 Dreams of Steel and Oil, isn't it? Just an extra little bit of upside as well.
Well, I mean, it's unplayable, right? Just to make an opponent discard a creature, especially when there's a reanimation deck in the format.
I mean, it does get artifacts too. So you could snipe a Mox that was holding a hand together. It was obviously good against Academy, but Despise hasn't been played in quite a long time, which I think is just discard a creature. I want to say it might be something else, but I can't remember because it's so not played.
Yep.
Red Fugue is one that's probably similar level of Dreams of Steel and Oil as well.
Yeah.
Just try to find the right balance of them all. But and this is the blue one.
Yeah. this the fact that the blue one is just free. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just more reasons why blue is.
It's still the amount of. Yeah, the amount of raw cards split per player is the same. They're not -1, but you're +1, so it's fine. It all balances out. You just didn't play the mana for it. This is one of those excellent ideas of what becomes strange when you start playing control decks. You look at things like Cataxian Probe and Thought Scour and Mental Note, and you just be like, why would you play? It's just blue, draw a card with weird words that don't matter on it, but they're important. You need to cast those spells, you need to fill a bin up, you need to get that upside.
So here's a question for you. To what extent do you agree or disagree with the statement that all decks should play Gitaxian Probe?
I don't agree with that in general.
Okay.
I would play it. I don't play it in that many decks. I obviously play it in Control. I've got a Jeskai Spells deck that I don't play very much. I think it's in Merfolk as well, I want to say. Like cards that decks that want either want a low land count and like some form of consistency that are blue, I will play it in. And decks that care about spells or filling up the graveyard, again, that are blue, I'll probably play it in. I would play Mental Misstep off color before I would play Gitaxian Probe off color, I think.
Okay.
But I think that might be a personal preference.
Yeah, well, I guess the more that I think about it, I'm just thinking, well, what's the downside to playing this card?
Paying 2 life. Like it's minimal, but if your options when you're trying to stabilize against an aggressive deck are paying 2 life and then drawing a 2-drop or something that kind of stabilizes you versus just whatever I cut for it that then that does the same job as a 2-drop and then the 2-drop follows it up. Like if you're not looking for a certain thing or getting added value from casting the spell or having the spell in the graveyard or having a card in your graveyard, you have to weigh up what that cost is when you cannot cast the spell. And even for me, like especially in such a high-powered format, you want your spells to be doing something. Like this Lightning Bolt is doing a good job here of killing off a 3-drop. You want just drawing a card is like good. Looking at the hand is good for knowledge, but if you're the type of deck who doesn't, they just play to the board with whatever their best plays are.
So maybe if you're not playing around what your opponent's doing and you're just doing your thing, then it's less important. Yeah. But even then, like a combo deck wants to see that the coast is clear.
Yeah, but if you're a very tuned combo deck, you really don't want many cards that don't either protect the combo like actively or like do the combo on their own. So if you probe someone and you see that it's not safe to do the combo, but it's still not safe to do the combo, right? It's not like you've duressed them, you've not got a Veil of Summer to prevent the counter spell or Pact Negation or something, which are 2 things that George plays. Isn't
it like the argument that if you're playing Gitaxian Probe, then you're essentially just playing 99 cards and starting on 18? Would you pay 2 life to reduce your deck size by 1? And I think in 100 cards, that's probably less less of an easy yes than it is in a deck with fewer cards. But again, that's where my brain's kind of.
There's certainly logic to that argument. I definitely wouldn't say that's wrong. I think it's probably a little bit more complex than that, but as a base level argument to try and start where you're going from, I think that does make sense.
Anyway, that's enough on that topic. We've got an actual game going on.
Yes, and there has been good, threat into removal into threat from Ember. So like a reasonable start, but not been double spelling, which is something you kind of want to do against a control deck to try and force through advantages before they start amassing resources. But each player has 1-for-1 the other one with a removal spell so far. So it will be whoever finally breaks that deadlock will probably give us a good swing to the beginning of this game.
That's one thing that Ember has plenty of, is those 2-3 mana threats.
Yes. And then it would imply she's not got a land heavy hand, because I think she played City Traitors last turn for the longer buy and hasn't played another land this turn. Although perhaps
you might just sit on it.
Yeah. It depends on the mana value of her hand and how much she wants to try and get through in one turn.
Maybe it's less. I kind of come to that conclusion quite quickly, but with Ember increasing the mana value of the deck, the average mana value of the deck, maybe it's less of an easy decision to just sit on 3 mana. I'm used to Ember just going, right, so I've got 3 mana, I'm done.
Yeah. I don't know if she's up the land count for this compared to normal. She's on 32 with 2 MDFCs. But a lot of the soul lands, she spent a point on Ancient Tomb. We've already seen City of Traitors. Still quite strong into the. I assume she's playing Blood Moon. Yeah, there's a Blood Moon and a Magus in here, which again have upsides against a lot of the decks in the meta. If you're assuming that a lot of the controller mid-range players are 3-4 color, and there is an Academy deck that wants to abuse Tolarian Academies and.
The two decks remaining in this tournament are Kieran's 4-color control and your 4-color initiative. So.
Yeah, and both of those games, Blood Moon will do a lot of work. It's even better against me. I have literally no red cards. And that's why I play 4 of each basic. It's an important thing to try and bear in mind, even if you're a 4-color deck. What do you lose to? Like, it's always nice to be playing the 4-color mirror where you know no one's on Blood Moon and no one's on Magus of the Moon or Harbinger of the Seas or anything.
It's alright, I played Back to Basics last weekend, and one of my opponents, after me playing Back to Basics, slammed a basic land for turn, and then drew another basic land for the next turn. I was like, wait, what? That's cheating, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, that sounds like hypocrisy for aggro decks now. You claiming you want to represent the aggro decks and keep people honest. I suppose Back to Basics still keeps people honest, though.
Exactly, it's in a different way.
Yeah.
I'm still punishing you for being greedy.
But I want to be greedy. I want to cast all the spells and do all the things.
And I'm fully relying on that.
I don't know if you've experienced looping Iceland Kotors and Baleful Strictors with a Chthonian Nightmare, but it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
That doesn't sound like I'm going to win anytime soon.
No, but in the instance I was doing it, I also had a Guide of Souls, so I was going up life and energy.
Okay, you are winning pretty darn fast. Inti's one of the more powerful 2-drops that we've had that's not an MH3 card in recent times. Every time I read this card, I just go, wait, what?
Yeah, there is. It's one of those ones that you read it, you're like, oh yeah, you'll get some value off of that. That's cool. And then you just see how much value it gets. It's the fact that they keep printing cards say whenever you attack, not whenever this creature attacks, and you can get that value immediately, which is again why I think lands like Caracas have extra value, right? Because commanders keep getting push stats put on them, even beyond to some extent what Fury gets put on it, or other banned cards that haven't impacted Modern too much.
Mm-hmm.
But Inti's crazy, and if you can build around it a little bit, just getting extra value of. There's a Faithless Looting or something like that in no Faithless Looting in Ember's deck, but any of those like Bitter Triumph discarding gets an extra bit of value. Like there's a strangely large amount of discarding involved in red and black kind of aggro-based strategies.
Yeah, it's true.
It's got a bit more mid-range, so there's it's not just the attack that this represents a threat. I would be surprised if Kieran is happy to let this So let us Oathsworn attack even if this into resolves. Yeah, just double checking this Drown in the Lock does the thing, and it does do the thing. So it's taking some damage here from the Oathsworn. I think it gets a counter on damage, not attack, right? I think. Yeah. Okay. So this will start to snowball, but it's not like an immediate problem that Kieran has to deal with right now.
Well, the nice thing is that Ember's only presenting one problem at a time to Kieran, and Kieran's set up to deal with exactly that.
Yes, the mana base is not helping Ember here, being stuck on 2 lands. And this Mystic Sanctuary, I think, picked up the Drown in the Lock again.
Yeah, that's
there.
right. Yep.
So the next thing's probably not going to resolve either, and there's 5 mana open, and that looks Solitude in hand. So Kieran in a real strong spot here. Ember's really suffering from a mana base, not just destroying her 3rd land, really. Very fancy Voidwalker.
Interesting that the Voidwalkers come down at this point, but I suppose Solitude's still going to hit that.
Yeah, I wonder if there was any element of maybe Kieran has some type of removal spell that requires you to be attacking to do it, so that you might get some upside of getting it under the Dalthy.
Yep.
Probably not, but there is a chance.
Man, lifelink on Solitude's pretty stupid.
Yeah, this is kind of just one of those examples that I was chatting about earlier, where it can just be hard to be an aggro deck, because if you don't have that nuts curve out followed by a bit of reach, what do you do? Someone plays this spell that removes one of your creatures and then starts gaining them life, and that's really tough.
There's too many hyper powerful creatures with lifelink.
Yes, I mean Barragoyf was in, I think, every black deck. I feel like was playing Barragoyf this week, and probably every black deck's just playing Barragoyf. Who am I kidding? But even kind of just spread around more, like Metamorphosis Fanatic, getting something else to have lifelink while it has lifelink in and of itself.
I hate that card.
I've ended up cutting it from everything because I'm really bad at putting it on top of my library. I keep drawing it.
Good.
It's just unpleasant. So I have ended up cutting that one. But it's an interesting. I remember being like, ooh, Hardcast Loan. I didn't see that very often. Very nice. I remember being a bit miffed, might be the polite way of putting it, when Price of Progress was taken off the points list, because I was just like, it's not fair. They've already got Lotus and Rubies, and like that was right at one point. But I've kind of made peace that actually that's probably not necessary at this stage. Like it is rough to be a full-on aggressive deck.
Yeah.
Especially when people get to know that you have that. Like as when you started playing your mono black deck, people started changing their decks to account for it, and like that makes an impact, right? It can just be really hard just to be like, I'm going to kill you, and that's all that I need to worry about.
So it's the only reason I started playing other decks is so I can go back to mono black and surprise people.
Yes, we're like, you're here, you're on your Mardu token sword list.
Yeah, they'll have forgotten I've got Price of Progress in my mono black deck by that point.
Yeah. I'm just going to make a mental note. Always play around Price of Progress, even if Nathan's not in red.
Oh, here's a grief.
Good grief.
Quite.
What was
Brazen Borrower, Mana Leak, Spell Pierce, Drown in the Lock?
Yep, that looks about right. Yeah, this is just really unfortunate that Embers just can't develop anything more because of the mana. Just not being able to maintain anything, because there's a good amount of velocity and card advantage here. Like the Epicure got another draw step. I would imagine this Dalthy's going to have to cast this Lorien to be able to try and get some mana and actually let Ember do something. So there's definitely play here if you just like drew a land or something over the past couple of times, but she's in a rough spot. But the hardcast Lorien reveal does suggest Kieran's not like overflowing with options to play as well.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It's not like the game.
It's a lot of counter spells and one threat. If you can get rid of that threat and just find something to get the Solitude gone at instant speed in some way, then you might, there's a game on again, as it were.
Yeah, we saw earlier on was round 2, I think it was, that you could see Kieran fully in control of the match, in that just drawing tons of cards, had a full grip when Mark just didn't seem to have anything going for him. That's not the case here. It's just that Kieran's not dying, and so although he's not necessarily got full control, he's not behind.
That's a good one. Getting rid of the Solitude.
Yeah.
Getting that in exile as well. And that's important, because I do imagine this Voidwalker might snap off the Valorian Revealed here. Yeah. But making sure, getting those cards out of Kieran's graveyard, having them in exile, is just good to have. And there's Unearth, so I'd imagine there's a Reanimate in Ember's list. Yes. Just ways to get them back, so there's no reason to not try and maximize. Those void counters remain on those cards, and Henry's lovely handwriting, so if Voidwalker comes back, they have access to those cards. Land drop was really important, so hopefully this Epicure is not going to go the whole way. I would be surprised if a Voldar and Epicure on its own
You
could
have
do it.
so little faith in the Wanderer.
I am sorry. But, has the mana now. Kieran's hand is, at least the last time we saw it, was pretty much all counterspells. So you just have to try and play around it the best you can by playing cards like Trespasser, which aren't oh god, I have to kill this. But, are annoying to deal with. He's got the ward discard a card clause. This is probably worth a counterspell. Yeah, I would say so. But even if it's not as scary as some of the threats that Ember could top deck. Also means we don't have to worry about day and night, which is always nice. Don't want to have that in the game if we can avoid that.
Oh, yeah. I'd counter that spell myself.
Kieran playing very considered, obviously. Aware he's close to the finals of the finals, as it were.
Is that what we're calling it? Is that the official name?
The finals of the finals, yeah. Because you've had the winners bracket finals, and now you're in the losers bracket finals. So then you go to the final, and the whole tournament's called the finals. So I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll trademark that for next time.
Okay. Good to know. But yeah, again, the Solitude's gone, but another threat that is just not going to let Ember kind of start to take the advantage in the way that she wants. Card advantage and life gain off of this Bargoyf is a lot. And this is another one of those cards that it is obviously good, but it's a bit like Inti in a way that it looks good, but you're like, it's basically just a Tarmogoyf with lifelink and left touch. Who really cares about that? So much so that I have definitely missed Bargoyf triggers when I started playing with it, because I wasn't used to that line of text and was so confused by it. I was just like, oh, fine as it is.
Yeah, surely it doesn't have another line of text on it.
Yeah. And then, the counterspells. It's unfortunate that the hand that Ember's kind of ended up with after that struggle with the lands and the line build has just been one threat a turn.
Yeah, exactly. I said that 4 or 5 turns ago. It's just one at a time, and unfortunately, Kieran is very much set up to deal with one at a time.
Yeah, we saw the handful of counterspells. If he hits a good threat here, he didn't hit any threats. So that's a bit of a break. Remember. I think we still know Spell Pierce and maybe Drown in the Lock as the 2 cards in hand, possibly. I might be making that up.
No, I think that's right.
Okay.
We saw the mana leak.
Yeah, I'm going to lose focus. Star Athlete.
I don't know if I've seen this.
Duskmourn Commander by the looks of it, so probably not.
It attacks. Choose up to 1 target non-land permanent. Its controller may sacrifice it. If they don't, it deals 5 damage to that player.
Yeah, wow. I think Ember has blitzed it.
That's kind of cool.
Attacking with haste.
Well, it's just going to be countered, right?
I would assume so. There's not really any reason to let it resolve if you don't need to. It replaces itself. It deals you probably 8 damage over the course of this turn cycle because you're not sucking at Bargoyf, are you?
Weirdly, I think Kieran was just asking about the Oracle, the ruling on Blitz, but he doesn't need to know. It's just don't let it resolve. If you're going to kill it, you might as well just counter it.
Yes. You may be wondering what the mana value of the spell was for Drown in the Lock, not Dig.
Right.
That's about the only thing I think of. But it looks like Ember's graveyard's pretty full. This is a good threat to follow up with. Definitely in the danger zone for Ember here. Needs some. I don't honestly. It's one of those getting to stages where the advantages bar is really heavily swinging.
Yeah.
It's got to be a pretty wild swap here.
I really need to get one of those like designed up so that we can start moving it around.
You just want to add yourself more admin onto the editing of videos, do you?
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
All right, good point. I'm not doing it.
This lady is a good threat, though. It's going to probably flip the Tajani, I would imagine. But just a card advantage, aggro, represents some damage. It just can't race a Baragorth. Like, not many things can race a Baragorth, to be fair. But Lelia will eventually get there. But not for a while.
Not for a while, not very quickly.
Yeah.
It's quicker than an Epicure.
That's true, but I would imagine, there's only so many misses. 15 creatures isn't loads, but there's only so many misses you're going to get with 15 creatures in a deck with this Baragorth. And it is definitely killing Ember. She's down to 8. Inquisition, Thoughtseize, Opt. 1 mana spells, that's what Kieran's deck's good at. Making a cat from Johnny. Like, Lady is a good draw. There needs to be another follow-up that's scary. Down the Bugbear might be relevant here. I think it's got Menace, so if nothing else, you could potentially kill the Ajani, but then you're not really getting much value out of a Lelia trigger. But, Lelia's not doing anything when you can just keep throwing a cat in front of it anyway.
We found an Unearth.
Unearth's a nice one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Maybe this Star Athlete's going to come back and actually try to race the Baragorth. Feels like that's what athletes should do.
Yeah. Very good pun. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yep. It's probably I'm trying to think back in the match about what else could be a relevant one to go for here. Emma having a look herself as well.
The Graveyard
Letting
Trespasser.
go. Letting Ajani go is interesting. Maybe just thinks that I have a counter spell, I have a kill spell. I'm not scared of Ember's Unearth, and I'm going to get you dead with this Baragorth and this cat token next turn. If you keep having to attack me.
Yeah.
Valuing those extra 2 points of damage next turn. I would suggest that means Kieran feels quite secure at the minute. If he's
Yeah. That's it.
Just making a decision about what will or won't be unearthed.
What are we unearthing?
Unearth, targeting Graveyard Trespasser in my graveyard.
Oh,
Okay.
a bit of life gain and
It's now daytime.
some damage.
Yay! It's daytime.
It was the best part of Innistrad Remastered that none of those stupid cards were reprinted in it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Innistrad Remastered. It was a nice little break.
Well, you know how I felt about the week I drafted Boros. I didn't enjoy that week, but the other week was good, so it was fine.
I played Zombies one week, and I played Is It Spells the next.
Nice.
It was, they were both really sweet.
You lose 1 life, I gain 1 life, and also triggers Lelia.
Oh yes, that's cool. The Unearth, the Graveyard getting an extra counter on the Lelia from the trigger.
I'd like to strip mine targeting your basic planes.
Oh, strip on the planes, which may mean there's a Blood Moon in Kieran's future. Yeah, there is. So this is good. All Ember's if this resolves, all Ember's missing is a removal spell for the Baragorth, and we are in a good spot.
Yeah, that's
again.
true.
Kieran can't cast any non. Oh, for God's sake!
Oh my goodness! What did I just say about playing, watching my opponent just slam a basic right after doing something like this?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but slamming recall immediately after.
That's disgusting.
That is just impolite. Very unimpressive, Kieran. There, not cool.
A 4/5.
Still doesn't have white or black though. This is.
It's got to go.
I mean, I suppose it does have to go. But Magus of the Moon is just locking. It's just giving you so many more chances to win on the next couple of turns.
I think I'd take the hit. The first
I
hit.
might even chump with the Trespasser. But
Okay.
I don't think I'd want to lose the Magus there. Depends on how close I felt, how worried I was about dying. But
I don't know how much damage that was going to be from the Goyf, to be fair. And I suppose, you can't take the damage from the Goyf because it has that second line of text we were talking about. You got to chump. But I get the decision. It's just that Kieran's now back in the game.
Yeah, with the Magus of the Moon, he could only cast 1 blue pip's worth of spells every turn that that weren't red. And there's not loads of mono red cards in Kieran's deck. No, he's not playing Fury. Dreadhorde, I think, is the only mono red creature. Like, there's removal, like bolts and chain lightnings and stuff like that. But like, not much outside of that. Not much in the way, Fourth can't be cast, Expressive can be cast, I suppose, but like, the Magus does cut off a lot of the scariest things that Kieran can do. And I would hope, red-black deck is there's a lot of removal in a red-black deck. I'm not sure exactly how much Ember's playing, and obviously burn-based removal is weaker against Goyf-type creatures, but I think Instants and Sorceries are already in there. What the heck is this one?
It's the flip a coin to counter it or steal it. Oh.
I hate this card. I don't like things decided by random chance. It's one of the reasons I don't really like Comet either. Like, although you kind of have to play that because the Rob power is just so high. Oh,
okay.
Well, okay. If you've got another one, then I suppose that's
right,
fine.
I take it back, Ember.
You
had it all under control.
We are contrite.
And I like the fact that that's come down second, so the counter spell's been brought out.
Right, yes, for a Nethergoyf, which is not particularly scary in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that Ember predicted that it would get stolen, but
no.
So big.
The problem is you still really want to attack with this Lalia just to get more triggers.
Because
and the Blood Moon means the Den of the Bugbear can't be turned on as well. So
and we're hellbent, so it's kind of got to attack.
No.
Razorkin Needleheads, not going to kill very quickly.
It will at least block though, which is important.
Trades with a Cat Warrior.
Yep, which is not nothing. Can hopefully chump away, or maybe there's a removal spell in hand for this Nethergoyf, and then not in a terrible spot at all. There's the Needlehead.
No removal spell.
Well, hopefully there's some kind of instant speed removal. Maybe playing around Force of Negation, possibly. Otherwise, this one looks over 2 lethal threats on board.
I think because last turn you played Vulcan's attacked and passed.
And doing its mini shouldered impression as well.
Mm-hmm.
As Kieran draws for turn. Ember's sustained pretty well, but
okay.
Yeah, die. Okay.
Ember's got nothing.
But the final card in hand wasn't relevant, unfortunately. And that was a rough spot because if your hand under one blocker doesn't do it, you've got to attack with that. Lalia to try and get a 2-for-1 somehow,
Yeah.
It's unfortunate to not get there. The struggle of lands just lasted a little bit too long. Kieran never really went on the super low life total there. Wasn't under too much pressure, didn't have to think too hard. Paragoyf did loads of work. But
it still felt like that could have. I mean, if Kieran hadn't got the basic land into recall.
If Kieran hadn't rolled odds, if Kieran just rolled evens,
that's true.
Then Nethergoyf wouldn't have been there. The Needlehead could have traded off with the cats.
And I think we've got a game. That even Ember might even start putting a head on, because once Blood Moon's resolved, I think Kieran has a bit more difficulty getting rid of it.
Yes, Blood Moon's harder to deal with than Magus as well. So, that was very close to stabilizing. And that's what I was saying about the annoyingness of randomized outcomes, like the coin flips or the dice rolls or whatever it is.
But you're okay
Ember
with it
can't-
being based on whether you draw a card or not. Like that level of chance is fine.
I mean, variance is obviously brutal when it goes the wrong way. But variance that you have some kind of control over.
Yeah.
And is also a really key, important part of the game. Like,
This game would
one of
not
the
be
reasons
as
Magic-
good. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. This game would not be as good if it was all known information like chess.
Yeah, I don't play a single of the other ones that smooth them all out. I've never played Hearthstone. I've never played Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh. I've never played any of the games that don't have the variance that the mana base and the variance that Magic introduces on the back of having to have lands, having to have spells, etc.
Yep.
Does. I think I'd want to. So it's really important, and you can build your decks to kind of plan for and against it, right? Whereas just flip a coin and roll a dice. What am I supposed to do when you use a 50-50 shot and you got lucky, or I got unlucky? You know, that is one of the more feel bads, I think. But that's a personal preference. Like, obviously, some people really love dice flipping.
Who's had the best start?
Definitely Ember, and it's good because it looks like she was on a melt of 5 and is now empty-handed on turn 2. So
Graveyard Trespasser versus Tamiyo.
Tamiyo is a lot slower than a Graveyard Trespasser.
This is a pretty... this is a pretty disgusting start. I love this.
Move to combat. 3.
Kieran just wanting to be involved in one way or another.
That's it.
Kieran, sorry, Henry.
Kieran also wanting to be involved.
Oh yeah. Overall, getting a creature back is good too. Like this is a really good multi-5. This is a really good multi-5. Kieran needs some help here. Because Tamiyo alone is not going to do it. This is a 3-drop, and impending is in a few turns' time, 5 power and more card advantage.
Having said that, if we just have like a push or a bolt or path swords, I know you've got to pay the ward, but like then there's nothing.
Well, there was a creature drawn. I didn't spot which one it was off of the Overlord, so there's potentially another
Something
2-drop
coming
there.
out, yeah.
Yeah, so like there's still threats coming.
It is night time.
Oh god. Night time. This stupid mechanic.
I do think it's the most cumbersome of mechanics that we've had.
Yeah, the fact that you have to track. The thing that I never really got is the old werewolf rule worked perfectly fine on its own. Like to me, anyway. It's much more clean than this is. Oh, Molten Collapse on a Tamiyo. That's interesting. I'm not. It's may say something about Ember's game plan here. Because if you, I can't say I didn't quite spot what creature she got off the Overlord. If it was a 2-drop, I feel like I'd rather just start pressuring more rather than kill this Tamiyo, because this Tamiyo's things.
I think it suggests strongly that it wasn't a 2-drop.
Yeah. And it seems perfectly reasonable for Kieran to not remotely try and fight over a Tamiyo, because again, it's too slow to. This isn't a matchup for Tamiyo. He wants this against Control Mirrors or Midrange Grindfest or something like that, right? He just wants removal spells for this Graveyard Trespasser.
Also, Molten Collapse gets Tamiyo when it's flipped, and you get to get another creature as well.
It's true. Yeah, you never know. It might flip, and you could 2-for-1, Kieran, which would be cool.
Oh, I was going to say we get to see what it was, but we don't. It's just gone. I can't quite tell what it is. It's got... No.
No.
Maybe we'll find out when this Overlord comes back.
Returns it yet again. Oh, this isn't good from Ember's point of view. If Kieran's stopping this here before combat, it implies a removal spell with a glutton.
I think we're just having a...
Is there a day-night mix-up? Or someone's... Honestly, I hate this mechanic.
I think we're good. I think we've been tracking it correctly.
Okay, that's good.
So there's a question mark over whether it should be day or night, but I'm happy that it's night time.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
Okay, all right.
I'll take that one because then if it's all wrong, I can blame you and still look pretty fine on my own.
I don't care.
I don't care what anyone thinks. I do my own thing.
Well, I do care what people think. I don't care if I get it wrong.
Right. Okay. Do my own thing, even if it's Price of Progress and I'm on a black deck. I do my own thing.
Exactly. Now you're getting it. I do what I want to do.
Oh, I tried to get a spot of what that creature was, but I missed it. It doesn't. It looks like it's an Innistrad thing. I think that's a double feature card color.
It's got like
anyway, not that it's really important.
Gold. Oh, it's very important. I need to know what it is.
The Glutton got in as well, so this is starting to add
It's a
up.
Blood Tithe Harvester.
Oh, there we go. So that would have been a 2-drop that could have been castable.
Oh.
Again, can attack through a Tamiya as well, 3 power. So
yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I think we both disagree with that play.
Yeah, it may be marginal. I would definitely, if you are all out, like cards on the table, literally cards on the table, trying to kill somebody, I would rather like double down on that line and just. Tamiyo is just slow, whereas if Kieran just comes down and shoves a Baragorth in the way, that's more of a problem to your game plan, I would say. But again, I'm not great at these aggro decks and knowing when to turn on the gas and when to ease off a bit. So
the flip side is if Kieran casts a Recall or a Brainstorm, right? Tamiyo's then just nerfing your creatures for the rest of the game. But I think Ember's creatures are bigger than just 1 or 2 power. Well, these two would have been. So
yes,
it might still have been okay. Yeah. I mean, I can't claim to be a good aggro player, but I would have played the creature for sure.
It sounds like the Pokemon evolution of a kazoo.
Kieran is under a lot more pressure this game, though. We're already down to 6. And you can see here, for example, paying 2 life for a Taxing Probe is not nice. That is a pretty brutal spot to be in. So, from our discussion earlier,
yeah,
you can see the situations where maybe it's not always the best. Because it does matter, like fetch lands matter. Like not often and not much, but every now and then you lose the game because you can't crack your last fetch and you didn't just draw the, you drew the Windswept Heath, not the Sun Petal Grove or whatever it is, And there is a creature on board that is 2 turns away from lethal. There is a creature that is literally impending, that is 2 turns of lethal, and there's multiple things that need to be answered.
Does this drain as well? What does the Graveyard Glutton do?
It drains when you exile creatures.
Okay, it's just creatures. Okay.
Yeah. But this is a very clean answer. A bit of life gain, dealing with it. Still got to discard a card, which is unfortunate. The ward is being relevant there.
And it's gain 2?
Yep. See what Kieran is happy to not have in his hand. Mystic Sanctuary. That seems right. You've only got 2 islands. And this is a nice one. This is an answer that will become a threat in and of itself. It will make a 2/2. Probably not next turn. I'd imagine Kieran would like to keep it around. Just start shooting that value. Yeah, just up takes it to 2. But that represents blockers in the future, like just trying to stabilize 8 life. Not loads, but not like I'm dead numbers. So just a little bit of insulation. The main problem currently is the Overlord. I have to assume there's counter spells in Kieran's hand to deal with whatever this threat is. Screaming Nemesis is a scary threat.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, if that can hit at Kieran, there's not any more life being gained off this Wandering Emperor. There's not, there's a lot of problems if that is allowed to start swinging and takes any damage. Imagine this is going to be countered. Yeah, it's a hard cast days. That makes total sense. And he's here. The Overlord has arrived.
Finalement.
He is no longer impending. And there's a Screaming Nemesis in there, so there's a target immediately.
Yeah, good shout.
No blocker. That's interesting. Wanted to make the Wanderer be able to exile something, perhaps, but if he's not got an answer or blocker for this Overlord, it seems kind of reach. But maybe Ember. Maybe this is a subtle mental game of encouraging Ember to attack the Wandering Emperor rather than going face when Kieran's on 8 life.
I mean,
rather than just make the chump blocker. But
no, I'd be fairly confident that this means that Kieran's got removal for this Overlord before it attacks.
Yeah, you would have thought so. And he is tapping. Flame of Venor, yep.
What a great card.
Less impressive when it is just 3 mana, deal 5, but 5 is not a number that comes up very often in red removal spells. So, yeah, really smart. Oh, that's a good follow-up though.
Yeah, we said that Ember's just got a ton of threats at this point of the game. 3/4 mana, three mana is, I think, is the big one.
Yeah, 3 mana is the sweet spot for like aggressively slanted mid-range decks. Same if you play Jund or Abzan, like they have so many good 3s.
Yeah. It's why like starting with a Deathrite Shaman or a Llanowar Elves just feels real strong.
Almost certainly going to be a Samurai made here. I've got to imagine, just to block this goblin.
Yep.
And I think this is one of the trades where Ember's definitely going to attack. There's no reason. Like, she gets the treasure, she gets the thing off the board, and Kieran's definitely going to block next turn. It's all pretty much prescribed.
Yep. We know what's going on here.
Yep. Kieran's just taking his time, taking care, making sure he does what he can to stabilize and set. Again, 8 life's not loads, but it's not nothing either. It's definitely like...
I think 8's still comfortable enough. I think earlier I'd mentioned that 11 was comfortable. 8's fine. Well, in this situation, 8 seems fine.
He's starting to be able to leave up mana as well, which is nice. That's a good one.
So we're animating the Overlord.
And the Overlord will bring back a Nemesis or something better. I'd imagine this will draw a counter if Kieran has one.
So animating the Overlord is more of a long game decision though, because you could just animate the Screaming Nemesis, right?
Yeah. Oh, it resolves.
So I'm just trying to think what would happen if the Screaming Nemesis were animated. You'd end up attacking with both at the Wandering Emperor, probably.
Probably. And I'd imagine at that stage you just let it die.
I think Kieran would still be blocking the Shaman and just trading. I don't know.
You reckon? Maybe. I mean, a 2/2 Vigilance on the... Yeah, it was always going to get the... Oh, is that the Needlehead?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got the Needlehead that time. There is chunks of damage in here. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it would just be the block. But it's not going to... Especially if you know there's a Needlekin... Razorkin Needlehead in hand. It's not going to block that on Ember's turn.
Yeah, true. Would you like to draw for after the Needlehead has resolved or before? Kieran has chosen wisely.
Yeah, that does seem like the better option rather than taking 50% of your life total. Brainstorm is an interesting card. It is 2 more mana for 1 more card on Brainstorm. Feels like a really weird balance. That kind of just shows you how busted Brainstorm is, though, I guess. But the fact that it's still worthy of inclusion in this type of deck, this shows you how much that card selection and like forcing through it is. I feel like you're much less likely to lock yourself off of Brain Surge than you are from Brainstorm.
Much less likely. Yeah.
But Kieran, not out of the woods. There is probably another 2/2 coming here from the Wandering Emperor, I would imagine. Has just sculpted his hand a bit here with this Brain Surge, which is definitely going to help. But currently looking at 6 points of damage, and he's going down to 7 after this draw step. So there's a really awkward combination of the fact that a lot of his outs involve drawing cards, which that Needlehead doesn't let you do.
Yeah, true.
But it's also got much less power than the Overlord, and the Overlord is also drawing more cards for Ember. So it's a interesting challenge of how he wants to balance his answers versus Ember's threats.
It's your favourite.
I do love that card.
It's gonna hurt.
That card. It is. It is going to trade with an Overlord, so that's nice. That's very nice. And then another 2/2 which can chump the Needlehead if you need it to. But just life total is just creeping down for Kieran. Got a fetch hand here that you might not even want to fetch. Is just starting to balance that. But if this,
so now Screaming Nemesis can come down, right?
I'm going to cast Orcish Bowmasters.
Oh.
We'll make sure you never want to draw any more cards ever.
Is Screaming Nemesis in hand, right?
No, I think the Razorkin Needlehead was what was returned last turn.
Ah, okay.
I'd imagine Ember will get back the Nemesis this turn if she's allowed to attack with the Overlord. The Overlord's also not legendary, right? So I think this Fable will be able to make a copy of it next turn.
Oh, that's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, which is huge if she's allowed to do that. There's a lot of scary stuff happening here. And Kieran is not blessed with loads of mana or loads of blockers or lots of life.
Lots of
cards.
cards.
So there's a Screaming Nemesis.
Okay. Well, yeah, I like it. I like seeing red and black creatures being turned sideways.
Yeah.
I like seeing a control player having to jump.
No consideration for the poor control player who just wants to counter everybody's spells.
Poor control player.
Yeah, being down to 4 here does make this fetch even rougher, putting you in the fabled bolt range as well. Kieran deciding it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The hell with it. If you've got bolt, I'm dead.
Yep.
But it doesn't appear to right now, at least. Because I'd imagine if Ember had bolt, she would pop it off.
It's all right. Kieran's got a handful of counter spells, so bolt's not going to kill him. It's everything else that will.
It might even just we know Ember's got a Screaming Nemesis. I can't actually see a second card at any point, so Ember's hand might be just straight known as Screaming Nemesis. To be fair, so you're obviously potentially dead to a bunch of top decks, but depends how much Kieran ends up digging for answers to creatures, rather than that's a good one. That goes and finds Terminus.
Terminus.
And that's a huge thing for Kieran to be able to do now, because he was dead in so many ways next turn.
Come on, lightning bolt your Screaming Nemesis. Wait, Screaming Nemesis isn't here. Why do I keep thinking it's there?
Well, the Needlehead is also Dustmourn and also borderless. So
yeah, I think that's what it is.
Maybe that's what's confusing you. But I mean, the Nemesis is in hand, right? The Screaming Nemesis is in hand. It's going to attack Kieran with haste for 3 damage next turn.
Yes.
Now, Kieran's only going to have to spend 1 mana for this Terminus, because all Wrath should cost 1 mana, obviously. So the fact that there's going to be at least 4, maybe 5, it looks like there's another card in hand, maybe 2. He's definitely shuffling some cards up. So there's multiple cards in Kieran's hand. So I'd imagine there is some other answers, but they have to be the right ones for a Screaming Nemesis. A bolt for a Screaming Nemesis is obviously terrible. So you have to hope the right things are available. But the Terminus doing Terminus things, leaving 4 mana open, and then we're just hoping that whatever cards are in Kieran's hand don't deal with Screaming Nemesis.
I'm so sad right now. I thought this was it. I thought Ember had done it.
It did look like she had. There was basically, and I think there's just a Terminus. So it was Terminus or Mystical. Was it? for Kieran to have realistically to stabilize from that, unless it was Baragoyf into like double removal spell or something. But I'm still, that feels like a lot based on.
Oh no! No!
3 blockers on one card.
Surely not.
It's not what Ember wants to see. Kieran doesn't want to trade in this Wandering Emperor just yet. Does represent some element of, well, I'll say it represents some element of life gain, but it almost doesn't, because if Screaming Nemesis either kills Kieran or makes him not able to gain life, I would imagine. So
that was an interesting decision there to point out. Wandering Emperor's upticked, but not has chosen to choose no targets. Reason being, two things to chump the Nemesis because it can't die.
Yes, well, you can't deal it 2 damage, right? So he's only dealt it 1 damage, which has then meant Screaming Nemesis deals 1 damage. It's interesting call to put that on the token. I would have put that either on Kieran to prevent any life gain, or on the Wandering Emperor just so it couldn't downtick. I don't think that cat represents.
I think it's
much.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, no.
I think it should have been the Wandering Emperor to stop that from happening, because that's massive.
Yeah, up to 4 life.
Because the cat wants to, like, you want the cat to stick around so it can kill the Nemesis.
Yeah.
So I think that actually might be a pretty brutal mistake there.
Yeah.
From what I can see.
Yeah, that's really rough. Nemesis gone forever. That's an extra bit of life gained. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's easy to often think when you're playing the aggro deck, oh, I should get rid of the blockers. But just in that very unique situation, yeah, I do think you're right. Like that, that cat hitting the Nemesis is the same as the Nemesis hitting Kieran.
Exactly. Yeah.
Making it so the Wandering Emperor can't exile is absolutely huge. He's just trying to grind some value with this Ghost Vacuum, just create some type of medium board.
I mean, he might well just use it immediately. Let's just get some things down so I don't die to something big and hasty.
Yeah, just don't die to a haste threat. And it is his Ajani, right, as well, so if it flips, it will stay with him.
Yes.
And he just spending the blue mana on it this time.
Was that a Sheldred's Edict in Ember's hand?
Did look like it, which is the kind of card Kieran really, really wants her to have. Lands and removal spells. It's totally fine.
It's real sad into a Ghost Vacuum activation.
Yeah. Honestly, I could definitely see Kieran just activating. I can't remember if the Ghost Vacuum 6 mana 1 is sorcery or not, but I would not be surprised if he.
I'm pretty sure it's a sorcery.
Yeah. Deck thinning. Imagine this is a Raucous Theatre just to try and improve the next doorstep for Ember. But she's gone from being in a really, really good spot to, Kieran's still on a low life total. You never know. But from needing to get through both counter spells and removal now. But she's got time. She's still on 21 life.
It's not like the pendulum's fully swung, but Kieran's no longer under the pressure that he was under.
Yeah.
Weird how a board wipe can do that.
Yes, strange that. But yeah, there's. Kieran's seeming a bit more relaxed now. He's not under quite so much pressure.
Kieran is definitely one of the players whose mood changes quite considerably depending on whether he feels like he's in the ascendancy or not.
Yeah. I can empathise. Oh dear. We can both be quite pessimistic when things aren't going our way. So. I'm just wondering when he pulls the trigger on this Ghost Vacuum, because you want to start applying.
It's got to be now, surely.
Is there anything left to get?
Here it is.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, just maybe there's not. If there's literally nothing left to get, I'd imagine it's just off to the races. He's terminus or exiled almost everything else that Ember's had. Yeah. We are emptying the vacuum. I'm not really sure how that analogy works, but we are emptying the vacuum onto the battlefield.
So the way that this
Well,
works is that these are not token copies. These are actually the card, but they are 1/1 spirits in addition to their other types.
Right. Okay. So they don't have. They're all 1/1s. They're all 1/1 spirits. They have flying. They have flying counters on them.
Yes.
Yep.
So, okay. So their mana value is still the card. Not that that
Yep.
matters. These are all tiny anyway.
It's a 2/2 trample haste.
This Undead Sprinter's cool though. Like, Kieran is kind of has to block this.
It's another thing that can't race a Baragoyf.
Yeah. But in this situation, because Kieran has to block and trade with it, Ember can just recast it as a 3/3.
Yeah, true.
Which is pretty cool. And eventually, it's got trample. If he has to chump this literally every turn, eventually he will die to it, because it will keep coming back because none of your things are zombies.
Yeah, it has trample.
So Undead Sprinter was actually a pretty good. If you're going to draw a 2-drop this late into the day, that's a pretty good one for Ember to have.
And now Kieran's back into bolt range. Come on, we can do it.
But Ember would rather get rid of the Ajani. I just have a judge call here.
What's the judge call for?
I'm not. I think Grace is just a little confused over the token versus 1/1 spirit and whether it can transform and all of that stuff, because it exiles and comes back, doesn't it? The Ajani.
Right. Okay. But these aren't like I was saying. These aren't tokens. These are actually the card.
That is all fine. I do think if I was Grace, I would go with the Undead Sprinter. Not Grace. Grace is the judge. If I was Ember, I would go with the Undead Sprinter line here rather than the Shoulders Edict. You are giving Ajani another chance to make a cap, but like you can still kill the Ajani next turn with the Shoulders Edict. You cannot recast Undead Sprinter next turn without some help. And a 3/3 with trample is a lot when Kieran's on 3 life. There's still 2 fetch lands here that Kieran has not wanted to crack. I think that's 2 fetch lands. It's definitely a Marsh Flats and then something underneath it.
I think Kieran might have got this wrong and not realised the Undead Sprinter had trample, just because he will have wanted to stay away from 3.
Yeah. Now the question is, how aggressive do you get? Just swinging with the 1.
And like
so
you said,
Death Toucher.
Inti doesn't need to attack.
No, but I'm interested as to why Kieran's attacking with the Death Toucher, which seems like a better blocker to have back than an Inti when they're both 1/1s. Inti's only real ability cares about attacking, whereas Baleful Strix does stuff on defense. So, that's a nice one to have. Again, 2 blockers, 1 card. It's a good one for him to rip. I do think it's a minor misstep there. I'm sure Kieran.
Isn't it just? Well, is he thinking about the trample of the Undead Sprinter now? I don't know.
But they're both 1/1s, right? So.
I thought Inti just got. Did Inti not get a counter from that?
No, the attacking creature is the one that gets the counter.
Okay, then yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand.
So you want, if Inti's attacking, he's growing, or as the Strix will trade off with pretty much everything in Ember's deck. Whereas the Inti doesn't really do anything on defense.
I thought Ember had won this game about 15 minutes ago.
It did look like she had. I think there's definitely been key one-off decisions that have followed the Wrath where she could have got back into it and got a stranglehold onto it. I think the ping from the Streaming Nemesis
that was big. That was really big. I think that might have even been the deciding point of the game.
Yeah.
Because I think Kieran probably wins pretty quickly now.
Yeah, now he can leave all of his mana open. He just has to be. He'll be super cautious. But bear in mind, this has been a long day. Like these guys have.
Oh yeah, for
the
sure.
4th round of Magic, so there's some amount of having to remain focused. But as long as Kieran's just careful, remains focused, has the cards in hand that he needs, and just doesn't make any silly mistakes.
I mean, he's not played any cards from hand for a while, right?
Yeah, exactly. Dash Dragavan here, which can still be mental misstep. Yep, very nice. Good one for him to have. And this is 1, 2, 3, 5. So this will attack as 6. So this is a 2-turn clock with what's on board if Ember has nothing. Because 1 point of power will be added each turn because of the anti-triggers.
wonder whether Kieran's just determining whether he needs to attack with everything or not.
So I think if he doesn't attack with everything, it's not currently it's not a 2-turn clock. So it just depends on how good his hand is at defending his last 3 points of life.
Yep.
You're about to do what I think you're about to do.
Well, what does Ember think Kieran's about to do?
That's a good question.
It would be a very good way to win on camera.
Apparently, we're going to enjoy it.
I don't know what you're about to do.
I want to know what Ember thinks that Kieran's going to do, and then I want him to do it.
So we've got an Inti trigger, or do we not have an Inti trigger? We do not have an Inti trigger, so it's just
no
5?
discarding.
4, 5, 6. I go to 6.
Oh, okay. It is. I must have missed the point of power somewhere. Maybe there's 2 counters on that Strix, and I just didn't realise it. Looks like there's +2/+2 on.
Yeah, there is. Yep.
Turn.
Oh, I'm excited for this. I want to know what's going on. What's Kieran counting for?
Nothing exciting's happening. We're just attacking.
I don't get it.
Again with Ember on 6.
Yeah.
We are going to attack for lethal. Mate, if this just peters out now, I'm going to be super disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh, we're flashing in an opposition agent. That's not going to do it.
I mean,
it is going to do it. It stops death, right? No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah, just.
It does. You can block, go to 5. Take 5, sorry.
Take 5, go to 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait, lightning bolt's gone to Ember.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely lethal still.
Yes, come on! The recall. Kieran
I really hope
forced Ember to draw 3 cards and Orcish Bone Master triggers.
I really hope Ember draws a lightning bolt, just to get him, just to get him for this unnecessarily over the top line.
Okay, resolves. Cool. I did draw a bolt. The sorcery speed one.
Oh, boo! Good game.
Oh dear, fantastic.
I'm delighted to announce that what this means is that we can officially give Kieran the title King of the Losers. But that is not the only title he wants. So he will be going up against James again to see if he can get a slightly different title, I guess. But before we get to that match, there is one deck that we have not yet heard about. So we're going to go and talk to Jay first.
Hello, Jay. How's it going?
Hi. It's going good.
Good.
Yeah.
Excited for your round 1?
Excited and slightly terrified.
Okay, nice.
So yeah.
I love how
the reason I have the deck.
I love how seriously everybody's taken it. It's fantastic. The buzz is definitely real.
So for me personally, my entire amount of seriousness is to be able to post unhinged comments with the tagline of "as my opinion as the year-end winner." That's the only thing on the line for me, is just to be obnoxious.
Yep.
Which I don't know. I should admit that in this video.
You want to be able to just flaunt it if you do get there.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, that's fair. So what are you bringing to the table?
So I've been messing around with Esper Reanimator lately. It's not one of the lists you've ever seen prior to this month, but it's the second list I ever made was a Reanimator list. So I was messing around with it and actually building it whilst the points changes got announced.
Okay.
At which point I was like, okay, shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ultimately, because of my win rate being the lowest of the 8, due primarily to my unhinged brews, which you have featured, I will be on the draw every single first game of every match.
Nice.
And knowing that, Reanimator is actually pretty good on the draw. So that's that was the deciding factor. Not for the discard to hand size move. That is terrible in almost every situation because a lot of these decks are playing Reanimator.
I was wondering whether that was what you were thinking. I'm just gonna draw a card and pass the turn. No, okay.
No, I might do that if I'm tired later on, and it just comes. I feel like if you've got a hand which can do that, I don't know. I have enough impulse control not to, but I'm relatively sure it would be wrong to do.
Yeah. I do see a gemstone caverns there though.
Yes,
that's great.
The part of the reason why this deck is called Print Force of Stifle You Cowards, apart from it being like a personal, for the record, if any Wizards employee ever hears this somehow, dear God, no, please no.
Not a serious suggestion.
Not a serious suggestion. But yeah, so I'm playing the caverns because I may as well, and I'm also playing Stifle. Stifle's just probably my favorite Magic card, so it's in here.
Nice.
So I can turn 1 Stifle. I can turn 0 Stifle for me, someone's fetch land, and I hope to do that. More so than winning any games, I hope to do that.
Love it.
But we'll see. So yeah, the difference between the Esper Reanimator list and say Ed's blue list or the traditional Grixis list I usually play is this one's got a lot more of a controlling element.
Okay.
So we've got Teferi, which is in here because it's particularly good against Kieran's deck. Kieran I have down as Jeskai control, and he's in my half, so I'm likely to play against him. And it's also got kind of stuff like Prismatic Ending for Jethro's Phyrexian Furnace. Jethro, we all know what deck Jethro's going to be on. It's the one person I'm 100% certain on.
Okay.
With the exception of Mark, actually, who I've played some practice games with.
Nice.
But, yeah,
inside information. But the idea being that Graveyard Hate needs to go.
Yeah, Graveyard Hate needs to go. Witch Enchanter also in that slot because it's a little bit of a freebie with the land. Solitude, again, like I've got a bunch of exile removal to kick out your Scavenging Oozes and all that kind of stuff. I've also got Balance because I'm often going to have less lands and less cards in hand, so that's actually a long game plan.
Okay, yep.
And similar with Terminus, which is in here. So
I suppose it looks like the white has more opportunity to recover from a losing position.
It's mana type, which, yeah, I mean, I'm playing it because it's fun. Yeah, I don't think I can defend mana type. Prismatic Ending, Source Plowshares, Balance, Witch Enchanter, Solitude, Terminus, and this is a reanimation target, so this could be whatever color, it doesn't count. So there's not many cards, and then there's just Priest of Fell Rites, which is pretty much an auto include.
That's good.
Just really solid, and Teferi, as I say, for the control matchups, and if Alice is on Flash, it can also make that more difficult and stuff like that.
Yeah, interesting. So it looks like Solitude might be a little bit weaker just because of how few white cards you have. But
Solitude is probably not going to be pitch cast, and it's actually the last addition to the deck.
Okay.
I was not going to run Solitude, and then I was trying to figure out, it's like, I need a reanimation threat, which can just kill something.
Yeah, that's
which
cool.
Ideally I can cast, and I was like, I can just pay 5 mana, it's fine. It's like, Dark Ritual it out or something.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Anything else specific? So who have you got? Who have you got round 1?
Round 1 is Jethro.
Okay, all right.
Which is Jethro. Playing Jethro round 1 is the reason I'm not on Is It Tempo, as well as going second. Because it's such a bad matchup.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, so against Jethro, it's a difficult matchup because he's got Animate Dead and some weird graveyard attack and stuff. We'll see. I don't know how much he's going to be playing the year end, but he's been playing quite a lot lately.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of it, having played mono black against Jethro. It's like, where, all my creatures are meant to come back. They don't.
Yeah. I guess one of the more amusing things, which I think you'll be interested in, is so I have this World Gorge Dragon.
Oh, that's
I'm not sure.
That's not white, blue, or black.
No, I'm not going to be casting this one. It's terrible. I don't. Are you aware of the World Gorger?
How
combo?
quickly can you win with this? Go on, talk us through it.
Turn 1.
Just tell me more.
Okay, so it does require a few pieces, but if I have a Surveil land, the Mox, Chrome, and a Dark Ritual, then
Okay.
I can entomb and reanimate a World Gorge Dragon. Reanimating it with one of the enchantments, at which point you start the loop of cycling through the deck. Chrome Mox at that point becomes an artifact which doesn't make any mana. The Surveil land doesn't create any mana either, and just basically mills one every turn. At which point you mill until you hit Metamorphose Fanatic and a Cabal Ritual, I believe, is the 2. At which point you change the target of the Animate Dead to the Metamorphous Fanatic. Bring back the dragon.
Yeah.
Which then exiles the Fanatic and the enchantment.
Yeah.
At which point you sacrifice the dragon to Cabal Therapy, target them. Doesn't really matter what you say, that spell's never going to resolve. At which point you're then doing the loop, but every time you loop it, the Fanatic can grab something out of the graveyard.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's absurd. Yeah, and then you just get either enough stuff that they're definitely dead next turn, or if I hit it quickly enough, there's the Archon, which will just actually kill them there and then.
That's fair. Wow.
With deck yourself.
I look
so
forward
yeah,
to
it can do
seeing
it
that
turn 1. I don't expect it to, but it's a funny possibility.
Yeah, nice. I like it. Right. Anything else you wanted to highlight, or?
Just that this deck recently gained a bunch of points, and I still think it's really super cool and good.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if it gains more points in the future, to be honest.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I mean, Reanimate is super powerful, and it depends what other metas are like, but it's still seeing a hell of a lot of play in Nottingham. So
yeah, for sure, for sure. People have certainly been moving things around to fit Reanimate in, so I get it. All right, well, thanks and good luck.
Yeah, thanks. I look forward to seeing you there.
And we need an expert in this matchup. So Henry is back. Hello, Henry.
Hello.
Shall we do this all over again?
Yep, let's do this all over again. Same matchup.
So
I know what they're doing now.
This is the final, but not necessarily the grand final. But because this is double elimination, if Kieran gets the win in this match, there will be a repeat. So
yeah.
James has still got a loss to give.
Yeah, some stakes on this one.
Some stakes, or lovely bit of steak.
Yeah. Let's hope Kieran doesn't lose these ones as unfortunately as he lost. Previously.
Yeah. Please don't cheat.
Please don't flood out in game 2.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully this one goes better.
I think the players are feeling a little bit tired as well at this point.
Yeah.
This has been a whole day worth of Magic. Double elimination does make it a longer
I know
day.
I was tired and I wasn't even playing Magic.
You're concentrating quite a bit as well. Right, there's a turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1 play. Elves of Deep Shadow.
Oh.
Nope.
It still counts as a play, but it ain't resolving.
Yeah. Yeah, this is countering the 1-drop. Mana Dork. Definitely correct in this style of deck.
I mean, I started playing Mental Misstep for the first time, as I kind of mentioned earlier that I was playing a blue deck. Yeah, Mental Misstep, I basically just fire it off whenever I possibly can.
Yeah, first opportunity. Misstep that. Hand attack. I'll choose which card I discard from my hand.
It's gonna be this one. Ooh,
that's a good one. Let's see what Kieran does here. Put the mana leak in the bin off the Surveil, which suggests he's got other counter spells.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Unless he just needs lands, I suppose.
Yeah, potentially.
Survival's really interesting because like in a control matchup, are there specific creatures that you just want to go and get?
Yeah, so I think for James, the survival of the fittest just represents in the late game, you top deck your mana dork when you've already got a lot of mana. Now it's an Atraxa, now it's a Leovold, now it's anything.
But you've also got to find the window where those creatures are going to resolve against a control deck, is more what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
This deck lost this and got white blue. I was like,
It's obviously a very strong card. Having access to whatever creature you want. Yeah.
And I think not necessarily in this matchup, but against Paradox, for example, James can discard his I don't know, Noble Hierarch or Ocelot Pride and go and get Witch Enchanter.
Or Collector Roof.
Is he on Collector Roof?
I believe so.
He is on Collector Roof. He could go and get Collector Roof. I don't think he'll get Collector Roof here, though. That's
No, this isn't the matchup for it, but I guess this kind of answers the question of what do you go and get. It's probably just... Well, we'll see. There's a few being highlighted there, but I can see a Bowmasters, yeah. Mentioned it before, Kieran likes drawing cards.
Kieran loves drawing cards.
Maybe part of the answer is just flash creatures.
Yeah, probably. Wait until Kieran does something. Taps his mana, flash in a creature.
James does not want to see a recall just before Bowmasters can be cast. Well, I don't think you want to see recall at any point.
No, not really. But I think if Kieran has the recall, knowing that James has the Bowmasters in hand, he's probably going to avoid it unless he can answer it.
The question is, would you go for a recall attack with Arcanist, play recall again, considering you are definitely going to have to discard a lot of cards, or do you just save it for later and risk the fact that
you absolutely just smash the recall as soon as possible, I think.
Do you reckon? Even if you've got to discard like 3 cards to hand size?
Yeah. You're still seeing 3 more cards.
I'm just too greedy. I want to keep all the cards.
Yeah, but you want to keep... If I can see 10 cards and keep 7 of them, that's better than just keeping 7 of them.
It's the whole thing he wants to do. He wants to sculpt his hand.
Yeah.
And I suppose the fact that Bowmasters has just gone into hand kind of answers the question as well. Just get it all done.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil, or orc. That's an opt. That's a spell snare.
That's a spell snare off the top, I believe.
I mean, it was preordained to be there.
Yeah.
Activate survival, discarding your Noble Heart.
Yeah, we see this discarding a mana dork to just go and get
something a bit scarier.
Good. Looking at that Sheoldred there.
Sheoldred, so there was a little bit of a stop on Nardu, bit of a stop on Sheoldred, so those are the ones that James is thinking of at this point.
That's a Skyclave Apparition, I believe.
Ocelot Pride, Palace Jailer.
Palace Jailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, introduce the Monarch, get rid of this Dreadhorde Arcanist. Because I don't think Kieran's in particularly a good position to take the Monarchy back normally.
No, yeah, it's definitely well, we saw it earlier, part of the game being played of how do we take the initiative or attack into Planeswalkers. It's that similar kind of game. If you can't just sit back and do nothing.
Because now Kieran has to make a creature and has to attack with it soon.
In a difficult spot here, Kieran. We saw him in this kind of a spot earlier on in the day.
Yeah.
Sorry, still throwing. Good catch. So when did that happen?
So this is we've noticed James has missed his Monarchy trigger from during last turn, and it's been a full turn cycle. This is the kind of stuff that happens after you've just played a full day of competitive Magic.
And it's a not. Kieran, I think it's still a failure to maintain game state, but again, it's a warning that can't be upgraded. So I'm going to give you a warning for failure to maintain game state. The life totals have been amended. Let's carry on.
All right. So
they haven't backtracked, but they've both got warnings, I believe.
Animate dead. Does this target when you cast it? Yeah, target Bowmasters.
Okay.
James just really wants this Bowmasters.
Yep. Understandable. Understandable. I was just trying to think which of these two players wants this title more. Because
probably Kieran.
I think Kieran wants it more.
Kieran's a bit of a glory hunter.
Well, he's after the trinity of being a draft championship winner, a modern championship winner, and looking to take down the Canlander crew too. So yeah, I can understand. He definitely wants that title.
And I think James has been playing this format for a very, very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is the first year we've had it be a bit more competitive, so
I think they used to have what was it, like Jank weeks or something like that?
Yeah, we did used to have Jank weeks. I think we stopped playing. I think memes and Moxen is what it's often referred to.
Okay, all right.
I think we stopped doing that because the idea of what is a meme was quite different between players. I think some people would show up with like Boggles. Some people would show up with Treasure Tribal, which was just, all of my cards say treasure on them, so I'm just going to ramp a whole bunch.
Yep.
And then some people would show up with like, I'm playing, I don't know, like Super Friends, and they just happen to draw into their Oko and then Minsk and Boo and then Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
So I think we just kind of stopped doing them.
Just play a tier 0 deck, but put a Stormcrow in.
Yeah,
that counts, right?
I think that was the idea. Was some people were just, they were playing. I'm here playing Pirates, but in my Pirates list, I've also got these broken cards because they're just generically good.
Mm-hmm. Turns into almost like the last 5 slots in your deck are just the meme.
Yeah. When you were like, people tend to get better after the first round, I'm like, if I go all the way to the end, I'm going to get so much worse.
Here, James is definitely talking about how he's played a full day Magic. He's starting to make mistakes.
We'll edit that out, it's fine.
I haven't got much experience at Compariel, but it is more draining for me.
Yeah. I think the longest day I had was a standard RCQ last year, where I went through quarterfinals and semi-finals of top 8 in about 20 minutes. And the other person that ended up making it to the final took 2 hours to get through.
Oh.
So I had like an hour and a half of just sitting about. And then our final round untimed took 2 hours.
Yikes.
In the old-fashioned manner.
Kieran's just tapping a full 6 for Terminus.
Well, we have a game. I think it was getting close to the point where Terminus needed to happen.
Yeah.
And it did. It did. We are just replacing the Wandering Emperor with a 2/2 Samurai.
Which is an interesting choice, I think. At this point, being able to uptick, do nothing now, but be able to like repeatedly make 2/2s, I think would probably be quite good for Kieran.
So I think if the monarchy hadn't been introduced to this game, he would have done exactly that.
Yeah, taking the monarchy back as soon as possible is probably very important.
And I would also suggest that a vigilance creature in a monarchy game is also quite strong.
Very strong.
Unfortunately, James is not going to be short on creatures.
No. I think he's just discarded this phantasmal image, I believe.
Yes.
We'll see what he searches for. Damn you.
We remember this from earlier.
That one blocks really well.
Where's your mental misstep now?
I believe it's already been cast.
That's for you. That's that. Find the things.
Seasoned Dungeoneer and Tamio, eh?
Those are two very good cards from the last 2 years.
I did a thing up that search.
Was Seasoned Engineer in the last 2 years?
Oh.
When was that card printed?
As far as I'm concerned, it was in the last 6 months or something.
Yeah, something stupid.
But yeah.
When was Baldur's Gate? Let's have a quick...
It's got to be... No, I think it's older than that now. Oh wait, was this the Commander's set?
Yeah, this is the Commander's set. We'll ask Magical Google, shall we?
I think it probably is about 2 years ago.
Yeah, release date June 10th, 2022. 2.5 years ago. Not far off.
I remember having fun with this set. I did do a couple of drafts of this. Obviously, I had to draft it.
Yeah, the draft format was very, very fun. I wouldn't be against picking up a box and drafting it again.
Yeah, definitely. I built some really sweet decks and played against some really sweet decks too. I think because we have such a strong draft and limited crew, people took it very seriously and competitively. Which made it quite fun actually. Baragoyf.
It's a good one. But I think our draft community taking everything super seriously is part of what took the joy out of Unfinity for me a bit.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit of a stretch for me. Maybe that's just because I'm too competitive a limited player.
Yeah.
I can switch off my competitive side.
Oh, definitely. I've seen it happen. It does happen. Yeah. Even at drafts.
Yes,
I've seen you sit there and go, I'm going to play... I know what I'm drafting today, and it's going to be 4-color.
And it's going to be stupid.
Yeah. It's nice to set little challenges at the start of each set of stupid things you want to do before the end.
Yep, for sure.
And as our resident Ancestral Recall hater, my personal challenge for Aether Drift is to cast Ancestral Recall every turn, with loot in the green uncommon.
Okay. Just draw 3 cards per turn.
Yeah, just pay blue, draw 3 cards every turn. Seems alright.
So we have a reanimate on the stack?
Yeah, I believe so. And this surveil suggests that Kieran has a card draw in hand, and he's going to just hunt for a... Or he might have a force, and he's wanting to find a blue card.
Oh, it's resolving. We didn't find what we needed. Baragoyf's pretty scary.
Yeah, so he put the Baragoyf in the bin off the surveil and reanimated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Kieran's going to be getting this monarchy back anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not exactly gone well following a terminus.
No. I think that's the issue sometimes with these wraths is you tap out to wrath, you pass, and your opponent has all the answers in the next turn, rebuilds while you're tapped out.
Well, I asked the question about survival of the fittest earlier, but when you've got the monarchy in, it's basically just draw whatever creature you want to in your whole deck.
Yeah.
Like, it's difficult to lose from that spot, I would suggest.
Yeah. I think Kieran is also only on one wrath.
Uh-oh. Kieran's seen a card.
So, hidden card error, not hidden card error, sorry, looking at extra cards. Basically,
They're doing the right thing and just calling the judge anyway. Even though they probably both know the fix at this point. Just always call your judge.
Yep, for sure. Come on, Kieran. You can do it. No more mistakes. It's so hard with 100 cards.
Oh, absolutely.
You've seen me shuffling 100 cards. It's embarrassing.
I've seen you split them into piles of 40.
That's what I like to do. I can shuffle 40 cards really nice and easily. We've reprieved an Undermountain Adventurer.
Yes, I'm about to go to my end step and draw from this monarchy. Yes,
Helping each other out, players. Please remember your triggers.
As much as it's a competitive event, we're all good friends and we will help each other.
100%. This is not one where we want to see people making mistakes to get a game win. That is like James would have been just as disappointed as Kieran was earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we see Kieran scoop it up there. James too far ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what James's game plan is. If you keep making these really good threats, how's your opponent going to answer them?
For the sake of me going home and having dinner.
For the sake of neutrality, I do not mind if there's
The tournament judge suggesting that she's completely neutral, but she's also tired and it's been a long day.
If you heard me in the background saying, for the sake of me going home and having my dinner.
Yep, nice.
I'd like James to win.
It's been a sweet tournament though.
Yeah.
It's been really cool. Like I think the excitement from players in the build-up's been really sweet.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone bought really cool decks with them.
Oh, yeah.
There was some meta calls. Here we go. Untapping with 3 mana on turn 2.
That's disgusting, James. Yeah, a lot of people went real deep as we saw from the deck text.
Is this Ancestral Recall?
Mm-hmm.
One excellent card.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then your swords, mana rolls, and that's this card.
What answer? We do not have an answer for that anywhere else.
We do not.
Right, so what busted thing can James do now?
We've got a new game. Life totals have started all over again.
Untapping with casting a 4-drop while Kieran's tapped out. This is definitely position James wants to be in.
It's a pretty broken start to a game of Magic.
Yeah.
What's the worst 4-drop or best from James's point of view? What's the best 4-drop you want to be playing on
Right, let's look at his list, shall we?
On turn 2. Seasoned Dungeoneer would be pretty good.
Yeah, we've got.
I think any of the 2 initiative
Passageway Seer,
initiatives.
Passageway Seer, Seasoned Engineer, Sheoldred, Undermountain Adventurer.
Yeah.
Would all be very good. Hull Breacher wouldn't be awful.
I'm going to put Ignoble in the bin.
Yeah, James doesn't need the mana.
Shock the Temple Garden.
Oh, we're using all 4.
Yeah, using all 4.
No, we're not.
We're using 3.
I lied.
Suppose keeping the Llanowar Elves back as a blocker.
You don't need to with White Plume. It's going to do 1 damage.
Well, this is assuming Kieran has a removal spell.
No, as in White Plume untaps the Llanowar Elves on upkeep, on Kieran's upkeep.
True.
I like the fact that the Temple Guardian came in, shocking James, just so that James can hit Kieran for 1.
Yeah.
White Plume has triggers. White Plume has triggers. White Plume has triggers. That's for you. That's tap. So I attack you for 1. You take 1, go to 19. I will pass a turn, and at the beginning of your upkeep, this untaps.
There we go. We did it. We remembered.
We did it. We did everything correctly.
I think the White Plume Adventurer trigger is one of the most frequently missed ones that we see at Canlander.
Yeah, definitely. I've missed it quite a lot.
Okay, well, that's a scary one with
That is a scary one.
with your favourite card in the bin.
Yeah, I imagine Kieran probably kept this hand because it had Ancestral Recall and Dreadhorde Arcanist in it.
We'll play this basic Swampy now, Mal. Black and 1, Emperor of Bones.
Oh, that's not what you want to see.
That is not what Kieran wants to see right now.
Leave my bin alone. It's got my favourite card in it.
I will target Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, it's gone.
And I will attack you for 5.
I believe Kieran is probably not playing.
Ooh, that's nice though.
From tomorrow. That was nice.
That's nice. That's really nice. We've got swords, which means we can swords the Emperor of Bones as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Does it also mean we get to take the initiative, I wonder?
Yep. Are you targeting swords? I'm targeting swords.
Oh, no. Rude. Endurance
James
is
has
good.
had the answer to this every time.
Yeah, that's good. Looks like Kieran might have an answer to it too, though.
Yeah.
All right. It's back.
Yeah,
in
there's
hand.
that counter spell.
Okay, so that means there is no green card in James's hand to cheat it in, because I suspect he
I
probably
think at
would
that
have
point
just
you
done
would.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, those are the kind of reads that I'm trying to do in limited matches more. So in these, it's probably not as impactful. Trying to figure out what cards might be in opponent's hand, it's a bit more difficult with a 100-card singleton format, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when everyone's showing up with different decks.
Yeah. Also, although it's open deck lists, it's not like you can consult the deck lists during the game. So you're not going to memorize all 100 cards.
Absolutely not. You can probably memorize the important ones.
And I mean, the community is definitely growing in Nottingham, but
massively.
I would suggest that these players specifically know each other's deck lists fairly well.
Yeah. I reckon James probably knows Kieran's slightly more than Kieran knows James's.
Yes. Kieran's
James
been
does
on that deck a lot.
Yeah,
and James switches it up.
Switches up all the time.
James promised me that he was going to turn up with Oops All Goifs this week, and I was very disappointed to not see it. So
he showed up with Super Friends, I believe.
Ah, yes, Super Grix. Is it Grixis Super Friends?
I think it might have just been 5 color.
Oh, yikes! Nice.
I'm not too sure. I
play
can't
all
remember
of them.
exactly.
Why limit yourself to 3 colors?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's nice having. I think between our, I'd say, 20 or so regular players, there's only 2 or 3 overlaps in decks.
Well, I mean, as somebody who's new to the format, I've specifically tried to brew decks that are not represented.
Yeah,
it's my style. It's part of the reason why I've enjoyed the format so much. It's
definitely a brewer's format.
New. Yeah.
1.
18.
I will trap you.
13.
Oh, five life is so much when
Such a
you start
big
with
swing.
20 and not 40.
Who cares? Yavimaya, it's fine. So everything's fine. It's a Yavimaya. Collector Roof.
Okay.
2 mana 2/2.
Collector Roof. That also switches off your marks.
Yeah, but I think Jim's probably at this point doesn't mind because he's. It's a blocker.
It's just bodies. Let's keep this initiative.
It's important.
This makes it hard for Kieran to swing in with the Dreadhorde as well.
Yeah.
Now that there's no removal spell in the bin.
I'd have to look it up, but Confer, I'm not sure you can. Opponent has to have last card, last touch.
Anyway, go ahead.
It doesn't matter right now. Games chose to have last touch.
What if I just do that?
Yeah, I was going to say. The phrasing of last touch, you just sit there and go.
All the players are just so scared of making mistakes now.
Yeah. I mean, this is this is for all the marbles.
Exactly. And by marbles, we mean custom playmat, custom sleeves that say Canlander Champion on it.
Yeah.
And I want some of those.
Those are some good marbles.
Path to Exile.
Yeah.
After a double swords, we now have a potential of a double path.
Yeah, we've got the double path. That's huge.
James has had such a broken start to this game, but Kieran's just like eating away at it all.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 22. And
But it gets bigger.
Oh, you forge in it.
And now being able to put the counters on the Dreadhorde.
So that now,
You can cast them.
whenever we cast any spells from here on in, it can be pretty stupid. Well, let's hope for James's sake that he manages to find one of his pieces of removal for this thing.
I think at
My snake will have death touch.
3 counters. Yeah, 3 counters. There's like 3 powers. Sorry, there's
many spells that I guess he's
four spells that Kieran can't cast. With it.
Wow. Okay.
4 instants of sorceries that he can't cast with it. Being Waterlogged Teachings, Force of Will, Lorien Revealed, and Terminus.
Okay.
I mean, you probably then don't want to cast the counter spells with it, but
What are we guessing? So this has got to just be your biggest card draw spell for 3.
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing. So what else? What could it get? Because we don't need. I mean, we don't need more removal. I still can't see what.
Well,
that
he's
is.
put it down. We can't see what it is.
It's like you say, you don't want counter
Brain
spells.
Surge, potentially.
Yep, that's a good shout.
Merchant Scroll, Tutor for Tutor. Probably won't be that.
Kling's not great because.
Well, it has to be mana value 2 or less, doesn't it? So it can't be Brain Surge.
I think being swords and path 4 times this game.
Brain Surge is not an option. Yep, cool. So like Brainstorm could be
Brainstorm,
an option.
Cling to Dust, Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push. There's loads of choices here. 4th Elengus, you can go and get that. It's a
True,
massive
maybe-
shame that it's right in the glare spot.
Maybe you just get 4th. Just like press.
Just to sit there and tell James, look, I've got
shame.
this.
It's a shame to just be like, this Dreadhorde Arcanist is not going to do anything with it, but it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. My deck is ready to be cut when you are.
Is that a card from your deck or a card from your hand?
This is my hand.
That's hand. Yeah. This is Exile.
That's graveyard.
There's just cards everywhere at this point.
Yeah, let's tidy up the board a little bit, I think, here.
Don't worry about it.
That's a Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably a pretty good one to just have. Yep, there's that whole breacher.
You're gonna bolt it anyway.
Okay, yeah, so Bolt is online and gonna take over the game. So we're looking at double swords, double path, double lightning bolt.
Yeah. So I imagine there'll be a bolt on the whole breacher here. So yeah, Kieran's getting in for 6 next turn.
I suppose you did path me twice. It was a double source and double path.
There's a general conversation about the fact that 1-for-1 removal spells are just not that great in high power formats. Unless they're super efficient. And
like
bolt,
swords, like paths, like lightning bolt.
They are super efficient. So you spend 1 mana to get rid of whatever.
Yeah.
They get a lot better if you can cast them twice.
Definitely.
Without taking up another card.
So yeah, we're going to put James on 10 here, I believe, with this swing. After that trap. Oh, here's the Brain Surge. Now it would make sense for Kieran to just recast the Brain Surge with the attack here.
Yes, this is... I mean, it's what I was afraid of earlier, but he couldn't actually search for the Brain Surge.
No, getting 6 cards deep in his library for 3 mana and hitting for 3. See if he fetches away those 2 cards he's putting back.
Yeah, do you like them? No, we don't like them. They can go.
I had you on 13. Did you miss a fetch?
I just fetched down to 12.
You fetched twice in the last.
They've got life totals a little bit off, but
last time I had was hitting you for 6. Down to 13. So if you
we've got it
twice,
right on screen, so we'll just wait for them to catch up.
There was a march pass then, yeah.
So you're on 11.
So, Henry, are you going to qualify for next year?
I'd like to.
Okay.
That's
That's all it takes as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
The desire.
I've got the deck I enjoy playing. It's fairly good.
Mm-hmm.
We'll whittle it down until it's really good.
Nice.
Just end, cut all the bad cards. The whole theme of the deck will go out the window, and I'll just play a pile of good cards.
I was going to say that's normally quite a good idea. Just take the bad cards out and put the good cards in. But if you're doing it at the detriment of the deck that you originally set out to build, then I'm not okay with it.
So I'm currently on Bant token control.
Yeah.
There's a density of token cards you need in there, and not all of them are good.
Okay.
So I think recently I did cut about 8 of the token-themed cards and just replace them with generic control cards.
Yeah, I think last time I played against you, and you wrecked me. But it was less tokeny what you were doing. And
it's definitely less token. Yeah.
That's game 2.
Kieran's won a game properly. Well, Kieran's won a game against James.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, I was going to say we're quite a ways into the tournament. To be rinsing Kieran for finally winning a game.
Yeah, I think he's probably won a few to get here. So yeah, this is it's potentially the final game.
Ah yes.
New life.
See whether James can get it, or whether Kieran's going to force a second match or third match.
Yeah,
if you like.
force a round 6. Although I imagine for anyone watching, they can just look at the timestamp.
Don't do it.
Figure it out.
Don't do it.
Don't do it though. Don't do it.
Get your hands off that mouse. Oh damn, they looked.
No suspense. All the suspense gone. Atmosphere ruined.
Now that you know who wins. No, I'm still not going to tell you.
The real winner was the friends we made along the way.
Okay. You were already my friend. I didn't make a friend with you in the last.
Well, that's the first nice thing you've ever said about me.
We can revert back to type if you'd like. Kieran's just gone, well, let's see if you can get a Mox into a Llanowar Elves into a initiative creature and just kill me on the spot.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what James did last game, and
it didn't work.
Kieran tore it apart.
Deathrite Shaman, arguably one of the better 1-drops.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, we've referred to this deck a few times as the boogeyman of the format. or this style of deck at least. These 4 colours in a control shell.
Yeah, definitely.
We've seen quite a lot of it today.
Yeah, almost every round I believe we've seen a control deck.
And here's a Tarmogoyf. James has done a very good job so far at tearing these control decks apart.
Yeah.
It is kind of how it's been built. So
yeah, definitely, it's here to combat these control decks. But, the day after this tournament was all filmed, James did announce at our weekly Canlander event that no control deck would be filmed this week.
Yes, nice. Yeah.
And then he paired us playing control
mirror. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So we've got that one to see, hopefully, if it makes the cut.
But I've just told everybody how it ended.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch me lose.
I want to watch me win.
Oh dear. You did do some pretty disgusting stuff.
Yeah, I drew half my library. You cast...
Speaking of...
Yeah. You cast Back to Basics, to which I responded by going and getting Wilderness Reclamation.
Yeah. I thought I was going to have fun. You ruined it. You top decked Enlightened Tutor or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah. With the planes in play.
Oh dear. Ooh, Solitude. So
Solitude pitching a sword.
Swords has gone.
Which is interesting.
Why?
I don't know why James wouldn't have just gone for the swords here, but...
Because we have...
we need the 4 mana for the natural order.
So greedy. Yep, consider your options, because...
Consider that land into the bin.
This is not what you want to see. Because what is James's scariest card?
Well, I believe it's in the name of the deck. Initiative.
Initiative Atraxa.
Yeah, it's the Atraxa. James is known for having readable versions of cards.
Do you know what? I've been massively appreciating the fact that James has been playing basics that I can see on the camera what they are.
Yes. And not the oil slick basics.
I'm used to the oil slicks where when I'm playing against him in draft, it's like, what? Tell me what you're playing. And just assume that James has always got all 5 colours of mana.
Yeah. Right, here's this Atraxa. Let's see if James can hit 7 cards.
2. 2.
2.
2.
2.
2.
2.
Hey! Oh no.
3. 3.
Creature. Doesn't count as a planeswalker, unfortunately. That's
Creature
a Springheart
enchantment.
Nantuko. Alright, we got 4.
Well, 3 cards you're getting here. I mean,
oh yeah. Yep, that's pretty bad actually. 3 cards off of an Atraxa.
Yeah. Although the density of creatures and lands in James's deck, the odds of getting more than 3, not very likely.
Right. That's fair enough.
Take the Emperor, I don't have to take the Animator.
Yeah, here he is. He's thinking that the Animate Dead and the Emperor both do the same thing.
Rest on the bottom in a rank. If I must.
Cut the small pile, put it on the bottom.
Always fun. Well, it's not it certainly wasn't the strongest of Atraxa hits.
No, but now there's a 7/7 with keywords in play. You know, when it hits, it's a 14 points of life total difference.
Which that's considerable.
Yeah.
Go on then, Kieran. Show us your answer. Nope.
Nice answer.
May I go to combat? Poke.
Boop.
Small poke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pitching something to march at one point.
We have a Solitude. This is the game where we Cast Solitude, pitching white removal spells.
Yeah. James still gains 7 life here, which is quite good. Here's everyone's favourite insect. Maybe Grist. Grist might be some people's favourite insect.
I prefer the tokens it makes.
Yeah. Would have to speak to Jethro and Hazel about their favourite insect.
Yeah, favourite insect is definitely the Abzan players who need to answer that question.
Yeah.
Play this admin, so you know all about. Make an insect.
Hey, that was the fetch that we got with Springheart Nantuko in the previous game.
It was. He's just going to shortcut this fetch here.
Some type of white land. So I'm on 23 from the fetch. Yes, because that was from the pain. 23 from the fetch.
Oh dear. So
Kieran being untapped or not?
Kieran definitely on the back foot following an Atraxa on turn 3.
Yeah.
Was it
he
3?
dealt with the Atraxa, which was
but yeah.
turn 3 Atraxa. Yeah, he's going for something untapped and see what he does with it.
Sometimes the control player just doesn't have a counterspell.
True.
It's not been my experience when playing against control players. They've always got the counterspell.
Yeah.
And it's normally the one that makes you pay 1 more mana than you have available.
But that's when you want to use those ones.
Nice crap this time. The only token I ever make on camera. Play with the fails.
When I first saw Springheart Nantuko, obviously I had my limited hat on, as I most of the time do.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't see it having quite the impact that it's had.
It turns out that, like, what is it? What's the other the 3-mana insect from Zendikar called? Scoot Swarm.
Okay.
Turns out a Scoot Swarm for 1 less mana that doesn't ever get to its like exponential phase is still really good.
Yeah.
I think the ability to bestow it onto things is.
I mean, we've only seen James just spit out insects.
I think that's what you need to do with it.
But yeah, it's fine. Ajani, though, I did see as being a ridiculously broken Magic card.
Yeah, oh yeah.
When I first saw that.
I think, like, Ajani and Springheart Nantuko, the line of being able to bestow the Ajani, play a land, copy Ajani, sack the new one to the legend rule, flip original Ajani, the bestowed Springheart Nantuko becomes a creature.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah, who needs 46 creatures in your deck when you've got a Springheart Nantuko?
Are we waiting for Kieran's Terminus again?
Oh, yeah. I think Kieran's waiting for Kieran's Terminus again.
Attack you with all the things that can attack. Yep.
Go brr, fast.
I would like to sacrifice my Nurturing Peatland using my Mox Emerald.
Right, we've run out of resources.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same thing with my Rising Canopy.
Still run out of resources.
Incredible.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sack 2 lands to make a dork.
Now, this was the point in the game where, in the next, I'll wait till the next time when it all happens. But I was asked a question that impacts the game that I was not allowed to answer.
How do I give this Noble Hierarch a point of power?
That's that question. How do we give the Noble Hierarch a point of power? And the answer James is wanting is, how do I get to attack for 7? The answer I wanted to give was, just attack with the Noble Hierarch. It gives itself a point of power.
Yeah, that's it. You don't need the insects.
No.
Why do 6 damage when you can do 1?
Exactly. Here's the judge threatening to DQ me from the event that I'm not even playing in for being cheeky.
That natural order sack was so iffy. I did not feel good about it at all.
You give the Noble Hierarch power by attaching a skull clamp to it.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
Yep. Then it dies, but...
Yeah, very briefly has 1 power. James is on Shadowspear, so I think that's the answer he wants.
That's the real answer.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Nope,
No way of tutoring for it, however. But
I did make the Goyf bigger for like 1 point of damage, which was...
He doesn't care that much about it that he's not playing like Stoneforge.
No. Oh, he's on Stoneforge. I suppose in this list, Stoneforge gets you either Skull Clamp or Shadowspear. Yeah, and here we see, unfortunately, Kieran flooding real hard.
And that is the end, and James is our victor. Congratulations.
Big congratulations to James.
Yeah. Big up James, the well, I was going to call him the founder. What do we call him? The ringleader.
Organizer. Yeah, he's Canlander dad for us.
That's it.
Yeah,
so
he can go and buy himself a playmat and sleeves.
As this is a community-run event, and I guess generally all of the Canlander events are community-run, the prizes are coming out of James's pocket, so he's going to buy them for himself.
Yeah,
and we'll see what sweet stash and merch. I expect him to turn up with a cap, a t-shirt.
Gold-plated deck box.
It's come in riding on some kind of noble steed that's got
big trumpets, fanfare.
with a flag. Yeah, sweet. That's what we're expecting, James. But big congratulations.
Yeah,
thank you so much to everybody who played. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for our commentating crew as well, and also a big shout out to Grace. For facilitating and being our judge and enabling us to run this as a Comp REL tournament. And with that, I guess the only thing left to say is thank you so much for watching, everybody. We hope you enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun pulling it all together, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, see you at the next one.
Cheers.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, don't forget to do that. This does take a lot of effort.
Buttons.
Press all the buttons.
Come to our events if you're local.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. So Sunday mornings, 11 a.m. the Dice Cup Nottingham. If you're ever in the Midlands of the UK and fancy giving Canlander a go, please just turn up. Even if you don't have a deck, people generally bring multiple decks, and you can borrow any number of decks. We'll get you sorted out.
Preferably only play one at a time, but
yeah. I'm not gonna lend you all 2 of my decks. Hope to see you guys soon. Until the next time, bye.